lender.
Gavin Dawson with some special news from my friends at D&M Leasing. Even though the feds are raising interest rates, I gave D&M a call and got them to do something special for our listeners. D&M's lowering interest rates for 2019, and they're offering the listeners no down payment and 60 days until your first payment. Ask for the GBAG Nation special to get this extra low rate for our listeners. Any make, any model. Mileage forgiveness comes standard on every easy lease. Call D&M Leasing today at any local area code in 35 LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com. If you're financing your vehicle for more than 48 months, you're doing it wrong.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
A radio.com station. Live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 53 in Atlanta.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with DFW's #1 midday show, the GBAG Nation, on 105.3 The Fan.
Live in Atlanta, Radio Row 2019. It is the GBAG Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan, and welcome into the show. You can catch us on the webcam right now at 105.3thefan.com. We're all saying hi. Kind of looks like a Mike Bassett home video over here. You know, some table out and things happening.
Yeah, I'm going to be puzzling here soon.
You can look on in on us. Let me take a look at this bad boy right here. We got sponsors. It's presented by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 53. The Fan Cam's brought to you by the Low T Center. Our guests will be sitting in the Diamonds Direct hot seat. Let me get those great sponsors right out of the way here with you, as it's Super Bowl 53 Radio Row. And as we open up, gentlemen, there's significant news on the three biggest sports teams in DFW, Rangers, Mavs, Cowboys, and we will hit them all right here in this opening segment as we do every morning. But good morning to you, gentlemen.
Good morning. I'm enjoying Atlanta so far. We've had a nice little time, but yeah, I mean, the great thing is Friday, just to be honest, as we're prepping for the show Friday morning, Jeff was out. We're looking around the sports world, and we're like, ain't too much to talk about here, but we'll figure out 5 hours. And this morning, by the time we got to Sunday night, last night, we're like, hey, what do you know? Sports and good stuff happened over the weekend, and we can have a 5 hours where we feel like we might have to leave some stuff on the table.
Content-rich environment.
Yes.
Are you guys planning to start with Anthony Davis?
We're going to get that in here.
Okay.
I didn't know which one was the biggest. I mean, you got Adrian Beltre, you have Anthony Davis, you have Luka Doncic, you have Pro Bowl.
It was just kind of weird because I went to, sports websites, and a lot of them had the top 3 headlines for NBA, and I'm just not used to that.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God, I guess it is kind of becoming that time of year where the NBA stuff is the top headlines. It just kind of creeped me out. I don't think I was ready for it.
The other thing, too, is they moved up the trade deadline a little bit this year, too. So, that's where at the All-Star break, you got to make your trades. There's not like a week after the All-Star break to then make trades after it's done. It's like, here's the All-Star break, and here's the trade deadline. So a lot of stuff will be happening this week.
There's a couple times of the year, though, the time around the All-Star game and the trade deadline, and then the finals through the draft lottery and the draft, where you get like these mini windows of time where the NBA is kind of slugging it out a little bit for the news cycle.
Okay, so I want to see if I can make everybody really hate me in the first segment. You guys ready?
Let's have it.
So Anthony Davis he wants out. He's saying, I want out of New Orleans.
Not going to sign another contract with you.
I want to go to a contender. And let's just pretend the Mavericks are a contender, right?
Yeah.
Because everybody's going to get on the trade machine and be like, Harrison Barnes and Dennis Smith and Wes Matthews. Woo! Right, no chance. But if it started with Luka, would you do it?
I think that's
the only way you can do it.
That's a great question.
It would start with Luka.
It's the most interesting way to talk about that trade from a Mavs
because
perspective.
The other stuff is not real. Like Dennis Smith and whatever.
Yeah,
does not get you Anthony Davis.
Mike's been doing a great job of trying to get involved in 3-way trades. So we could try to skim a little bit of talent off each team.
I would not trade Luka for Anthony Davis, and here's why. Now, Anthony Davis might be the best player in the NBA when he's healthy. He's rarely healthy for his whole career, and that's what is very tough about him. And look, I love him. I think whoever gets him, if he's healthy and is with another star player, they have a chance to win it all. Pretty much immediately if that guy's 100% in the playoffs. But I don't want to trade my 19-year-old guy who's on a rookie deal for the next 4 years for a guy who you're going to have to give 5 years and $240 million after next season is over. That's what he's going to get, which means you got to really lead a team and you got to be healthy for most of the season to rack up the 50 wins. And then you have to be 100% healthy come playoff time to beat some contenders. And so far in his career, he hasn't proven to be healthy enough to do that.
No, I wouldn't do it either because of the health that you mentioned. Anthony Davis is so impressive right now. He's the closest thing to Shaq's dominance that we've seen from a big man, in my opinion.
Except he can shoot.
The way that he took over the playoffs last year with just crashing into the paint and two guys are just falling back and he's dunking and catching alley-oops. He's putting it on the floor and spinning through the lane and players are just like, oh my God, we can't stop this. It's too impressive. So for any one game, any one season, I don't think Anthony Davis would make it out of the top 5 if you had an open draft for any player in the NBA.
Agreed.
But the injuries, and then I'm betting that the three-point line is becoming an even bigger part of the game over the next 10 years. I believe over the last 5 years, we've seen it explode, and it's can continue to grow and grow in its importance. The Pelicans have been getting Anthony Davis some three-point looks, but not a ton. So I'm betting on the upside of Luka. Hopefully Luka stays healthier than Anthony Davis is, but I'm not looking to pay anybody right now. I would be one of the GMs in the NBA saying, I'm not giving anybody a max contract if you can't win games from the three-point line. That's how important I believe it is right now. And we have not seen a team yet prove they can give a player one of these super-duper mega contracts and build a championship roster around it. Houston damn near did it.
Yeah.
But I just think there's 3 solid reasons, even though Anthony Davis is significantly better than Luka right now, that I wouldn't do it.
Now, if he does go to, I'm with you, I would not do that. If he goes to LA and you have LeBron and Anthony Davis and they're both 100% healthy come playoff time, I really don't care what's around them. They have a chance to win it all this year. If they're both 100% healthy going into the playoffs, I don't care about home court advantage. I mean, I know that Golden State would be deeper and they would be the favorite still. And maybe even Houston would be considered. I wonder in Vegas what would happen come playoff time. Like, would Vegas consider Houston a favorite over LA? But if you put both of those guys on the court at the same time, you have arguably the 2 best players in the league. You definitely have 2 of the 5 best players. And if you have Rondo, who's a veteran playoff guy with him, and a couple other veteran playoff guys with him, because they would probably have to unload all of their young talent to do this, they would have a chance to win it all this year. And I just wonder from LA's perspective, let's be realistic on LeBron. He's the best player still in the game. That'll last 2 to 3 more years where I think you can say he's the best. But look at the history of every human being who's played basketball. By the time you get over 35 or 36, you're not the best player in the NBA, no matter who you are. Magic, Kareem, Jordan, Kobe, whoever you were, by the time you hit that 35, 36-year-old mark, which I think LeBron's 33, 34. So I'm going to give him 2 to 4 more years. I'll even get him to 36 years old still being the best. So I think you have to look at that window if you're LA and say, hey, we got to do something quick if we really want to be a champion with LeBron.
This thing isn't developing that great. You know, it's a lot of young guys, and maybe it could if you gave it 2 years to really grow into something. But I can't bet on that right now.
And there was a report I tweeted out yesterday. This was in the morning before we had the Anthony Davis stuff this morning, that right now LA is finding out teams don't love Ingram and Ball as much as they thought teams would really like them. So they're falling on, hey, we're trying to move these young guys for veteran stars, and everybody's turning them down. And so they're finding out that their trade value isn't as much as it could be. But, you know, in it, I think to get Anthony Davis from New Orleans, because they have time. Remember, he's under contract next year for New Orleans. He's not a free agent after the season is over. But to get it done now, if you want LeBron and Anthony Davis in this year's playoffs, I do think you have to put Ball, Ingram, and Kuzma in the deal.
That's what I want. I want LeBron and Anthony Davis in the playoffs together. That would be fun. That would create a lot of intrigue.
Keep my Luka, and then Lakers and Warriors, you guys go to battle. Have a great time.
And I think Houston, too. Yeah, because they're starting to get really good.
Okay, here's my Houston thing.
Okay.
I get to keep seeing, like, hey, James Harden just had his 8th 40-point game of the month and all these silly numbers. I guess LeBron did it as, like, the guy who always has the ball and keeps going to the finals. I just can't, like, Harden, I think about Russell Westbrook, even though obviously Harden can shoot and Russell Westbrook can't. I just think all the way to the finals and to a championship with James Harden having the ball 100% of the time.
No, I can't see them beating.
I just can't see it.
No, okay. Chris Paul's got to be playing at an amazing level and healthy.
And Capella. Now they got Kenneth Faried coming in and getting 15 and 10.
And that defensive coach that they brought back that Skin did a great job talking about early in the season has given them a great sense of defense again. So I think they can make it competitive right now. But last year was special, and that was their major opportunity.
I would like to figure out a way how to skim off of this trade, though, because LA's probably going to need to bring in a third team to make stuff financially work.
Okay.
And I would like to skim off of them.
Okay. You want to tell us a little bit more about that later or now?
I can do it now real quick because the next time I'm going to do it is in 140, 145 area. Is I do think I'm not all for trading Dennis Smith Jr., but you could trade Wesley Matthews and Dennis Smith Jr. in this deal, and they would go to the Pelicans. So the Pelicans would get a young point guard that they would like. And then you could possibly get in the deal Lonzo Ball, Julius Randle, and Caldwell Pope. The problem is with the Lakers, if Caldwell Pope, who has a 100% no trade clause because of the deal he signed, that 1-year deal, if Caldwell Pope says no to any of these deals,
he can squash everything.
The Lakers can't move. They can't get Anthony Davis. It's pretty much impossible for them to get Anthony Davis unless Caldwell Pope will say yes to a trade.
So, yeah, that would be awesome. I mean, from what we heard from Skin, they did not like Julius Randle in free agency, but this was something you would like to see.
I would like to see it done. He has a 2-year deal. He might be able to opt out after this year and he's averaging pretty much almost 20 and 10 off the bench for New Orleans. But New Orleans in this deal, if you're like, well, what does New Orleans get? They would get for Anthony Davis, Wesley Matthews, who's just a throwaway. We're opening up money. They get Brandon Ingram, Dennis Smith Jr., Kyle Kuzma.
It's awesome. I would do that just for Lonzo Ball, just for the upside of Lonzo Ball and his basketball IQ and passing along with Luka. Yeah. That would be, I think, a great fit. If you could find a way to make something like that happen and possibly get a young piece that can be one of the other starters with Luka when they become a playoff team. Yeah. Because right now, I don't think we have any other starters around Luka. Right. In 4 years, when they start making the playoffs, it's going to be completely different guys.
You go Luka, Lonzo, and like 3 Dorian Finney-Smiths.
Yeah.
Listen, just run around, play defense, and shoot when you're open.
Hey, that would be fun to watch. We did have the Pro Bowl last night. The story is
the weather was awful.
The weather,
what a train wreck that game was.
It was train wreck. It was entertaining and frustrating at the same time.
My storyline of the game was Jason, not Garrett, Witten.
Oh yes.
Oh,
Pat Mahomes throws a touchdown to Eric Ebron. Ooh. That's a chief to a Colt.
Ooh.
And he's like, it's been his go-to guy all year.
I think he meant the tight end.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what he meant. That's what I'm going with.
I think maybe he saw number 87, and he was just like, yeah, sure, it's Kelsey.
That was a significant yikes moment.
And then he broke the trophy.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
He broke the MVP trophy. Now, I don't know if maybe it is a 2-part trophy, but he tried to pick it up by the top part.
Yeah.
And the look on Jamal Adams' face, the safety from the Jets who was co-MVP, it looked like he had just destroyed his home. He was oh my God, that's my trophy, and you just pulled it in half.
He broke his favorite Christmas tree ornament.
Maybe it's because it's humid in Orlando and it was raining. The glue didn't have a good time to set, and then
maybe something heavy you pick up from the base. There's so much.
You just grabbed it by the little top decoration.
There's so much nerves right now with Witten because he's becoming self-conscious. That I think he's overthinking everything, and it's hard to be natural and just do what's right in the moment when you start getting nervous. Everybody knows what it's like. You're trying to talk with a boss. You're trying to talk with a woman in high school. It's like, dude, why am I so nervous? My brain's not working. That's the mode Jason Witten's in. And it's going to take years as a broadcaster to get over that if you don't have it naturally. I've been in this broadcast thing for 20 years. I'm not on TV. You know why? Because I'm not a natural. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to be on camera and be flowing. Mike's great at it.
Thank you.
Jeff's got good hair and he's laid back.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think he might be a natural at it as well. I know I'm not, so I can spot another non-natural. And Witten ain't it.
No,
it's going to take a lot of experience to get there.
I think he's going to go into coaching soon enough.
Yeah,
I think he'll give it one more try.
Better be a coordinator because it's going to get awkward up on the podium too.
People probably don't realize is you have to work really hard to be good at that.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of guys just want to go in and they're like, my knowledge is 1,000 times better than your knowledge. That's right.
Yeah.
But can you present that knowledge in a way that's entertaining and you're learning and you're feeling like, well, I'm having a fun time with this? Because Romo's unbelievable at it. One of the best ever to just step away from the game and then get in a booth and be just that great at it. And Witten is a guy that should be doing low-level games where barely anybody's hearing them. And then 5 years into it, if he's gotten better, we can start elevating him.
Yeah, but it's like the name and the star power is the bigger thing. And the people that hire him must know that that's what the audience is actually caring for, right?
Yeah.
For the most part. It's only when it becomes a bit awkward that it becomes obvious, that they're promoting guys faster than they should.
All right, tell me how you guys felt about this, because I was actually kind of in on it. I don't care about the Pro Bowl, but it is relevant because I guarantee you if we have the TV ratings, generally speaking, the Pro Bowl does about twice as good as the Stanley Cup Finals. So people watch it because there's football on. When they just said, you know what, forget it. Zeke, go rush the passer. Alvin Kamara, go rush the passer. Jalen Ramsey,
catch
receiver.
a touchdown.
Mike Evans, go make an interception. All of that stuff. Yes, if we're not playing football, just bid it up.
I know.
Just go let them do whatever they want because we're not playing anyway.
Okay.
People, I can tell that some people, even that we work with, haven't really watched the Pro Bowl, and I can't even tell you all the rules anymore because I know they changed them because it's not football. But I think I was sitting next to KT, and it was like a run play, and a guy reached out and touched the bicep of a runner, and they're like, beep, 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 play's dead. It's like, you've touched a guy, it's over. And it was like, really? Is that really how it works? Like, yeah, you don't tackle in this game.
Ooh, not even any time.
No, if you get a hold of a guy or get close to getting a hold of a guy, that's why it got so confusing when there was an interception. They started pitching it around, and Saquon Barkley on defense ended up with the ball. And the refs were like, okay, we've been whistling as soon as anyone's close to touching anyone, but this play's kind of wild. Do we let him keep going? And so Saquon's kind of breaking half-ass tackles. The refs are like, I don't know. Earlier, we would have blown that dead 11 times by now, but this is kind of exciting. Do we let it keep going? And then Zeke on 4th and 13, fake punt, direct snap to Zeke. That was the moment where I was like, somebody on that defense is about to wake up and break somebody. Okay, is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Because we're not going to tackle. You're going to 4th and 13, fake punt to a running back who's going to try hard.
Yeah.
We're going to resurrect Sean Taylor and take somebody's head off is what we're going to do.
I think we need to keep going with it. Last night was what should have been the spark for the rules people at the Pro Bowl.
No one's allowed to play their regular position at the Pro Bowl.
No tackling. No real plays that you would run in an actual game. Only trick plays.
Imagine being a right tackle in the Pro Bowl who's been not blocking defensive linemen the entire game. You just hang out with each other. And then they bring in Alvin Kamara, who's super excited. He's like, here I go. And the tackle's like, whoops, I forgot.
Amari Cooper snaps it. Travis Frederick next year is the wide receiver on a play.
Yes.
They both switch positions.
Absolutely.
All right, it's winning time. GBAG Nation, text the word purse to 72881. That's PURSE to 72881. The word's purse. Every hour, 16 past the hour, chance to win $1,000 right here on your Turn It On, Leave It On station, part of this national contest. So it continues all the way through the Ben and Skin show this afternoon. We'll come back and guess what day it is. And then we have MVP odds for the Super Bowl, first to score odds as well, and the big baseball announcement from Friday right here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
The one place to grab the fan wherever you go. Radio.com. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
It all starts with just one thing. This year, resolve to use your car less. You can carpool to work a few days a week, use public transportation like buses and trains, and walk any distance under a mile. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details. Need some extra cash today? Do you have bad credit or maxed out credit cards? If so, turn your radio up. 45cash.com is one of the nation's largest personal loan networks with over 50 different lenders. Now you can get a personal loan for up to $5,000 with any type of credit discreetly from your computer or smartphone and with no paperwork to send in. That's right, no paperwork whatsoever. Your cash can hit your bank account as soon as tomorrow, as our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history. Just have a checking account and a regular source of income. Go to 45cash.com and you can get the loan you need now, regardless of your credit. Go to 45cash.com from your smartphone or computer to get the cash you need. Visit 45cash.com. Type www.45cash.com directly into the address bar. That's 45cash.com. 45cash.com.
Texas, welcome to Save Yourself with Geico.
You say goodbye to somebody.
Okay, bye.
But then, unfortunately, you both walk in the same direction.
Oh.
You couldn't save yourself from the thick stew of awkward this situation delivers. But you could save yourself hundreds by switching your car insurance to Geico.
Yes.
You could save on motorcycle, boat, and RV insurance, too.
Nice.
Plus, the Geico Insurance Agency could help you save on homeowners and renters insurance.
Oh.
While your choice of walking direction has become your biggest problem, you should know Geico is the second largest auto insurer in the country.
Okay.
Geico even offers 24/7 access to licensed agents and emergency roadside service.
So, weather.
Ah, and now you're resorting to local weather talk. Speaking of, your local Geico agent could help you save even more,
Ooh.
like with federal and military discounts.
You couldn't save yourself from a goodbye, oh, hello situation, but you could save yourself hundreds with Geico online, over the phone, or at your local office.
If you're struggling financially, pick up the phone and call Mark Rubin. He can help you. Compounding credit card debt can eat you alive. Don't go through that by yourself, especially when there's help out there. Help that's easy to talk to, like our guy, Mark Rubin. Yeah, Mark Rubin is the dude. He's helped so many people. We always talk about thousands of folks have turned to him. Well, a ton of those people are our Tolo listeners. That's because Mark has been riding with 105.3 for over a decade. He's been with us in different incarnations. He's always been partners with the Ben and Skin Show, and we appreciate that. So we know a lot about Mark besides just, what he does with his profession there. And we know that he's a good dude. You'll like him. And why does that matter? Because when you're handing over, your personal financial situation, you want to feel confident in the person you're handing it over to. Mark will instill confidence in you immediately. You're going to like working with him, whether it's foreclosure or repossession or IRS problems or medical bills or whatever has put you in this bad spot. Let Mark Rubin get you out of it. It's Mark Rubin and Rubin and Associates at 1-800-Lawyers, or check him out online at DallasTexasLegal.com.
Hey, DFW, Fitness Connection is having their grand opening celebration at the new Watauga location at 8428 Denton Highway. Join us this Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m. for free class demos, food, and a chance to win free TVs, gym memberships, and more. Visit fitnessconnection.com for details.
Ben and Skin here for the WinStar World Casino and Resort. And if you haven't seen the lineup of amazing shows coming out to WinStar's Global Event Center, you need to head to winstar.com right now and check out the event calendar. Next up on February the 22nd, Mr. Worldwide himself, Pitbull. And then the following night, catch R&B legend Charlie Wilson on February 23rd. And let's do it all night long on March 1st with the one and only Lionel Richie. Tickets for all shows are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. And for a full event calendar, head over to winstar.com. Do it now.
Gavin Dawson here for the Texans Can Academy. If your New Year's resolution is to help more people in need, Texans Can Academies can help you get that done right now. You can help change the lives of thousands of local kids with the donation of your vehicle. Cars, trucks, SUVs, running or not. It's the Texans Can Academies, carsforkids.org. 100% of the proceeds go to the kids. You'll receive the highest possible tax deduction for your donations. 972-274-5437, supporting Texans Can Academies in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Garland. Remember to write off the car, not the kid.
We are the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. 105.3 The Fan. We're brought to you by Exogen. Let's guess what day it is.
Cold and flu season is around the corner, and people with conditions like heart disease, asthma, and cancer are especially at risk. Use the thermometer that you and your family can trust, the Exogen Temporal Scanner. Its accuracy is backed by more than 70 clinical studies, and it's the leading thermometer used in hospitals.
Back to more GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's a Cowboy Monday, presented by Albertsons and Tom Thumb on 105.3 The Fan.
We are live at Radio Row in Atlanta, brought to you by our friends at Twin Peaks. Each drinks scenic views. Segment's brought to you by 1-800-Lawyers. Hurt in an accident and it's not your fault? Call the office of Frankel & Frankel right now, 1-800-Lawyers. The strong army of attorneys to fight for you. Principal office, Dallas, Texas. How about the teenager last night becoming the only guy at that age ever with 2 triple-doubles? We'll talk about that a little bit later, about 5 minutes from now. But before we get there, let's answer a question from his teammate, Dirk Nowitzki.
Uh-oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is, huh? Anybody?
Lucius, how is DFW and what day is it?
Man, DFW is wild.
Oh, no.
In the past 2 weeks, I have seen 4 people just blow through red lights.
Oh, no.
Not even like that little yellow and it just turned red, so you kind of just made it.
Uh-huh.
No, I'm talking about totally blow through lights.
You in Sunnyvale?
And I've seen 2 police chases face to face out here on these streets in the past 2 weeks.
20, 30? What road are we talking?
So what the hell is going on out here? 30 and 20.
Yeah.
What's going on out here, Dallas? Come on, man.
I don't know. Those seem like great corridors to run from the police. When you're
a lot of straight aheads.
You're never going to make it. You're not going to outrun these cops, yo.
Once they get that bird in the sky.
That's the give-up point.
Yeah.
If it's cars.
And you have a motorcycle or a Ferrari,
have a
you got a chance if you can ditch them in like 3 minutes.
First time you see something in the air, it's the wrong area to try to outrun a chopper, Yeah. You need bridges, overpasses, cars you can switch into, and nobody's ready for that.
I always notice that kind of stuff, Lucius, though, and when you start seeing them happening in quick succession, you're like, man, are people starting to freak out?
People are losing it.
Is this the beginning of a massive, like, nationwide stress out moment?
Oh, dear.
We're all going like,
dear.
End
4 red lights
on each other.
4 red lights, just blowing all the way through them like it's not even there.
So it's people are running red lights day here on a Monday?
Don't run a red light today.
Okay. Mike?
Today is designer jean pockets are done. I saw a guy walk by. And
what does that mean? Is it the stuff with the designs on the pocket?
Yeah, like
you Troy
know,
Hughes wears?
I think that was about 10 to 15 years ago that became popular.
It's like a shiny fleur-de-lis on your back pocket.
It's like
Bedazzled.
7 for All Mankind, I think, was like one of the companies that like, hey, we're going to really design the back pockets of your jeans. And I always thought like, that's kind of cool for girls because you kind of look at their butts.
What?
But
kind of used to,
Yeah.
And nobody looks at a guy's butt.
I just never thought like it looked right on guys' jeans.
Well, that's because you didn't want to look at their butt and it was drawing you to their butt.
Well, I don't know, but the guy just walked by and I feel like those are 10-year-old jeans. I don't know if they're still doing that, but I just feel like that's really, to me, out of style to have a whole bunch of designs on your butt if you're a guy for your jeans.
Go get some new jeans day.
Ooh, you know what? I
kind of shift a little bit.
I have to do that. I couldn't find my preferred jeans before we came, so I brought my one other pair of jeans. I own 2 pair.
Okay.
Already got a little steak sauce on it.
All right.
And I'm going to have to wear these all week.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go find a cleaner.
I think we're in them all. I think we're attached to them all.
Are we?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to have to go buy some jeans. It's going to have to go down.
We're in a really cool spot downtown Atlanta. We're in between like the basketball arena and the football stadium.
Yeah.
Like it's all
and
happening
the
right
College Football Hall of Fame is connected to us, so right after show, we're going to the College Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff happening down here.
That'd be good. Gavin, is there a guess in there?
Now, speaking of Sunnyvale, I'm going to go with get a silenced firearm day.
Oh, God.
I was taking Abby to gymnastics Friday evening, and the sun is setting. It's at dusk.
Yeah.
And I'll be damned, we're coming down Tripp Road, and I look over to the right, and in somebody's front yard is about a 60-pound coyote. It's all mangy and snarly. It looked like it might have gotten just kicked out of the pack, like he got in a fight. He was limping real bad, but he was looking for something to eat.
Yeah.
And I said, honey, if I came out the front door right now and I saw that coyote, I couldn't shoot him because then the police officers would arrive. That's discharging a firearm inside city limits. Big old fine and all that.
Yeah.
I need a silenced firearm so I can take out that mangy mutt without drawing attention.
Yeah. Can you... I was told I could kill the possum that was in my backyard with like some sort of like air rifle.
Yeah, give it a shot.
And that would be okay.
Yeah.
What would that do to the coyote? It would scare him and not want to come back to that area, but it wouldn't kill a coyote.
I think it would make him sad because he's already mangy and limping, and now his ribs hurt. So he just this sucks.
Maybe that's the play. One of those real air rifles that cost $200 or $300. Because I think if you put a pellet in one of those and hit a coyote in the head, he's not going to make it that long. Those things go boom though.
Oh,
and when the police arrive, you're like, it's not a firearm. This was an air rifle, sir.
That's why I've just always been like, I'll go down to any beach I can find in Texas with a metal detector. I've been building a stockpile of hand grenades. So if I ever have a coyote in the front yard, hopefully one of them works.
You aren't missing one, are you?
No.
I saw over the weekend.
Did you see the Taco Bell story?
Yeah.
That might be Jeffrey time. I don't know. We'll see. There's a lot going on today. Today is Rattlesnake Roundup Day.
Awesome.
Whatever that means. It's Pop Art Day, whatever that means.
I used to like that TV show where those guys would go around in the desert and pull up the snakes. And they'd be like, that's a $40 bill right there. And they'd reach down and pick up the rattler because they were selling the snakes. Oh, there's a $20 bill.
That's insane.
Were you the one that told me about that? There's a $50 bill.
I think so.
Yeah, that's a good show.
National Kazoo Day. Nothing wrong with the kazoo. That's a very simple instrument, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Tiny guy like that. Data Privacy Day. Keep it close. You know what I realized today? Speaking of data privacy.
We're just logged onto the Wi-Fi here without a password.
Outside of that, well, probably equally dangerous is if this laptop craps out, I've put a lot of faith in it.
Ooh.
And it remembers my logins to everything.
Ooh.
If it ever craps out, I can't log in anything.
Yeah.
I don't know any passwords.
CA's been telling me about this app for years, and I'd
forget the password to my
password.
Yeah, I would forget the password to get in.
Look at all the. I got like 40 passwords in here. It
Show
is
me
amazing
all your
how
passwords.
Let's see it.
Yeah,
it is amazing how many
Let's
passwords.
see all your passwords.
Prove it. Who do you bank with?
You don't believe me, do you?
I'll take a picture of it on my phone.
Need to see that.
I mean, look at all this, Mike. Look it up there. American Airlines, My Frequent Flyer, Abby's Frequent Flyer stuff.
What bank is he with, Mike?
GBAG Twitter. Let's give that one out.
You got GBAG Twitter. You got the Intercom portal. You got the Rec Soccer Team login.
Today is National Blueberry Pancake Day.
So I like making my kids like when I put 2 of my 3 kids love when I put blueberries into the pancakes.
It's not pancakes, but they have donuts back there for us here on Radio Row. And Mike and I walked back there, and he was just like salivating. And he was like, listen, I can't have one. He's like, but come with me. Let's walk around every box, see what they have, and I'll tell you what's the best. It was a great trip.
Yeah, we did a video of it. It should be up on 105thefan.com right now.
Check it out.
Yeah, nice video.
Today
I did take a bite of one.
Yeah, you did. Today is Daisy Day. Daisy, if you do.
Be one,
You're no Daisy. Today is Bubble Wrap Appreciation Day.
Now, you don't want the Daisy BB gun. That's not going to take out a coyote or a possum.
Does it shoot flowers?
No, it's just
a little tiny guy?
Yeah, it's just a toy.
Little punk.
It'll hurt. I think it might break human skin.
Okay. That's what day it is.
All right, and that's what day it is, GBAG Nation.
Right.
Luka Doncic becomes the youngest player ever with 2 triple-doubles. They still did lose to Toronto. But just, we talked at the top of the show about Anthony Davis and the hypothetical. Would you trade Luka for Anthony Davis? That's neither here nor there, because I don't think the Mavs would be interested in doing it at all. But it's a fun hypothetical. But just about his game last night, and now he's got 2 triple-doubles in the last, 10 days. I feel like his game is just getting better and better and better, and he's figuring out more and more and more throughout his rookie year. So every month or so, or maybe every 2 weeks, it's time to reevaluate what his upside is, what his ceiling is. And for the last month or so, I felt like, man, maybe he is going to become one of the top players of all time. I mean, that's a real exclusive club, Magic and Jordan. I don't think he's going to get to that Wilt Chamberlain status, but maybe in the KG Dirk club, if you put Dirk and KG in the same club,
yeah.
I think he's going there for sure right now.
I think you can start dreaming now of 2 to 3 years from now. Is Luka now considered a top 5 player in the NBA? Today, it's always tough to start comparing like what you're talking about. But I think we're getting to the point where we could see where you talk about Harden right now and LeBron and Durant and Greek Freak and Anthony Davis, that 2 to 3 years from now, as LeBron starts fading away and stuff like that, that all of a sudden you're going to start saying, hey, is Luka now a top 5 player in the NBA? And I know it's very tough because I didn't even mention Kawhi Leonard, which – that's the amazing thing about last night. I know Kawhi did not guard him all game. He did not put up 35 points and 10 assists just against Kawhi. Kawhi, though, did guard him some of the game, and he went up against the best wing defender probably in the NBA and went for 35 and 10 offensively. Obviously, he got the 12 rebounds for the triple-double. But, yeah, I don't know what now the ceiling is on him.
Yeah, and it's
high. It's very high.
I think he's going to be a top 10, top 12 player. What happens with Jason Tatum's career? What happens with Joel Embiid's career?
Right.
And who does he get ahead of first, you think, when you go LeBron, KD, Steph, Harden? Do you have Kawhi Leonard? Is Westbrook the 6th best player? Can he overcome that? Or even Paul George? There's a big collection of guys he would have to start surpassing. And even then it would be subjective. Their fans might not feel like Luka's passed him.
I think the great thing right now is today. He's still 19. He turns 20 in February. I think now you can put him on the border of he's a top 20 player in the NBA right now. I think to your point, there's a lot of great names, and you're probably going to get to a dozen to 15 names and say, okay, not yet.
Yeah.
But I think once you get to about name 16, 17, and 18, you start going, wait a second. Is now Luka like right around there? I think he's borderline now one of the 20 best players in the NBA. And since we're in Atlanta, and there's Rick Campbell over there doing his show, NBA TV, how stupid does Atlanta feel right now? They traded away what we think is going to be a top 10 player in the NBA in his prime, possibly even top 5, maybe able to lead you to a championship. And they gave him away for Trae Young. And if they were to get lucky, they don't even get lucky. If our ball comes up in the top 3, they don't get the pick.
No.
It just stays with the Mavericks.
They fell in love with Trae Young a little bit too much. I mean, how could you not look at the last 15 games of the season and be like, wow, this is a real risky pick.
Yeah, and Trae Young might be fine.
He may turn into something, but
he's not going to.
What he's done so far, he's a 40% shooter, 29% from 3. That ain't what they meant to pick.
Well, this month, Luka is averaging 23 points, 8.5 rebounds, and 6.5 assists.
Wow.
So you're talking about a guy that's putting himself in that superstar club. Once you're at 25, 7.5, that's Jordan territory.
Yeah.
So he is right there already at just 19 years old this month. And if it gets just a little bit incrementally better over the next 2 months, I don't know, this could be his best month of his rookie year. But if it continues to get a little bit better, then I think we're going to be thinking top 10 going into next year in the league.
And that's where Skin talks about how lucky we got. the Mavericks only had to be bad for 2 years to get their next superstar. Now you have to build around that superstar. That's another quest that they have to go on in the next 2 to 3 years.
Oh, the tanking discussion?
Yeah.
I've always felt like bad franchises screw that up.
Yeah.
If you believe that your owner and head coach and GM are smart, it's not going to take you 2 decades.
Right. It took them 2 years. It took them. We were bad. We got Dennis Smith Jr. You know, that one obviously is a question mark on how that one's going. Then you were bad the next year, and you got the 5th pick because you were unlucky in the lottery balls. You're supposed to have the 30. You traded up, and now you have the superstar. Hopefully you sign him forever. He doesn't Anthony Davis you here. And you have him for the next dozen years or so as a top 10, 15 player in the NBA, and you can win a championship with him.
If you can evaluate, you're going to get close enough to make trades. You can take the player. You can take advantage of stupid teams. You know, billionaires are constantly buying the NBA teams. You have one in Sacramento. You have one in Memphis. You have one in Brooklyn. And in the first 5 to 6 years of them owning teams where they're figuring stuff out, they like to be involved.
Steal their players.
Yes, and it happens all the time, you know, and some teams stay dumb. And obviously we see that in the NFL and, you know, quite often.
I was talking to Ben about this last night, and he's saying, man, Mike, you were in on this early. And I said, look, all I did was I watched 3 Europe games. Like I watched the whole game that he played in. I'd fast forward when he came out of the game. I was like, this dude looks like Magic Johnson. Now, Magic has fancy highlight passes, but I didn't know he was going to be able to score right now. He's averaging almost 24 in this month. It looks like he's going to be a guy that averages 25 to 35 points a game in his prime. I thought he was going to be more like 18 points, 12 assists, more of a disher where he can score.
Yeah.
Then like, I'm going to be able to, I'll just go to Larry Bird. I'll be able to score 30 on a nightly basis and also give you 7 to 10 assists.
Is that where you thinking his career scoring averages or his prime scoring average is going to be?
I think he'll be somewhere between 25 and 30 points a game in his prime, and he'll be somewhere between 7 to 11 assists. I won't put it past him to be a double-double guy, but I'll say something like and then giving you somewhere between 6 to 10 boards a year.
Just stupid. That, you know, we're so blessed. I was talking with
19.
I was talking with a buddy in Seattle, and you know, I worked with him in Portland where the NBA was big, and he's a huge NBA fan, and he was like, I can't believe Luka. Like that's what he was talking about. Yeah. Like, man, we need an NBA team so we can be talking about this stuff up in Seattle again.
And he's doing it in the most clutch moments.
Yeah.
I didn't get to see last night, you know, and I know that they didn't win, but the other night when they won against Detroit and the game was on the line and somebody needed to close it out, Luka's like, yeah, I will do an unbelievable dribble to the free throw line, act like I'm going all the way, stop, then shoot a fadeaway, kind of like Dirk used to do, and he made it to like, yeah, we won. And I know, give me the ball in the most clutch moments, and I know we're going to win. And I know they're not off to a 50-win season this year, but you can see it in him that if you give him the ball at the game on the line, he's going to come through.
All right, that's the NBA opinions and thoughts of one Mike Bassick, the world's biggest Mavs fan. He's also a former Rangers pitcher. He's got baseball nuggets coming up in 1 hour. You can watch us live here on Radio Row. The Fan Cam brought to you by the Low T Center. As it's going to be a great week here, and we'd love to have you stick around for the all 5 days, all 5 hours. Tolo, should the Cowboys really be all the way out on that guy already? It's next in the nation.
Coming up today on the Ben and Skin Show. Day 1 of our exploits from Radio Row. Me, Ben, and KT are out there in Atlanta, and we'll bring you all the Super Bowl hype, surprise interviews, and, hey, the latest NBA trade rumors. Roll home with us, the Ben and Skin Show, 3 to 7 on 105.3 The Fan.
DFW Airport makes parking for air travel easy as a click with new prepaid parking online. Just click, park, and save up to 50%. Plus, use your toll tag to make parking even easier. Visit dfwairport.com/park.
Lost in the shuffle of the New Year celebration and the stock market tanking, mortgage rates have dropped, and they've dropped a lot. Hi, I'm Kevin Miller with TexasLending.com. If you haven't been paying attention, mortgage rates have dropped so much, even if you bought a home last summer, you may be able to save hundreds of bucks each month. Call TexasLending.com, 972-387-4600, or go online and apply with TexasLending.com. And if you're trying to get cash out to pay off bills, maybe you have a New Year's resolution to consolidate debt and lower the rates, call TexasLending.com, 972-387-4600. Go online and apply today with TexasLending.com. We'll get back with you right away. TexasLending.com. We've won the consumer's choice for the last 11 years. Call us today, TexasLending.com.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com. 4100 Alpha Road, Suite 300, Dallas, Texas, 75244. And MLS number 137773. Equal housing lender.
Are you ready to drive into the new year in a luxury vehicle? Well, it's only one click away at CertifiedAutoplex.com, home of the lifetime powertrain warranty. Yes, you heard me right. Free lifetime powertrain warranty on most makes and models. With a refreshingly honest, no-pressure experience and rates below industry standard, Certified Autoplex helps you get the car you deserve. We have hundreds of luxury vehicles to choose from. Browse our inventory online at CertifiedAutoplex.com. That's CertifiedAutoplex.com.
Our coverage of Radio Row from Atlanta is presented by Twin Peaks, Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 53. And you can watch us on our Low T Center fan cam at 1053thefan.com/fancam.
This is Casey Smith, head athletic trainer of your Dallas Mavericks. Nutrition is extremely important for professional athletes, and at the Mavs, we take nutrition very seriously, which is why I am excited to announce that Soda Weight Loss is the official nutritional weight loss partner of the Dallas Mavericks. I met with Soda's doctors and staff, and their habit-changing program aligns with my belief that effective weight loss begins with a focus on changing your mindset about how, when, and why you eat certain foods. They have 7 local nutritional facilities, an amazing staff, well over 1,000 online reviews, and tremendous results for their clients. Now you too can feel what it's like to have professional nutritional support, including a plan, goals, support, and accountability, just like the pros. Take 5 minutes today and go to sodaweightloss.com, SOTA weightloss.com, or call 800-555-6521. Soda Weight Loss. It's state of the art.
Indeed knows it's hard to find qualified candidates when you're hiring.
It's like finding a unicorn.
But when you post your job on Indeed, it's easy to find people with the skills you need.
Nurse practitioner, 4+ years experience, acute care certification.
Indeed has a huge pool of amazing candidates and screener tools that help you find your most qualified applicants.
Whoa, an entire short list of unicorns.
Now, get a $50 credit to give your first job posting premium placement at Indeed.com/credit. Terms, conditions, quality standards, and usage limits apply. Additional terms online.
Looking for ways to save with your Medicare plan? Walgreens is a preferred network pharmacy with many plans nationwide, which could mean lower copays for you. So bring your prescriptions to a Walgreens pharmacy today to start saving. Walgreens, trusted since 1901. Walgreens participates as a preferred network pharmacy with United Healthcare, Cigna HealthSpring, and Express Scripts Medicare. For a complete list of available plans, please contact 1-800-MEDICARE. TTY users should call 1-877-486-2048. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or consult www.medicare.gov. Other pharmacies are available in our network.
It's a Fan Football Reaction Monday, brought to you by carsforkids.org, supporting the Texans Can Academies.
The KNC Masterpiece, that's us again, is heading back to the owner's box inside the Omni Dallas Hotel tomorrow from 7 to 11 p.m.
where you can once again hang out with us, the KNC Masterpiece. Yeah, that's still us. And enjoy some great food and wash it down with an ice-cold beverage. Details at 1053thefan.com.
Hey guys, good news. The outrageously expensive little blue pill is now generic, which means you can get the prescription medication to treat ED at affordable prices. And Hims makes it extra affordable. Right now, get your first month supply for free. All you pay is just $5 for your medical consultation when you go to forhims.com/order. After that, it's just $30 for a month's supply. Sure beats paying big bucks for just one blue pill, doesn't it? Plus, you won't need an awkward in-person doctor's appointment to get the prescription. Hims has doctors online who can prescribe the medication, and a pharmacy sends it right to your door. It's affordable, private, and incredibly easy. Nobody likes dealing with ED. Now, thanks to Hims, nobody has to. And that's really good news. To get your first order for just $5, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/order. That's forhims.com/order for your first month for just $5. forhims.com/order.
Nothing goes better with cold weather than cold hard cash. Your next shot at $1,000 happens at 16 past the hour on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Dallas Truck World, people. They've got the Jeeps, and more Jeeps. There's 60 in stock, and you can check them all out today at DallasTruckWorld.com.
Well, thanks, Lucius. It is the GBAG Nation here on The Fan Live from Radio Row. And the topic here is, I understand David Irving's story is very frustrating for the team, for fans. But I think he's so good. And that's important here. But I also think he's showing signs that he's trying to find a solution to his depression.
What? The commercials? You think those commercials were a good sign? Okay,
No.
I shouldn't joke about that. Go.
No, but that's a good conversation piece, because it was at the end of his last attempt to re-engage with society and pull out of his depression that he was confident and comfortable enough to go meet the attorney, to actually follow through on a plan to film a TV ad, to go there and do several of them over the course of an afternoon, and to be like, hey, job done. Shortly after that, the suspension comes back into play. He's away from the team, and the wheels completely fall off. But I think with people, and I'm going to need your help a lot on this, Jeff.
Come on with it.
We all know some people who deal with depression in one way or another, whether it's a family member or a friend. So we all have a different level of understanding about it. But I think Jeff, no doubt, has the best perspective on it. I think when you're trying to pull out of your depression, it's kind of like building a house of cards. And if you can complete the house of cards and have it sit there, it settles in with some pretty good super glue, right? But in the process of building that house of cards, you're not super gluing every piece. So if at any point you fall on the way to the top, boom, it can crumble on you. And all of a sudden you're back at the very beginning. And if the very beginning is not getting out of bed, not doing anything in the off season, but now it's the regular season and the team's really disappointed you and your teammates are like, you know what, to hell with him. But really for you are robbed of your ability to process your consequences of your actions because you don't care. People that are that depressed, can go down a path that ends up taking their life, even though it's devastating everybody in their family. They just get in this mode where none of the real life stuff that can make sense to most other people matters. So what we need to do is get David Irving back to a spot where he's building that house of cards again, get that damn thing built, help him build it, put the super glue on it, and then we can move forward and he can move forward with some semblance of a career. It's not like he wants to be turning down an opportunity to make $15 million a year. There is a lot of internal sabotage. He has made a lot of these things happen to himself, but we understand depression well enough now to know guys like this shoot themselves in the foot constantly on the way to getting to a point where they can consistently contribute. Look at Charles Haley. If Charles Haley had grown up in this era, he'd be out of football by now. He'd be like, holy cow, did you hear what he did in a film room? Yeah. Did he hear what he said to this guy? Charles Haley played at a time where he was able to have crazy stuff happening, but it didn't get him removed.
Toy with himself in front of reporters.
It was horrible. Going after beat writers. I mean, he was much more bad behaved. David Irving's biggest problem is he can't get out of bed. He can't stay motivated on task because the depression keeps dragging him back down to the lowest depths of who he is.
So I think that becomes a challenge because there's two parts to it. One is I would imagine a lot of sports fans probably don't care all that much about the individuals that are wearing the jersey, right? They're watching the games. They want to know about the sports. Now, let's say you work with David Irving. Let's say you're the defensive line coach. Let's say you're the defensive coordinator, and you spend all your time like, heck yeah, when he gets in there, we're going to be a freaking force. And then he's never in there because he doesn't show up to work. It's tough because there's two different things.
Yeah,
you have
absolutely.
You have the human being, and then you have the people who are responsible for working with him every day who are constantly like, listen, I really, in my human brain, am pulling for you and want your life to work out, want you to be in a better place, want you to all this. The other part of me is we need you on this field because you make us so much better and you're constantly letting me down. So when am I willing to say, listen, I'm sorry, but the work part is done because you're not helping us. We can't rely on you. And everybody's looking at us like, why is David still here? Yeah. He shows up every 13th day. Like, what are we doing?
And to be fair to everybody up there could easily be things that have happened that have made it a deal breaker now that they're not going to share with the public at all.
And this is part of team building, I think, in every sport, is what will you deal with for talent? Yeah. And in the case of David Irving, without having to coach him every day, which I could imagine would be a super challenge when you're looking at your phone every day, like he didn't answer the phone, he's not at work. What the God, David. But then the other side is, okay, well, who's interested in him in the NFL? Because the answer is probably no one.
Wow.
Because they know that you've had all this happen. So, like, most people around the league are like, David Irving for what? No, thank you. So if he's already here, and it's essentially league minimum for a guy that if you can get him together,
just keep trying.
As a game changer. If it's me, I keep trying.
Okay.
Now, I don't have to coach him every day. I don't have to deal with him not being there every day.
Yeah.
I'm on the outside. But for that amount of talent, when it's essentially league minimum year after year, I keep trying.
I just think there was this massive shift where at the beginning of the year, everybody was with Irving, and we just needed
because
to wait.
we thought he was going to show up at some point.
Yeah.
I think
but even his teammates were like, hey, he can just show up. Like, that was Tyrone Crawford's deal. But something changed, and I guess I'm just saying, if something so significant happened to make you change the way you're looking at it so profoundly, because now it's like, forget about it. We're never talking about him again. I'm like, okay, what was it? Because it doesn't make sense that your team constant second chance, but with this one, it's no second chance.
I'm with Jeff on this. I will sign him to league minimum because probably nobody wants him. I'm probably going to have to deal with another suspension to start the year next year because he didn't show up for drug tests. I don't know if it's a 4-game, an 8-game, a whole year. I need to make sure that the NFL rules don't limit me from keeping that extra player on my team. Look, for the 53rd guy on my team, I'll take David Irving and all his issues for league minimum, for veteran league minimum, over the 7th-round pick who's going to be on my practice squad most of the year. I'll do that, but I don't want to commit anything more to that. If somebody comes in and says, David, we're going to give you a 1-year, $2.5 million contract, I'll be like, David, good luck, man. I hope everything works out for you. It just doesn't seem to work out here at all when it comes to being healthy enough physically or mentally to be on a football field.
Yeah, so I think we're right about the same place with it, and it works out great that probably no other team's going to be that interested in him, right? So
I wonder, what do you think? Like, let's just say the Cowboys do this. Do you expect that he will get a suspension?
Yeah. Because I don't think he is in that great of a pattern right now.
Yeah,
you need to somehow fish him.
If you sign him, let's say you sign him on March 3rd or whatever, when we're in spring training, hey, the Cowboys ended up giving the league minimum. David Irving agreed to it. Do you think the NFL will come down at some point and say, okay, you guys retained him, he's still in the NFL, he didn't show up for however many drug tests, he has now an 8-game suspension because he's already done a 4-game suspension for drugs?
Could absolutely see that, and maybe it's, performance enhancing. I don't know what kind of things he's avoiding by staying away from the testing, but I think the NFL has a pretty strong pattern of being unrelenting when you're skipping tests. They're almost going to assume the worst.
Part of me feels bad for him, but I will say there is, unfortunately, in my heart, more of the side that doesn't feel bad for him at all, that you're now on your 4th or 5th opportunity in the NFL, and I'm okay with the Cowboys giving him another opportunity, as in his 5th opportunity. He's failed 4 times, as in, like, we're trying to give you everything. If you could have stayed on the straight and narrow, you would be making probably $10 to $14 million a year, because that's how talented you are.
He's amazing at playing football, and this defense is not good enough. 16th in sacks, pass defense bad, and sure, they could spend a little bit of money and get Earl Thomas. Randy Gregory could be better, but we also got pretty lucky in the injury department.
Yeah.
A lot of guys stayed healthy. We need bodies to push this defense into being a top 5 defense with Dak at quarterback if you're going to win the Super Bowl.
Third in passing down, and you have a healthy mentally and physically David Irving with Randy Gregory and DeMarcus Lawrence, and then you put whoever you want, Tyron Crawford, Collins, whoever you want as the other guy right there.
You'd be one of the best in the league.
That's really tough to block, I would think.
Yeah. Now, the challenge is, if you are the general manager and the owner, is whatever percentage you believe that's going to be a thing worth not trying to address that position with somebody who can play.
Yeah.
Right? You get a 3rd round, 4th round pick, and you're like, guys, we can get an interior guy that can help our team that won't play if David shows up. Should we just eliminate David? What are the odds that we think we're going to have David? Is it 50%? Is it 15%?
Yeah.
And, because
there are lost causes.
Yeah.
There's lost causes in the mental health game where it's like, dude, maybe way down the road, but for the time being, there's no foreseeable development in the next 5 years. And I'm sure if you're the Cowboys, you're investing in the kind of professionals that could diagnose something like that or give you their medical opinion.
And Jerry's generally been, at least to my knowledge, a guy who, even if you said, listen, we're cutting ties with you on our football team because we can't rely on you, and it's not good for anybody. Everybody looks at it like, why are we doing all this for him? So you're not going to be on our football team, but I'm here.
Yeah.
Like, if there's something I can do to help you, I'll help you.
The other thing too is, I think if you do want him on your team, I'm assuming he's going to miss the first 8 games because of missing the drug test, that you kind of need to sign him you're not going to have to pay him because he's going to get suspended by the NFL for the drug test situation, is that you can work with him and get him ready for the second half of the season.
Yeah.
I mean, that because if you don't sign him, if you do what Jeff's saying and you're like, we're sorry, at some point he's going to get suspended once he signs in the NFL. So you might as well take the hit on that one in the first half of the season to have this outside hope that you can have him for the second half of the season.
Yeah, I would think so. I think that would be the way to play it for sure. It is the GBAG Nation.
He doesn't
live
seem
radio
like a
row.
crazy human being either. He is
not a criminal.
He's messed up in different ways, but he, at least as far as we can tell, he doesn't seem to be like, hey, this dude's crazy.
No.
He just
not dangerous.
He just
criminal.
He can't seem to get his life right.
Yeah, I just think it's a major clinical situation, and if he does not find the way to resolve it, then he's going to be looking back for a long, long time at all this money. And I think because of the money possibility, there's going to be so many people, and he's going to try his hardest. He's now about to be 26 years old. People are going to be in his face like, dude, 28 is like the time with defensive linemen where you could be done. Your body might break down. You got to do it now, David. Your family, your daughter, everybody's depending upon you. You got to do it now.
A lot of times that doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I know. But at least last year we know he took that message and said, oh, yeah, you're right. And he made a run at it, right? It's kind of like people that quit drinking. The average person that actually makes it to quit drinking has tried at least 10 times. It's the same thing with food or whatever it might be. And it's the last time that really, really counts and defines who you're going to be for the rest of your life.
Well, it's kind of the same thing that the Browns dealt with Josh Gordon. When it was like, all right, there came a point where they said, listen, if it works out for somebody, great. We can't. Like, there's 52 other dudes here that rely on each other. They can't rely on you. Like, there comes a point where we can't.
Okay.
So you send them to the Patriots. And the Patriots are like, hey, we'll take a flyer. And it basically worked, right? You got really good production for a while, and then guess what? He's gone again. And it's like, how many times do you ask that defensive line group, hey, this is your teammate? And it's like, well, hey, for how long, coach?
If we take a vote and all the players are out, we got to go.
Yeah.
Then that's absolutely when it's time.
I guess you just brought up we could bring Josh Gordon in for league minimum as our slot receiver.
I mean, listen, if I were a GM, I'd bring them all in, but I'd probably be fired.
Yeah. All right. Around the NFL is next right here on The Fan.
All right, let's talk about security cameras. They are not all equal, Tolos. DFW Security Video Analytics Service, powered by Alarm.com, uses artificial intelligence to make sense of what your camera sees in real time. It can tell whether an object is in your driveway. Is it a person? Is it an animal? Or is it a vehicle? Here's some of the examples. Get alerted when a vehicle stops outside of your home, but not every time a vehicle drives past. You're going to get notified when somebody lingers on your front door. I can get that sometimes with some deliveries, but not when just the mail is being delivered as they're walking by your house. Know if your pet breaks the rules to nap on the couch when you're at work, or if your neighbor's dog pays an unwelcome visit to your lawn. It's that simple with DFW Security Smart Security Package powered by Alarm.com. Here's what you're going to get. DFW Security Smart Home Hum. One doorbell camera with two-way audio, 2 HD cameras, outdoor cameras with video analytics, and the first 10 callers to call right now at 888-507-2344. You mentioned Mike. You get free professional installation and free equipment. Both of those for free if you call right now, first 10 callers. All you pay is first month of service to get started. Less than $2 a day. Call 888-507-2344. That's 888-507-2344, or go to dfwsecurity.com.
The one place to grab the fan wherever you go. Radio.com. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
This CBS Sports Minute brought to you by the snoring experts at simplesleepservices.com. Get the right diagnosis, the right solution, the right treatment to help you wake up to better sleep.
This is John Feinstein with the CBS Sports Minute, sponsored by Lowe's. Hurry into Lowe's today for huge savings on all things winter. It was supposed to be an epic final. Rafael Nadal, winner of 17 major titles, versus Novak Djokovic, winner of 14. It was epic. If you like one-sided masterpieces, Nadal won a total of 8 games. Talk about epic. Less than a year ago, Djokovic needed elbow surgery, and his tennis future was seriously in doubt. Now he's won the last 3 major titles, and at 31, trails only Nadal and Roger Federer, who's won 20 in major victories. His 7th Australian Open title, surpassing Rod Laver and Roy Emerson, allowed him to break a tie with Pete Sampras on the all-time list of slam winners. Djokovic is honest when he says he'd like to catch Federer. Given what he's accomplished since last July, Don't put it past him. I'm John Feinstein.
CBS Sports Radio.
Stop by Lowe's to spruce up your bath this winter during our Refresh for Less kitchen and bath event. Instantly add storage and style to your bath and save with up to 40% off select vanities. And give it a fresh update with 20% off in-stock tile purchases of $100 or more. All projects have a starting point. Start with Lowe's. Vanity offer valid through March 1st. Tile offer valid through January 30th. Exclusions apply. See store for details. U.S. only.
Cars that sound like this. Trust Pennzoil Synthetics to protect their engines in extreme conditions. Top racing teams know that Pennzoil Synthetics give them the performance to help them succeed. And your car's engine deserves the same. Because your daily commute is no less important. Get complete protection for top engine performance, just like the pros. Visit Pennzoil.com/rebate to save on Pennzoil Synthetics. Terms apply.
At Planet Fitness, you can get down with your judgment-free self. Now extended through January 31st. You can join for only $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. Planet Fitness has cardio, weights, and locker rooms that sparkle like a glass of New Year's champagne. Only $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. Join in club or online at planetfitness.com. Planet Fitness, the judgment-free zone.
Backed by popular demand, join now through January 31st for $1 at any of our 35 area locations.
Annual membership fee applies. Participating locations only. See club for details.
Nothing says I love you like a diamond. For centuries and across cultures, it's remained the universal symbol of love, romance, and commitment. And at Diamonds Direct this Valentine's, we're making it easier than ever to celebrate your love with diamond jewelry she'll cherish for a lifetime. Join us February 4th through the 14th for our best offer ever. 5 years, 0 interest financing with nothing down on any purchase. Choose from a special expanded selection of the most romantic gifts. Rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, and bands. Get the guaranteed best price and spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest. And yes, all engagement rings are included. So come on, make it an unforgettable day for her with a special gift that symbolizes your love and commitment like nothing else. It's Diamonds Direct Spectacular Valentine's Celebration with in-store appearances from top jewelry designers, an expanded selection including gifts as low as $200 and 5 years, 0 interest financing on approved credit. February 4th to the 14th only, and only at Diamonds Direct.
Preston Road and Cherry Lane. Here's what people are saying about Butcher Board Carvery Shop, where they hack it and stack it.
I'm a big guy, so it's all about the whole hog sandwich.
Chicken salad with local greens? I don't feel guilty eating it.
House-made meats, loaded spud, tacos, incredible.
Butcher Board, ranch to table, farm to table, dine in, take out, order online, and catering. 2 cool locations, Frisco and McKinney. Butcherboard.com. Check them out. Butcherboard.com.
This is Rangers manager Chris Woodward, and you're listening to the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, KRLD FM, and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth.
A radio.com station. Live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 53 in Atlanta. You're rolling with DFW's #1 midday show, the GBAG Nation, on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It is hour number 2, live from Radio Row. Our coverage brought to you by Twin Peaks. And you can check out the fan cam right now, brought to you by Low T Center at 105throughthefan.com. As we're about to go around the NFL, we'll show you why. Brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort.
Let's go around the NFL, G-Bag style, on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, so tonight is opening night at State Farm Arena. It's just right next door here in Atlanta. And opening night for a little bit more information on that, John from the NFL League office is joining us because they have a bunch of really, really cool and exclusive wardrobe items that you can purchase, and a lot of the players and coaches will be wearing this stuff tonight and through the week. And good morning to you, John. And who do we have behind you showing all this amazing stuff off on our webcam?
Good morning. This is this is our it's all Nike product. It's exclusive to both of the teams. This is a sideline show out hoodie. So what it is, it's a really trendy piece right now, and it's a short sleeve hoodie. It's got a scuba neck, and each player is going to have their own number on it. There are ones that are available for purchase that do have numbers on it. So you can buy. Now,
does Belichick get the credit for setting this trend of the cutoff hoodie look? This is a cutoff hoodie that comes already cut off,
that
right? Isn't it?
100% Belichick.
Way ahead of his time.
Belichick
totally way ahead of his time.
except better looking. His look like they're not washed as often. Like those look clean.
This is great stuff. Yeah, clothes are really coming around amazingly. Okay, so these are just for the Patriots and the Rams. I think that item is going to be so popular. We're going to need one with the Cowboy star on it. Maybe down the road or something.
They have to earn that right, or
they do. And honestly, Nike comes up with something amazing every year for this event. So,
and then what are these beautiful jackets?
These are the sideline bombers, and you'll see guys around, and I think where you'll see this the most is probably whichever team winds up on top. You'll probably see guys in the parade wearing these.
How hard would it be to pry one of the logos off of there? I could just slap a star on there. You think that would be doable?
I hear nothing.
Okay, nothing. Sorry about that. Get the Patriots and Rams gear.
Now those are nice.
Those look really good. That's good.
Yeah, those are cool. I'm sure the guys are going to be wearing that underneath the hoodies tonight. And you'll probably see them around during the week. Yeah.
What's this little zip thing up on the collar? Is this a zipper?
Yeah. So
it opens up the shirt a little bit.
Yeah. So it is easy to get on and off. It's really a performance feature. Nike really tries to take key insights from the athletes and coaches and anybody that they have in their product to make sure that it's, the best possible.
All right, John from the NFL League office with this amazing NFL gear, and Alyssa, right? Alyssa and John. It's good to see you guys again. Is there anything else we need to know about the apparel here this week in Radio Row?
Go to NFL.com. Where
you go to NFLshop.com, or you can get it on site here at any of the NFL shops.
Okay. All right, guys. Have a great week.
Thanks so much
again.
Appreciate you having us.
And hello to everybody watching on 1053thefan.com. Our webcam coverage is brought to you by the Low T Center as we go around the NFL right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan. And I think Jeff has something really interesting here for second down.
I thought I had something good.
Well, you probably do, but this is one where I'm going to tee you up, Mike. I want you to be the star of the show because I think this is something that you can relate to the best out of all of us.
Somebody got sent down to the minor leagues?
Yeah, somebody got sent down to the minors and they gave up a record-breaking home run. It was terrible. Or what happened is there's a new AP analysis out, which hadn't been done before on the NFL. We know that the Cowboys had one of the youngest teams in football. We know that teams are choosing younger players over older players constantly to save money, but they've actually crunched the numbers on it now. And I don't know if it's staggering until you kind of see it in graph form, but they changed the rules in 2011 because the veterans were like, hey, rookies shouldn't be making as much as we do if we're like in our fifth year in the league. We've earned something here. We need to be better compensated. And so the goal was compensate our veterans. Well, the numbers are pretty largely that the NFL said, that's cool. We'll just take all rookies, and none of you mid-level players will have a career.
I know.
How about 8 per team? 8 per team sound good to you for these veterans that are going to get rewarded?
I guess, right. And so what it's turned into is you pay your stars tons and tons of money, and then every mid-level player, you say, all right, well, we'll see you later. So
it's kind of like the quarterback club that they did in the 90s that had consequences that were really profound as well.
So back in 2005, they had 784 players with 3 years experience or less and 714 with 5 or more. So right there with each other, within 70 players total. 2018, that gap is now 852 to 644. It's over 200 players of a gap.
Wow.
And in a league where I believe your pension qualification is 3 years and 3 games, the average NFL lifespan has gone from about 4.7 to about 4.2.
Ooh.
So a lot more people are not reaching that pension. So they were trying to get guys rewarded for putting their bodies on the line and being veterans of this sport. And these guys who haven't even done anything yet are making as much money as we are, and that's not fair. And the NFL didn't play it the same way. So I don't know what the solution is, but the numbers are in, and the consequences were not what they expected. As a players association,
you have to stop having a minimum salary for veteran players. They need to be eligible so they can compete in the marketplace with the rookies. What's the rookie salary? And I think they need to move up the minimum salary to $750,000, and everybody can qualify for the same deal. That way, you're competing with the same jobs on equal footing.
What if you made? This may have been what you just said. It might be Roy White in this. What if you make it like, okay, so a rookie can be playing for $500,000, right? $600,000, something like that. If you sign a veteran to league minimum and his league minimum is 1.3, it counts as $500,000 against your cap.
Against the cap.
And you can just pay him in excess, and it doesn't affect the cap. Like your veteran league minimum is this amount. So we're going to pay you that amount. It only hits the cap for what the actual league minimum is. The rest is out of your owner's pocket.
I would love
they
that.
may pay for the experience.
I would love that, but that essentially creates an uncapped league. And I think the owners would be like, dude, we're going to end up getting in bidding wars. It's going to end really bad.
But it would only work for vet minimums. Like it would only work for the exact vet minimum.
Okay.
Like you're saying this guy is a league minimum player.
He's getting 1.3 in cash. It's going to count as 500.
Right. And it only works
that
for
might
the
be a
league minimum.
solution.
Here's where we have a major issue in especially, I'll say all sports, where now the best player in the league is getting $30 million or maybe even upward to $40 million here coming up soon. Yet, back in the day, the top paid player was $10 million in kind of all the sports. Man, $10 million, that's the number one player. And league minimum in those sports was $125,000 to $200,000, somewhere around there. Well, now league minimums are close to $500,000. It's gone up almost $300,000. The top players on teams have gone up from $10 million to $30+ million, making it $20+ million to pay for your best players, where my league minimum guys have only gone up $250,000 to $300,000. That's why baseball right now is getting screwed with the mid-level player, because they're like, look, I got to pay for the superstar 25 to 30 million, and then I can't give him $3 million. I can't give this guy $7.5 million. I just got to go with a dude making $500,000.
And then the cap affects it so much. It's like the players aren't getting what market value is. We should have guys making 50 and 60 million bucks a year. That's what the numbers would say, the math of how the pie has grown. But if you pay the guys even half that, it becomes disadvantageous for winning. So you have too many artificial sort of mechanisms influencing the market. Yeah. And we really need to get a new CBA renegotiated, and they need to find a way to get it down to every 2 or 3 years before they renegotiate, because there's unintended consequences that I believe the owners know are coming that the players don't. Yeah. I think the owners saw this. Oh, you want this to happen? Okay, we'll pay nobody. And then guess what? The next time you guys go to vote on the collective bargaining agreement, your entire voting class is going to be under the age of 25 with about $0 in their savings account. Yeah. They're not far enough along on your career to be solid enough to vote on principle. You're voting for desperation.
That's why you should never hire former players to run these things. You have lawyers going against former players.
Yeah,
and
unbelievable.
You don't do that.
So, bravo owners, I guess, is one thing. And how does the Players Association come back on this? What are they going to do?
I don't know, because they were trying to do something for themselves and it backfired.
Yeah.
They have to get it back to, we just can get paid $500,000.
We just want to play.
Yeah,
you got to play. You got to hire some really great lawyers and then economists to build models to let it project out what's going to happen if we agree to this.
Right.
Okay. Around the NFL, brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort. Here's Mike with third down.
Well, we see all the New England Patriots logos again at the Super Bowls. This is our sixth one to do as the GBAG Nation midday show, and it looks like we'll get to see New England Patriots logos next year in Miami.
Oh, no.
Why do you say that?
Tom Brady did an interview over the weekend with ESPN, and he said there is 0% chance that he's retiring if, whatever happens in this game. 0% chance I'm coming back next year as the quarterback of the New England Patriots. And I assume Bill Belichick will be coming back as the head coach of the New England Patriots, which means they have about a 50% chance of being in the Super Bowl next year in Miami, because they will win the division one
easily.
They will probably get a first round bye,
2 seed.
Which those two things are pretty mandatory to get to the Super Bowl the last 6 years. And so they have Tom Brady and Bill Belichick playing in the biggest games next year again. So they will probably once again be in the Super Bowl.
It's tough because it'll never make sense, because at this point, we understand. They're incredibly coached. The culture there is phenomenal. Their preparation is not matched anywhere in the league. The quarterback is, if he's not the best to ever do it, he's one of them, whatever. There's never been anybody better. But at some point, if your team's not good enough, your team's not supposed to be good enough. But they just keep doing it. And I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. It's a salary cap league. They don't do the best job of building a roster. They don't match up piece for piece against some of these teams this year. Like, it's become a really big thing in the last few weeks that people are laughing at the idea because the Patriots are billing themselves as an underdog. Like, bet against us if you want to. And everybody's like, nobody bet against you, but we did. 6 weeks ago, the world did.
It was over. Yeah.
Nobody wrote them off like they can't do it, but nobody coming into this playoffs was like, there's no doubt it's the Patriots. Yeah, they've been underdogs in games this year, and it did feel like, hey, you know what? Finally, at age 503 or whatever Brady is, this could be it. And they just roll right back. They just roll right through.
I was picking against them from the offseason. After free agency, it was like, holy cow, they lost a ton of players. And I even think they talked about it internally. This was one of the longest shots. No,
they don't.
And for them to do it now, I think it's also a reflection of how down the AFC is, that there's no up-and-comer that could get them in the divisional round and in the AFC title game.
I thought it was Kansas City.
Okay, so let's talk about teams that could stop them next year, because KC was really close. You give Mahomes another year of experience and Andy Reid. And
he's still on a rookie deal, so the deal that you talk about with the Cowboys, he still has 2 more years of Pat Mahomes not getting paid a lot of money, and maybe even a 3rd year because you have the 1st round on him, so you have that 5th-year option. But you do have 2 more years of being able to keep a lot of talent around Patrick Mahomes without having to pay him upwards to $40 million when he becomes a free agent.
I think the Chargers have all the talent in the world, but we've been saying that for 12 years, and they keep failing.
They're the Cowboys, somewhat the Cowboys of the AFC, where you look at them and you think that they're going to do something special, and then come playoff time, they never do.
Isn't it? Now, the NFL's got what they want, right? Like Drew Brees, I'm sure, is going to come back. Tom Brady's going to stick around. That's what the NFL wants. When you have an all-time great quarterback, we're going to make these rules so that dude can be 50. And if he can see the field and deliver the ball, we'll keep you safe.
Is your guy Baker the one to do it? Is he going to send Tom Brady home early?
Man, that would be awesome.
Could they take the next
I don't know
step?
how far away
they got some
are.
great pieces.
That'd be really quick.
That would be great. I don't know how far away.
I mean, he was the second most efficient passer in the NFL the last half.
I think that the Browns are a playoff team next year.
That article scared me on. I agree with you that I think the Browns are going to compete for a playoff spot next year and maybe even get it, as right now the Ravens look like they're in a little bit of where are they going with Lamar Jackson. Pittsburgh looks like they're starting to lose a little bit. Cincinnati's a bad organization. Cleveland looks like they could jump up finally in that division, except can their owner just watch the process? It looks like he can't.
You have a lot of good candidates, though. I mean, almost the entire AFC South, is a team that could rise. What if the Jags get Foles and there's Foles magic along with great defense? And Titans, Colts, Texans. There's all sorts of candidates.
We say that, like, that's the thing about the Patriots is we think about every year, who could do this? Nobody. Unless Peyton Manning comes back and he's 35 years old and goes to the best.
So close, though. I mean, they had it intercepted. It was over.
Yeah, it was.
The dude's
lined up off sides.
By the way, he did that in the Pro Bowl, too. D4 didn't learn his lesson. I saw a screenshot. He was about 1.5 yards off sides. I wonder if it was an ode to himself.
There's positions that I think, in some schemes that are just so individualized that those guys aren't really thinking about anything else but get the quarterback, get the quarterback. They're not listening to coaches. Like, dude, coach, I cover a guy. Leave me alone. And sometimes, if you're not paying attention, if you're not focused at the top moments, it shoot you in the foot.
I've seen a couple of players responding to what we did on second down, the veteran thing, Dante Stallworth and Jeff Schwartz.
Yeah.
And Jeff Schwartz was like, owners told us that they were going to reinvest all that into veteran players. And he said we were naive enough to believe them.
Oh, yes.
They lied, and we believed them.
So
it's so tough to get things back from the owners once they get it.
They've done a really good job at acquiring money. They're pretty good at it.
The NFLPA needs to do a good job of bringing in former players that can say, hey, here's how the owners got us. Don't make this mistake. Okay, next era of players, come on in. Tell your story of how the NFL owners got you and what not to do. Okay, are you guys done? Next group, here we go.
And never hire former players to run your union.
Text the word, it is winning time. Text the word media to 72881. Media, that's MEDIA, media to 72881. Your next chance to win $1,000 on this Turn It On, Leave It On contest is coming up at 12:16 right here on your Tolo station 105.3 The Fan. We're coming back with Mike Fisher.
All right, let's talk about Men's T Clinic, guys. I've been doing a lot to get in shape, feel better, and just have a healthier lifestyle. Men's T Clinic can help you too. They have helped me. If you're not sure why you're tired, lost that spark, or gained a few pounds, give Men's T Clinic a call at 1-800-246-LOW-T. Get tested. It's covered by medical insurance. So the cost of this, I actually have a buddy texting me today about Men's T Clinic. I'm like, look, it's going to be covered by your insurance most likely. It is not much to get kind of your weekly appointment, weekly shot. Hundreds of thousands of men suffer from the effects of low T. I was once one of them. You don't have to be embarrassed. Everybody that is on our show at GBAG Nation has gone in, got tested, and yes, our numbers were kind of low. Mine was actually really low. They have 3 locations in the Metroplex, in the Colony, in Frisco, McKinney, and also in Addison. If you've been debating on whether to make the change in your life to feel better, now is the time. The number again, 1-800-246-LOW-T. The website's mensteaclinic.com. You can get your appointment there, and you can also find more information about testosterone therapy. Covered by insurance. Let's get back to being you in 2019 with Men's T Clinic.
The only way you can take the fan with you is the radio.com app. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
Monster Energy AMA Supercross in FIM World Championship. Buy a can of Monster Energy to recycle at the entrance for your free admission to the Fan Fest. Stop by your local Circle K, where Monster Energy drinks are 2 for $4.29 every day. Coming to AT&T Stadium February 16th.
My life is like a browser with 25 open tabs. I have kind of a constantly plugged in thing. Any interruption could jeopardize the whole operation. So I got my internet service from AT&T because their customers rated their service #1 in reliability over cable. For $40 a month, I can get up to 100 megabits per second internet, so I can stay up to date on the latest stuff going on in my world. It's soothing to know AT&T internet is rated #1 in reliability over cable. It helps me maintain my low stress thing.
AT&T Internet customers rank their service #1 in reliability over cable. Switch and get up to 100 megabits per second for $40 a month. Limited availability. May not be available in your area. Check eligibility at att.com/internet. AT&T. More for your thing. That's our thing. New approved customers only. Includes internet plans 10 to 100 megabits per second. Early termination fee and other charges and restrictions apply. Speeds not guaranteed and may vary. Claim based on 2018 ACSI survey of customers rating their own internet provider's performance and reliability of speed and service consistency.
Specs would like to remind you that February 3rd is coming up fast. Are you ready for America's favorite day to scream at the TV? It's the holy grail of football, friends, and fun. So hurry into Specs and stock up for your big game party with lower prices on a stadium-sized selection of craft beers, fancy dips, and Specs excessive celebration-inducing gourmet snacks. Come get down-set delicious at Specs. Cheers to savings.
Some of you have PMI. Some of you have a high interest rate. Some of you want to save money, but you think, mortgage rates have risen. What you don't know is they've actually fallen. At TexasLending.com, we've seen rates drop up to 0.75% in the last 2 months. Call TexasLending.com. Get your rate refinanced now. Save hundreds or thousands of dollars each month with TexasLending.com. 972-387-4600. Go online and apply with TexasLending.com.
4100 Alpha Road, Suite 300, Dallas, Texas, 75244. And MLS number 137773. Equal housing lender.
Register at 1053thefan.com for your chance to win tickets to the Dallas Winter Boat Expo at Dallas Market Hall. The show will be in town February 1st through 3rd and February 7th through 10th. Tickets, details, and more info at dallasboatexpo.com.
What have you budgeted for your next car payment? If you're like a lot of people, that figure is $350 a month or less. Now, where can you get a great car for under $350 a month? Autoflex Leasing, of course. Autoflex Leasing has more than 100 cars, trucks, vans, and even SUVs with payments under $350 a month with no down payment required. That's right. How about a Ford F-150 Super Crew, a Dodge Caravan, Nissan Versa, Pathfinder, or Rogue, a Toyota Tacoma or a Highlander, or even a Mercedes, Lexus, or Infiniti, all under $350 per month. If you want to start shopping right now, you can see all these deals at Autoflex.com or call one of our offices at any local area code, then 234-1234. Tell your specialist what you want to pay, and they'll do the rest. We're not sure what you'll love more, the car or the payment. Remember, the one easy number is 234-1234 or reach us at Autoflex.com. Autoflex Leasing, the leasing leader for more than 30 years. Make that call today.
Autoflex Lease, oh yeah.
It's a Cowboy Monday, presented by Albertsons and Tom Thumb on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah.
We are back, GBAG Nation. It is time to talk with Mike Fisher here at Fish Sports as we're live Radio Row in Atlanta, brought to you by Twin Peaks, Each Drink Scenic Views. Also brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 53, as Fish is set to join us. Ooh, talk about Luka last night, talk about the big trade rumor in the NBA today already, and get some Pro Bowl in as well. Did Jason Garrett fix it by doing the most un-Jason Garrett thing possible? By just being totally, whatever. Let's have fun. They don't need to be buttoned up. Let's go sleeveless with a mullet here at the Pro Bowl. Segment's brought to you by 1-800-Lawyers.
He cut his hair into a mullet?
Well, that's kind of what the playing style was. It was more wild ass, If you've been hurt in an accident, though, and it's not your fault, Call the office of Frankel and Frankel right now, 1-800-LAWYERS. Official lawyers of the Tolo Principal Office, Dallas, Texas. Where the hell Jeff go?
I don't know.
Oh, there he is. Oh, he went on a water run.
Okay.
All right.
Oh,
Look at
and they
Jeff
have
coming
food and
through. They got
everything.
chips.
Not soda approved, a whole bunch of chips.
Ooh, it looks like they got some wings or some meatballs or something back there. Look at this, some meatballs. All right, Atlanta hooking it up. That's what I call a media center.
The place where we can get food and drink is not within, like 60 yards. It's more like
120 yards.
Yeah, okay. It's a good little haul. So I wanted to get some different types of chips. I got the sun chips if somebody's trying to be healthier. Got
Heck
the meatballs and a couple bottles of water. Just trying to stock up for us.
Of course, we got Fish Sports joining us right now as he does every day. And good morning, Fish. How you doing?
Outstanding, boys, and I'm on my way.
Oh, that's right. You're on your way to Atlanta with Craig Dyer, right?
Yeah, and we don't know. The only thing we don't know is how are we going to get Radio Row credentials? How do we get in there?
Not possible.
I know people.
Ooh.
Okay, I believe that the fan knows people, including Mike Bassick.
Well, you might want to go to Ben and Tim if you got to look at their handiwork yesterday afternoon because they worked miracles.
Okay, there is the official go-to True Tim Collins.
Uh-huh.
There's the very sneaky backdoor go to Ben Rogers.
Sometimes it's the front door.
There's also a rumor that Emmitt Smith is going to help us in.
Ben could be known as a con man if anything he did was illegal, but everything's on the up and up. So it's just being an amazing human whisperer, miracle worker, really.
Yeah, that movie Get Me Roger Stone, they're going to make another one called Get Me Ben Rogers.
They should actually have, when they have their sales meetings for our company, Ben Rogers should actually lead one once a month.
Yeah. He's the man pretty much. And on these kinds of events, it continues to blow my mind how consistently he can get the hook. Of course, Ben Rogers coming up the Ben and Skin Show 3 to 7 right here on the Fan. And they're a great couple of guys to roll with, them and KT. All right, Fish, we got big NBA news, though, and this Anthony Davis thing that we woke up to. We'd been expecting it for a while, but now to make it official, it's really exciting.
Yeah, it was just a matter of time. And this is such a problem in the NBA, and I don't know how they're going to fix it. But unless you're, an LA team, maybe a New York team, and always a LeBron team, you're quote small market, and you live in constant fear that your guy's going to play with you for half his contract, and then he's going to announce that I want to go to the Lakers.
Yeah, and my life.
I don't want to get. Yeah, how does, let's pick Portland, a team that obviously Gavin grew up watching. How does Portland ever stay great? How do they get great? How do they get great, and how do they stay great?
Well, you got to hit on a guy like Greg Oden and watch your franchise have success.
I feel like, Fish, the answer is, and it didn't end up working out, you have to be like Oklahoma City and in 3 straight years draft Durant, Westbrook, and Harden.
Yeah. You got to win big in the draft and then get lucky that you have the kind of guys that really take it as a thing of pride to go take on the NBA, right? You need some guys that are standing on the type of things that the old school valued, not the new school, which is hard to find.
Yeah, that Larry Bird said that recently, that it didn't occur to me, Magic, and Michael that we should ever team up.
Yeah.
The idea was that we were against each other. That was the fun of it. So it would be great if somebody could convince Giannis, Anthony Davis, Luka, that you don't have to go be with LeBron. You can be LeBron. You be the guy to start your trend in your city. But we're already seeing, Anthony Davis to the Lakers is, I'll take that, and you guys and somebody else can take the field, and I'm going to win the bet.
I bet you will. What's interesting, though, about the players you named, and going back to the 80s when I was growing up and fell in love with the NBA more than any sport, professionally, is all of those guys, though, got drafted to major teams, Celtics, Lakers. And I know the Bulls weren't major, but they were in Chicago. I just wonder if they would have got drafted by Milwaukee, and I know New Orleans wasn't even around, or Portland, would have those guys felt the same way if they wouldn't have got drafted? Because the best teams were L.A., Boston, Philadelphia was in there, major city, major team. Like, I don't know. All the teams were always major in the 80s, too, competing for championships.
I think that's a great observation. And another interesting point is why Lillard and Westbrook have stayed in Portland and OKC. And do you guys know what that common link is?
Westbrook's a dog.
It's the intensity of the fan base. Westbrook is a dog,
He
yes,
wants
and
to
so
fight
is
everyone.
Lillard.
He doesn't want your help.
But if the fans can make it hard to leave by making that arena special, by when they see when public, like, it's, oh my gosh, there's basically like a Hollywood superstar. There's some NBA teams or some pro sports teams that are the clear third or fourth most preferred team in the market. And for those players, like a Dallas Star right now, if they were in Boston or Montreal, they would be like the Beatles walking through the mall, but now they're anonymous. So in those small markets, if it's a one sports small town, those players can kind of not only feel an obligation, but feel so appreciated by those home fans that they don't want to leave that and risk having a different experience elsewhere. Sorry,
Okay,
Fish.
you're dead on the money. So much so that when I draft, I've got to think about that.
Yeah.
The Dirk Nowitzki is a uniquely built, raised different, maybe than we raise our kids in some ways. And so Dirk almost never even flirted with the idea of leaving. Maybe Luka's like that. Maybe Luka will just view this as, hey, this is my town. This is where I've grown up. But what if he doesn't?
So you don't think the Mavs are a big enough city to be exempt from the argument?
No.
Desirable enough? They're clearly above Milwaukee, Utah, Sacramento. I mean, maybe it's not Boston, LA, New York, or Miami, but Dallas is in the next tier of livability and attractiveness.
What I always say and what I always hear is that Dallas, DFW, is a great place to raise your family.
Huh.
But it's not, we don't have, listen, we don't have oceans, we don't have starlets. I can't make you a movie producer in Dallas. That's what they do in Los Angeles. You join the Lakers, and now if you either star in a movie or if you're ugly, you're a movie producer.
It is the next best thing. Did you see the social media of the gal that Dak is dating most recently?
Oh yeah.
Good Lord, if she's not a starlet, she's every bit as of the look of one.
There's 46 million Instagram models in every city, though.
Yes, but
right?
no.
I mean,
well,
Gavin,
no. I would
you're right
say
about her level of attractiveness. But if she really wants to make it, guess where she's moving.
Right.
She's not staying here.
But I'm just saying it is a close second tier. It's not LA or New York. But if you can't go to one of those spots, I think you are thinking of Dallas.
Here's the deal, Fish, maybe I'm wrong because I don't know Anthony Davis at all. If they would have put together 3 years ago when they faced Golden State and lost in the first round as Anthony Davis was 21 years old and really coming on the scene like, my gosh, he was great in college, first pick, and now he's going to take over the NBA. If they could have then made the right moves to put a 50-win team around him, I don't know if we're having this conversation about Anthony Davis, but now 3 years later, they're not going to make the playoffs. They don't have a good team around him. They tried with Boogie Cousins. He got hurt, and so now he wants out.
Yeah.
Maybe we're going to see the same thing unfold with Giannis. He's up in 2020, and I think Milwaukee's in the same boat. Milwaukee's going to scramble to try to do what you're saying, and of course Milwaukee's good, but in the end, it's still Milwaukee. Minnesota, I thought, did a great job assembling talents, and then in the end, 2 or 3 of them realized, it's Minnesota, and away we go. So no, in general, you're right. Dallas isn't the same as Milwaukee. That's clearly true. I don't know how Utah stays competitive at all.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Because that is, and I have nothing against Utah. I've been there. General, you've probably been there, right?
Yeah, a couple times.
It's fine.
Yeah.
But if I was a 23-year-old single black guy, it wouldn't be the finest. And so
depending on what your interests are.
If you like white women, it is.
The NBA has a problem, and we're going to see the problem unfold when Anthony Davis goes to the Lakers.
Okay. Now, how about the issues here locally with the basketball club and the starting lineup and all that? Where you come out on it?
We've in our conversations, press conference with Rick Carlisle, and I'm talking about the local media. We've kind of gently nudged towards the problems with your starting lineup. It is by every measure one of the 2 worst starting lineups in basketball. The team isn't that bad. The team's somewhere below mediocre, but the starting lineup is awful by the numbers. And then Maxi Kleba comes in the game, and Dorian Finney-Smith comes in the game, and all of a sudden the numbers go way up. So how much more obvious does this need to be made to the triangle of trust that even though Harrison Barnes is a backbone in the community and Wes Matthews is key to the fabric of the locker room, your team's better when they play, those 2 guys, when they play less and touch the ball less. It's a streak now. It's a trend now that stares you in the face, and their starting games and their finishing games, and the presence of those 2 guys in particular is causing them to lose games. It's not that they're not, quote, good basketball players, but watch Harrison Barnes, who's not a selfish player at all, but Harrison Barnes just isn't good enough to get away from the tunnel vision that has him putting his head down and saying, I'm going to score on this trip, even though Luka's open on the perimeter. And he doesn't kick the ball back to the perimeter because because he's trying so hard to help. That's the best explanation I can come up for it, and he's not helping.
It's almost like they spent a half decade overpaying guys and telling them they were stars, and now they got to deal with the consequences of it.
It is almost like that. Yeah.
How about the Pro Bowl, Fish? What do you think?
For staying on the
I'll
team,
do this quickly here, and then we can examine it more down the line. But between the 5 of us, none of us really sat down and took notes on the Pro Bowl, right?
No, it was on in the background. And I'll tell you, you may have a great fix for it. I don't think there is one. You just have to accept that it's a little exhibition football where no one wants to get hurt.
Okay, and yet we had a lot of people in Cowboys Nation, including media, saying, "Oh, look at the offense. We didn't score." You guys, it was a walkthrough. It was a gimmick walkthrough. It didn't matter if the Garrett team, the Garrett Kellamore team, scored 50 points or 5 points. It has 0 impact on the 2019 Cowboys. But again, I'm just going to throw this out there now, and then we'll kick it around tomorrow more. Turn this thing into the old ABC Superstars competition.
Okay.
3-on-3 basketball.
What would that involve?
Okay, do you remember? Are you guys not old enough?
I don't think we're old enough.
Okay. In the 70s, ABC took real superstars, Joe Frazier and the greatest athletes in all sports. And they said, everybody come on to Los Angeles or wherever they went, Hawaii, whatever. And they had a track meet, and they had a bicycle race, and they had a swimming meet. And so one of the famous things that happened is Joe Frazier, the great boxer, didn't know how to swim. So he's in this 100-meter swim.
Oh, no.
You got to be kidding me.
Like he drowned?
He almost drowned. It's one of the great memories. But also, I think his name is Bob Seagram. He was like a decathlete or something.
Did somebody have to jump in and save him?
Oh, somebody saved him. He's still with us, yeah.
No, I know, but did literally, because this is before my time. Like, did he make it to the side of the pool, or?
We're going to have to go research that. But the great Joe Frazier, he almost died. And you had
he was so competitive. He jumped in a pool going, I'll figure this out once I jump in the water.
Correct. They had a 100-yard dash.
They sure did. I'm looking at the story. Yeah.
They had the fastest athletes in the world from all sports in the 100-yard dash.
That sounds fun.
It's way better than the game. Would you not be interested in here's the 3-on-3 finals. The 3 best Cowboy basketball players versus the 3 best New York Giants basketball players.
That's a way to get hurt.
Yeah, that'll get you hurt too, yeah.
It won't
That's what makes it impossible.
Stupid fake game.
I know, and even in that stupid fake game, Juju Smith-Schuster got hurt. So did Keenan Allen. So it's like, what do you do?
I think you get players doing different positions. You have Zeke rushing the passer and playing quarterback. Jeff mentioned that at the top of the show. That to me makes it fun. You have all the guys smiling and horsing around, and that's good television right there.
I'm going to horse us around by having a softball game.
That's good too. I'm with you. All good ideas, Fish.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see Zach Martin run a fade route on an AFC D tackle. That's fun.
Okay, that'd be fun too. But you know what I'd really like to see? Zach Martin in a 100-meter dash fat man's race.
I love that too. Man, you guys are on a roll.
The 8 best offensive linemen in the NFL in a fat man's 100-meter dash race. I mean, again, that would your eyes would pop out of your head to watch these guys completely out of their elements, but yet be great. An NFL slam dunk contest on a 9-foot rim would be incredible.
Heck yeah. I'm writing all this stuff down, Fish. When Raj walks into Radio Row, I'm going to show it to him up here on this chalkboard. Bam.
All right, let's blueprint this thing out. Let's put a trademark stamp on it, and let's make some money.
Appreciate you, man. Have a good one. We'll catch you. Are you going to be here tonight?
I'll be here tonight.
Okay. Fish is coming to Atlanta.
He's not going anywhere. I'm watching the Joe Frazier video. He's barely moving.
You got a little doggy paddle going on. That's better than what I thought it was going to be. Yeah. You can swim pretty good. That's not bad swimming.
The other guys finished
He's got a freestyle going. Yeah. I mean, he didn't know. He didn't know. Yeah. It was a struggle a little bit. That's for sure, though.
He didn't know how to use his legs.
Yeah. All right. It is the GBAG Nation here on the Fan. Those fans are disappointed, aren't they? They're like, oh, wow.
What? They didn't even put him fourth? Because he
Okay.
didn't finish.
Baseball Nuggets coming up next. Where are we going with it?
All right. 29 is getting retired. Who else should be retired with the Texas Rangers?
Have some great news from our friends at D&M Leasing before we get any further. Even though the Feds raised interest rates for 2019, you probably saw that news. You might not have seen the news of what D&M Leasing's response to it was. They said, we make our own rules here at D&M. Thank you very much. And we've lowered interest rates for the entire year. So D&M Leasing has a heck of a deal for you. And since they know your wallet could be hurting, they're also going to extend no down payment and no payment for 60 days. All you have to do is ask D&M Leasing for the GBAG Nation special. Give them a call right now. D&M, any local area code 35 lease. Now, they are the largest consumer leasing company in the country, and that large volume means large discounts for you and me. I love it. About to get a new truck myself. Leasing is the best way to retire any negative equity you might have built up. So if you want lower monthly payments and a new vehicle, bam, D&M Leasing is going to be rocking and rolling with you. Not only are you going to eliminate the negative equity, you won't even have to leave your home or office to get your new vehicle. Just call them up right now. Hurry. Take advantage of the GBAG Nation special. New car by the end of the day you could be in, or truck, SUV. Just call D&M Leasing, any local area code in 35 LEASE, or visit them online at dmautoleasing.com.
Coming up today on the Ben and Skin Show, day one of our exploits from Radio Row. Me, Ben, and KT are out there in Atlanta, and we'll bring you all the Super Bowl hype, surprise interviews, and, hey, the latest NBA trade rumors. Roll home with us, the Ben and Skin Show, 3 to 7 on 105.3 The Fan.
Previous segment of The Fan was brought to you by AccountTimps.com.
Finding highly skilled accounting and finance professionals can be a challenge. AccountTimps can help. With AccountTimps' extensive network of accounting and finance contractors, you can be sure to find the right person for your exact hiring needs. Visit AccountTimps.com to learn more. AccountTimps, a Robert Half company.
Ben and Skin here, and the Low T Center now treats more than low T, including low thyroid and cholesterol. Get your levels checked. Schedule your quick and easy health assessment at lowtcenter.com. It's covered by most health insurance. The Low T Center, reinventing men's health care.
Randy, you know, on the football field, I like to be known as the go-to guy. Just like Albertsons and Tom Thumb are the go-to place for beef, especially since they only sell the best local USDA choice beef. Always tender and always full of flavor.
Well, since I'm the official Dallas Cowboys tailgate master, check this out. A tender, juicy steak, man. I love it from Albertsons. You want to taste the bite?
Love to.
Right. Is that not juicy, huh?
So that's why they call you the grill master. Albertsons and Tom Thumb, the official supermarket and pharmacy of the Dallas Cowboys.
At Planet Fitness, you can get down with your judgment-free self. Now extended through January 31st. You can join for only $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. Planet Fitness has cardio, weights, and locker rooms that sparkle like a glass of New Year's champagne. Only $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. Join in club or online at planetfitness.com. Planet Fitness, the judgment-free zone.
Backed by popular demand, join now through January 31st for $1 at any of our 35 area locations.
Annual membership fee applies. Participating locations only. See club for details.
Mike Bassick here. I trust DFW Security to keep my home and my family safe and secure. With DFW Security alarm monitoring starting at just $12.95 per month. That's right. I said $12.95 per month. That's just 42 cents per day. Don't be fooled by the great price. DFW Security is locally owned and has been providing the best value in the Metroplex for over 25 years. 5 diamond rated alarm monitoring at the lowest price. Call the team at DFW Security today. 888-507-2344 or dfwsecurity.com.
Our coverage of Radio Row from Atlanta is presented by Twin Peaks, Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 53. And you can watch us in our Low T Center fan cam at 1053thefan.com/fancam.
Upgrading your bathroom? The Home Depot can help you upgrade that upgrade at the Winter Kitchen and Bath event. Right now, Add the finishing touch with an exclusive Kohler Katoon faucet for just $89. It's available in a stylish brushed nickel finish, and you'll only find it at the Home Depot, Kohler's #1 retailer. So upgrade your bathroom and let the savings flow. The Winter Kitchen and Bath event at the Home Depot. More saving, more do it. Valid through March 24th, while supplies last.
I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans, America's premier home purchase lender. We've created a new way to protect you from unpredictable interest rates. Our exclusive Rate Shield approval. First, we lock your interest rate for up to 90 days. Then, if rates go up, your rate stays locked. But if rates go down, your rate drops. Either way, you win. Call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rate Shield approval only valid on certain 30-year fixed-rate loans. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030. Additional conditions or exclusions may apply.
It's a Fan Football Reaction Monday, brought to you by CarsForKids.org, supporting the Texans Can Academies.
Listen to the Ben and Skin Show for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Carlos Santana and celebrate his landmark Supernatural album and his historic 1969 Woodstock performance on the Supernatural Now Tour. It's going down Saturday, July 6th at Dos Equis Pavilion. For more ticket information, go to livenation.com.
Can I talk to you about Mark Rubin at 1-800-Lawyers? Because this guy is great. He is a miracle worker. It is why he is amongst the official lawyers of the Tolo. Mark Rubin, 1-800-Lawyers. And what it comes down to is getting you to enjoy life again. Financial stress, it may have become overwhelming in 2018. Go pick up a phone and call Mark Rubin right here. 1-800-Lawyers. Mark's a Tolo. He's been with us since the very beginning of the Fan. 10 years running. Maybe you overspend over the holidays. Maybe 2019 is the year you want to get your credit back in order. Call Mark Rubin. Yeah, if you left 2018, you feel that weight of crushing debt. Make sure you don't carry that with you into 2019. It's bad for your health. So life is already too short to be stressed out about money. You call Mark Rubin, 1-800-Lawyers. He's going to allow you to relax and focus on the good things. And 2019 is going to be a life-changing year for you. 1-800-Lawyers, the official lawyers of the Tolo. Mark's helped thousands of us over the years get on their feet financially. He can help you too at 1-800-Lawyers, DallasTexasLegal.com.
Interviews, stories, news, and maybe a little bit of trouble. All week long, we're live at Super Bowl Radio Row in Atlanta on the home of the NFL. 105.3, The Fan.
Dallas Truck World has more than just trucks, y'all. They have pre-owned Audis, Mercedes, and BMWs. Check out DallasTruckWorld.com.
Okay, welcome back. Radio Row right here, GBAG Nation. If you want to check out what we got going on, jump on to 1053thefan.com/Radio Row, where we have all sorts of videos and details of adventures on the air and off. Jeff and Mike did a video this morning checking out the media center. You can take a look at that.
And one checking out the donuts. Don't forget that.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike was allowed to look but not touch.
Man, they had quite an assortment of donuts this morning, didn't they?
Yeah, there's about
They had Reese's Pieces on a donut.
Yeah.
Holy cow. That was a maple bar with Reese's Pieces I saw?
They had Butterfinger on a donut.
Yeah, they're doing it right here in Atlanta. So far, so good. You know, we're always judging the city and their Super Bowl committee and how they execute it, how they can conceptualize it and everything. And I'd say Atlanta's doing pretty dang good so far overall.
They care.
Yes. Our coverage
Who didn't
here.
care, Mike?
Arizona, Phoenix. They didn't care to have a Super Bowl and treated us like trash, and the whole city didn't care.
Yeah, you want cities that haven't done it a bunch.
Yeah.
I think after a while they kind of get bored of it and they're just like, okay, roll out the party, execute it. Okay, it's over again. Did it. But you need the passion and enthusiasm to pull something off proper. Yeah. And Atlanta's bringing it in that department.
They are.
I mean, when we were walking off the airplane, we come down to take a turn to head down to baggage lane, and they had like 20 people just spread out cheering, welcome to Atlanta. Yay!
Everywhere we walk in downtown, there's people that have the jackets on and make sure they're like, hey, how you doing? And like, do you need any help? And, you know, Arizona's like, we don't care. We wish we didn't even have this thing.
Oh, you guys again.
Is it weird that I prefer Arizona in that regard? I feel like I'm getting hit up on the sidewalk far too often by greeters.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, where are you from? And if you answer them, it's like, crap, I'm locked into a 3-minute conversation. I'm just trying to go get some meat.
Yeah. I got a story for you on that a little bit later on the show. We got to get to Nuggets, though.
Okay.
Fan Cam brought to you by Low T Center, 105throughthefan.com/fan cam. Here's Mike.
Big news in Texas Rangers baseball is they're going to retire the number 29 Adrian Beltre. I didn't see if they had a specific date or a game in mind yet, but his number is going to be retired in the 2019 season, which is super awesome. He deserves it. I'm glad that it's happening, but I did see quite a bit of people on Twitter going, that's awesome, except it's interesting that he is getting the immediate attention from the Texas Rangers of, we need to do this and do this now, where it really became a debate between Michael Young, who presented it at the Rangers kind of winter situation. I forget what it's called. Caravan. I'm not caravan, but their winter deal that they had at the stadium.
Luncheon or something, dinner.
Yeah, I don't know. It's everything, right? For a whole weekend, everybody could come out.
A jamboree like soccer back in the day.
Check out our new stadium. Buy season tickets. Buy everything. We're going into a new stadium in a year. Kickoff. We're having questions and answers with everybody in the Texas Rangers organization. And they announced at that dinner the night before all of that got kicked off that Adrian Beltre's number 29 would be retired, and Michael Young presented it. And on Twitter, it became a debate of, at least from a lot of Ranger fans, like, that's awesome, except why is Michael Young the person saying Adrian Beltre's number is getting retired and Michael Young's number isn't getting retired by the Texas Rangers yet?
Oh, is Young's number not retired?
No.
Would now be a good time to re-explore my take that John Daniels was shedding fake tears when he announced Michael Young's retirement?
I think it's blatantly disrespectful, and I agree with it 100%. So, there's that. That's weird. Why are they? Michael Young was as beloved as Adrian Beltre, at least I think he was.
More.
Right.
At least I would say if you look at their careers, Michael Young's, I know he didn't grow up in the Rangers organization. He was traded from Toronto in the minor leagues. His first ever major league game was a Texas Ranger. He was the best Texas Ranger for a long period of time. He was on the 2010 and 2011 World Series teams. He represented them as kind of the main guy for a long time. He played longer here. He had a better Ranger career than Adrian Beltre had. Adrian Beltre had a better career. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. I'm not making that point. I'm just saying if you look at Ranger career, a lot longer for Michael Young. Here for both World Series, Adrian Beltre here for 2011 World Series. I think it is a legitimate argument from people. It's great that Adrian Beltre is getting his number retired. I just assume here they should probably do pretty soon that Michael Young's number should get retired.
Yeah, I mean, Adrian Beltre went to higher heights. He was a better player. He's actually eligible for the actual Hall of Fame, where Michael Young isn't. But when it comes to just the Rangers, Michael Young is more of a Rangers Hall of Famer. My theory would be, with Michael Young, it's happening. You're going to take your time, let it go, and find the right time. And with Adrian Beltre, you could be looking at it like, we got to stake our claim that AB is ours.
Yeah, because he could be a Dodger. I know that people don't remember that, but I mean, really,
he was good there for a long time.
He was good for a long time. He went to Seattle, and he was pretty good there. He was honestly,
a bad stadium for him.
Yeah, and then he got great in Boston for a year, and then the Rangers got him for the rest of his career. It's just one of these things that it's awesome. Number 29 is getting retired. That'll be a fun day at the ballpark or night at the ballpark.
I'm offended now. I had no idea Michael Young's number wasn't retired.
They had Michael Young. Remember, they had a Michael Young day. They presented him with like a Kobe jersey, which was, I thought, very disrespectful.
Yeah,
just teasing, but kind of not, just because I'm not a Kobe fan in here in
Dallas.
He is,
and that's what matters, sir.
But yeah, they had a big day where he had a speech and everything. And honestly, I thought like that was everything. But then I realized through this weekend that no, that was just kind of like a Michael Young day, and he got put in. Maybe he got put into the Rangers Hall of Fame. I think he's in the Rangers Hall of Fame, but you can wear number 10 if you would like to wear number 10. I guess you can.
Well, maybe Michael Young is waiting for people to be fired before he wants to go in.
Yeah,
just wanted to float that.
Well,
out
then
there.
why would he come back?
Maybe
and take the check and work with it.
I don't know. It was a bad theory, but I like it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I like the theory too, but it was bad.
Gavin does have I think a valid point of they don't have to worry about Michael Young. He's already part of the organization again. He's going to stay part of the organization the rest of his life. It's not like the Phillies or the Dodgers can claim him, as he played half a season with both of those teams. When it comes to Adrian Beltre, it's kind of like, hey, he was ours, guys. You can talk about Dodger highlights or Seattle Mariners moments or the Boston Red Sox year, but he's a Texas Ranger, and they wanted to make sure everybody knows Adrian Beltre, forget about all the other things he did, only remember Texas Rangers stuff. We're claiming a stake on him because
if he gets into the Hall and he chooses your lid, I think it's a big boost for this organization where, at least in Boston and LA, they've had so many great players and things throughout the years.
Because I brought this up on the morning show on Sean and RJ. If you look at their 5 kind of prime years with the Rangers, Josh Hamilton's way better than Adrian Beltre.
Really?
Now, he doesn't get remembered as well because of he left. He signed with the Angels. He had the big fly ball mistake in Oakland when the major collapse happened in 2012, his last year. But if you look at him, all 5 years in Texas, 5-time All-Star, MVP, finished 5th in the MVP voting in his last year. It was just a horrible last 2 weeks of the season. And then in that playoff game, that one game kind of game.
I think it shows how important the likability factor is as well. I've never seen a guy get such tremendous love from an organization that he didn't come up with.
Yeah.
And it was almost day one he got here. And of course, playing great matters. But a lot of guys have come in and played great. Nobody cares about Cole Hamels, right?
True.
It's the personality. It's
Darvish.
The one-legged home runs, down on one knee, the silly stuff with his head and the laughing and everything.
He had a whole lot more on-field personality than Michael Young did.
But I will say this. They need to start really celebrating the 2010-2011 team and slash the players that were on there. Adrian Beltre is a start. Michael Young, Josh Hamilton, Colby Lewis. And I know that they've had moments. Don't get me wrong. They've had Colby Lewis back and stuff like this. And I don't think Colby Lewis's number should get retired. But I think you should start looking at, we need to really take care of the guys that put the Rangers on the map, because the Rangers, I hate to say this, because I wore the jersey in 2004. The Rangers were almost looked as like a minor league team. Like, hey, that's a team that you have to play in the regular season to rack up wins. And then we get to real baseball in September. And, then we look at all the other teams that really compete for things. That 2010, 2011 team with a lot of the players, Ian Kinsler's still playing. Ian Kinsler's number should be retired by the Texas Rangers. He should be in the Hall of Fame with the Texas Rangers when it's all over, because they were just, Gavin, you didn't grow up here. The Rangers weren't looked at, the Rangers are coming to Seattle. We need to really, nobody looked at the Rangers as a real team.
No, it was a cool team for a while when they had all the home run hitters, but it was almost like a couple of cool individuals.
Yeah.
But not something that was relevant nationally at all. And everything has changed as a result of what took place then. Irrevocably, you have memory for very important baseball people of your team being awesome for a 2-year period. And then they almost did it again. They come back and win a couple divisional series the next year. It was a great run.
The last thing on Beltre that I want, guys, is the Heroes game by Dirk Nowitzki. It's a baseball game, and they bring in, all the Cowboys and current Mavs, sometimes retired players. Wouldn't it be awesome if Beltre's number were to get retired at the ballpark and he played a game in Frisco in that Dirk game?
Yeah.
Like to just finish it off, like to watch Beltre play one more time. He's going to play in the Dirk Heroes game.
So many angles to what
Man,
T.O.
he'd be really good at that game.
Yeah. I would be scared to be on the mound, but I would make sure to throw it a little bit inside and not outside, because I don't want him hitting it back at me by accident.
Yeah, you might want to step back there, right? Because don't they have you up closer?
No, we're on the mound.
Oh, really?
But I know I can put the ball. I can still throw the ball inside or outside. If it's a real baseball player, when I'm throwing it against the basketball and football players, I'm not that scared, and I'm just trying to throw it down the middle.
What T.O. said about Tony. That's coming up next. Got all the angles right here in the GBAG Nation for you. Before we get there, though, Mike and we got to talk about the Can Academies. These guys are so great because they hook kids up with second chances.
They are. Let's help change the lives of thousands of local kids with your donation of that old car, boat, or motorcycle, running or not, to carsforkids.org. The number is 972-274-5437. Now, when you do this, you're going to get a little reward, as in you're going to receive a $50 Visa gift card for each donation, running or not. But the big reward is you are going to give kids a second chance to earn their high school diploma. 100% of the net proceeds, they're going to go to the kids. And Gavin, the donation process is fast and easy. The number again, 972-274-5437.
Oh, it's a great phone number to call, 972-274-KIDS. You got to hit that number to give kids a second chance of getting that high school diploma. Now, what happens if they don't get a high school diploma? Abby and I did a video around the holidays, and I asked her that question. She said, well, you might not get a good job and you could be homeless. And, 7-year-olds have a great way of summing things up very clearly and succinctly. I was like, you're dead on about that, honey. And we don't want to see that happen in North Texas. So what we do is we donate the old car, truck, SUV. Can Academy takes the proceeds, gets kids a second chance at a high school diploma. All you have to do is donate, 972-274-KIDS, carsforkids.org, supporting Texans Can Academies in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Garland. Remember to write off the car, not the kid.
The only way you can take the fan with you is the radio.com app. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
This CBS Sports Minute brought to you by the snoring experts at simplesleepservices.com. Get the right diagnosis, the right solution, the right treatment to help you wake up to better sleep.
This is John Feinstein with the CBS Sports Minute, sponsored by Glassdoor. Find the right fit for your business at Glassdoor. Roger Goodell needs to speak up. Nicole Roby-Coleman needs to shut up. While the NFL commissioner has spent the last weekend hiding, Roby-Coleman, who committed the personal foul pass interference that has irreparably damaged this NFL postseason, decided to claim this past weekend that Drew Brees' pass to Chris Lewis in the NFC title game on which he slammed into Lewis was tipped. If the ball was tipped, there would be no pass interference, although Roby-Coleman admitted after the game he should have been called for PI. One problem. Regardless, Roby-Coleman committed a blatant personal foul on the play, for which the NFL has fined him, which satisfies exactly no one. Goodell's going to have to say something when he speaks to the media in Atlanta this week. Given his deafening silence, maybe he'll call the whole thing fake news. I'm John Feinstein.
CBS Sports Radio.
Some job recruitment sites overload your inbox with resumes. Glassdoor knows not just any will do. From 62 million job seekers, Glassdoor only matches you with qualified candidates who have the skills and experience your small business needs to grow. In fact, Glassdoor hires are 30% more likely to stay with your company longer, and Glassdoor can help you find that perfect candidate in half the resumes. Go to glassdoor.com/hire. Glassdoor. Find the right fit for your business.
I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans, America's premier home purchase lender. We've created a new way to protect you from unpredictable interest rates. Our exclusive Rate Shield approval. First, we lock your interest rate for up to 90 days. Then, if rates go up, your rate stays locked. But if rates go down, your rate drops. Either way, you win. Call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rate Shield approval only valid on certain 30-year fixed-rate loans. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030. Additional conditions or exclusions may apply.
If you're struggling financially, pick up the phone and call Mark Rubin. He can help you. Compounding credit card debt can eat you alive. Don't go through that by yourself, especially when there's help out there. Help that's easy to talk to, like our guy, Mark Rubin. Yeah, Mark Rubin is the dude. He's helped so many people. We always talk about thousands of folks have turned to him. Well, a ton of those people are our Tolo listeners. That's because Mark has been riding with 105.3 for over a decade. He's been with us in different incarnations. He's always been partners with the Ben and Skin Show, and we appreciate that. So we know a lot about Mark besides just, what he does with his profession there. And we know that he's a good dude. You'll like him. And why does that matter? Because when you're handing over, your personal financial situation, you want to feel confident in the person you're handing it over to. Mark will instill confidence in you immediately. You're going to like working with him, whether it's foreclosure or repossession or IRS problems or medical bills or whatever has put you in this bad spot. Let Mark Rubin get you out of it. It's Mark Rubin and Rubin and Associates at 1-800-LAWYERS or check him out online at DallasTexasLegal.com.
Specs would like to remind you that February 3rd is coming up fast. Are you ready for America's favorite day to scream at the TV? It's the holy grail of football, friends, and fun. So hurry into Specs and stock up for your big game party with lower prices on a stadium-sized selection of craft beers, fancy dips, and Specs excessive celebration-inducing gourmet snacks. Come get down-set delicious at Specs. Cheers to savings.
What's going on, fans and Tolos? It is Troy Houston. Of course, I want to talk to you about Platinum Ford in Terrell. It's a short drive east of the Metroplex in Terrell off of Highway 80. They've been doing remarkable things, and now they're going to do more remarkable things in 2019. Isn't that right, General Manager Adam Vinci?
Without question, Troy. Here at Platinum Ford, we want to do anything and everything we can for the fans and Tolos. And don't forget about our website, PlatinumFord.com. Come see us and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Deals starting at $6 are delicious. Subway, make it what you want.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
A radio.com station. Live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 53 in Atlanta. You're rolling with DFW's #1 midday show, the GBAG Nation, on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 3 of the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a great day. You can check us out as we're live from Radio Row in Atlanta. The Low T Center fan cam is rocking and rolling at 105 through the fan.com/fancam. Our coverage brought to you by Twin Peaks here all week long. I do find it remarkable what T.O. said about Tony. There's so many angles on it. Just the fact that he said it was awesome. I do think Tony's the best quarterback that T.O. played with. Am I wrong?
McNabb was good.
Yeah, Garcia was pretty good.
Garcia was all right.
I don't know who he had in Cincinnati and Buffalo.
He did get a little bit of Steve Young, right?
Oh, yeah, early in his career. That was when he cried. He caught a ball in the end zone to beat Green Bay early in his career, and he was on the sideline.
Steve Young's probably the best he played with for however long that was. Then Romo.
Maybe he was holding everybody else to that same standard, and you were either inaccurate, soft, or gay.
And Steve Young talked about how different T.O. was his first 2 to 3 years in the NFL than once he kind of started blowing up when his whole mindset changed on how he was going to act.
So, did you ever think of Tony Romo as inaccurate at all?
No.
Was there anything
I thought he was overly risky, but to your point of accuracy, like
it usually went where he wanted.
I can remember the Washington one that was a pathetic pass to end a season. I can remember the game where they were up by 21 and he threw a pass to Bobby Carpenter, but I'm not sure if he intentionally threw it. So he was really accurate if he was trying to throw it to Bobby Carpenter to
Bobby was
help his career out.
Now, the way I remember it, and I got a lot of my info listening to the Ben and Skin show, his picks were usually all the receivers' faults,
yes,
right?
Okay. He actually never threw a pick.
Yeah. Do you think Tony, though, is at all trying hard to dominate in the booth in a way of compensating for not being a better player, not being more, or is he just that focused because that's what he does with everything, whether it's golf or video games?
No, I think he's that great.
Yeah, he's just that dialed in and that competitive.
I do think no matter what we say, as great as he was or as not great as he was,
it's the fifth most accurate passer of all time.
He's very confident in his career.
Yeah.
We can criticize him, and he'll be criticized pretty much his whole, because he's going to be so awesome on TV that he'll be around for another 30 years, I think, as a relevant name, is that people will say things about his career, but I think he's okay with the way it ended up.
Yeah, I do think in general there's a little bit of a Napoleon thing happening with Tony, and that's kind of where
I don't disagree with you, and I love him.
Yeah, I'm not saying it to be critical. I'm just trying to be as fair as possible to T.O. Like, how would you say that? How would you see Tony as anything other than? So I'm trying to think. Does he believe that Tony didn't achieve so there? But that would be more based on him being smaller, him not being recruited high, and then not drafted high. Not anything to do with his inaccuracies throwing the football. That's a reach to get to.
That's crazy talk. His completion percentage is the same as Peyton Manning's for his career.
Wow.
And ahead of Aaron Rodgers. So it's like, okay, we can go ahead and drop that one right now. Yeah. And we can move on to something else.
He was moving downfield a lot. This wasn't checked down at all.
That's the weird thing is I don't know what T.O.'s motivation would be to go after Romo other than.
Well, he got really mad at Witten and Romo at one point in his career.
Yeah.
There's
and I guess
a little axe to grind.
I mean, he cried about him, but I don't know how much he loved him.
I like T.O. too, but listen, even I know you're not going to find a guy who will do more to prop himself up by stepping on others than my guy T.O.
Yeah.
Like Romo obviously couldn't have been great. Neither could McNabb. Neither could Garcia. Because it was me. It wasn't them. It was me.
It was really good television. Like, what? He's saying that? Awesome.
And maybe it's, I mean, I think, every athlete has a big ego.
Yeah.
And some of them are more vocal about it. And Owens is plenty vocal about it.
No.
I think that a part of him is he's got the butthurtedness from waiting for the Hall of Fame. I think he wants, all of us want to make money after our career. T.O.'s earning power is not what someone of his stature as a player should be.
And
he wants to be on TV.
Hot taking about the Cowboys is great business.
It
That's
works.
really all you have to do to be a national talking head. And if he's talking himself into a career, then I think that was a great first step.
I think he's trying.
And the other thing too is we just talked about Adrian Beltre, how the Rangers had to really scoop in. They were a little bit concerned with Seattle and L.A., trying to be like, hey, let's make sure that everybody knows Adrian Beltre is ours. T.O. probably feels the opposite. San Francisco wants nothing to do with him. Dallas wants nothing to do with him. Philly wants nothing to do with him.
What about Buffalo and Cincinnati?
Be the heel.
So
be the heel. Just embrace it.
So he has no affiliation with any team. Nobody wants him to be part of their Ring of Honor or Hall of Fame thing. Like, yeah, you made it the Hall of Fame, great. But he has no NFL team wants to bring him in and be part of like, hey, you're part of our history. Yeah, he was, but nobody wants to bring him in to be part of it.
Well, then I guess embracing that and being like the hot take superstar who might be willing to burn bridges, that's a viable market if you want to be that guy. And heck, why not if everybody already doesn't like you, right?
Yeah.
You could spend years trying to rebuild all those relationships, or just own it. It's who you are. People don't like you. You try your hardest to be likable, but he just constantly shoots himself in the foot.
Yeah, and this the tough thing. If he wanted to have that job, at some point he's going to have to like somebody. Like you can't crush everything and everybody all the time. I mean, at some point you're going to have to say,
yeah,
I really like watching this guy. Antonio Brown is awesome. Or like so you're going to have to pick.
Well, if there's a player who says T.O.'s my favorite player and I love him, he'd love that player.
Okay.
He'd be like, yeah, I think that guy really gets it.
I found a really interesting story here, kind of building off that T.O. piece. I was bumping around the internet and I saw this headline. Tony Romo realizes he should have used ability to read defenses back when he was still playing. And then, of course, I clicked on the little Twitter thing, and it was The Onion. I thought that was some of their finest work.
Yeah. And Romo.
Good satire.
When Romo and T.O. did play together, Romo was still growing as a quarterback and probably reading defenses and everything. So was he better at reading defenses after T.O. was gone? Yeah. Did he feel like he had to take a bigger leadership role when T.O. was gone because he could have more of a vocal leadership role in the clubhouse? Yeah, and T.O. wasn't around for any of that. He was there for young Tony Romo.
My memory was kind of fuzzy on the exact dates. Romo's first 4 years as a starter were the T.O. years. He walked into, all right, I'm a starter, and T.O.'s on my team.
Figuring it all out.
T.O. in the middle/end prime, ego as big as ever, and Romo was like, I get to play now. Okay.
This is a good time, I think, to bring up what Ross Tucker was talking about earlier this morning when he was talking with Sean and RJ. It's Romo related, and it has to do with his broadcasting. You okay with telling that here?
Yeah, it was great. Ross Tucker was on with Sean and RJ, and he was saying he went to broadcasting school. So they send all the former players to a broadcasting school, and he works for Westwood One and calling radio. And he said one of the major rules you learn quickly is do not step on your play-by-play guy. Let him set up the play, the formation, so they can say, hey, we got trips right. That's Jim Nance's job. He's got to do that. He needs the time as they break the huddle. You need to be quiet so he can set up what the play is or it looks like, whatever. Tony Romo never went to that school because Tony Romo immediately got the job and immediately started working on homework, immediately started working on Jim Nance on how to do it. Jim Nance allows him to talk as the ball is being snapped. Jim Nance doesn't feel like Tony Romo is getting stepped on.
So there's reasons he can break the rules.
Yes, and so that's what Ross Tucker is saying. The reason he's able to do that is he's talking through the ball being snapped, which is a no-no when you go to broadcasting school. So he's doing something that they've all been taught not to do, and he's doing it. So it's opening up this awesome thing for Tony Romo. And Ross Tucker was saying, hey, it's awesome what Tony Romo is doing. We've just been taught the history of being a former player going to that job is you do not talk once the huddle breaks because now it's their time to set up what the play looks like, if it's jumbo package or whatever.
Changing the game of broadcasting right there, because I think what they're going to do is people are going to start saying, okay, we need to look how Tony's doing it and maybe coach our guys to be a little bit more free and easy.
Good luck. You got to be able to – I just think it's a huge advantage to have I guess if I say all-time great, that's polarizing, but a great quarterback from that vantage point this soon after his career, because I think that's a huge part of it. There's going to be a different level of work that's required by Romo if he's doing this in 10 years.
Yeah.
Because right now he has a scouting report on all these
Great
teams.
point.
He's played them. He's familiar with a lot of them. So it's like, okay, so I get to sit up here. I get to see everything. I get to essentially do what the Rams do for Jared Goff. Hurry up to the line. Let somebody with a really experienced eye see what they're doing. Go in motion. Let me tell you what it means.
That's a great point. So maybe the thing is that Tony's going to make it that you can't be a lazy former player anymore.
Probably.
If you want to come in and get to the top of the game, you can't just be like, oh, yeah, I remember this one time
Phil Simms.
I played with this guy, and he kind of did that to me too. And I was like, man, that hurt.
And I think Phil Simms got worse, to your point, that he immediately got a job after he was playing quarterback. He knew all the teams.
Yeah.
Then you're 20 years away from it. You literally know zero of the head coaches almost. You know zero of the quarterbacks or defenses they're really running, and you have to do a lot of studying.
Yeah.
And Romo's going to run into that. I talk to David Murphy about this all the time when we get to do pre and post together. I said, it's awesome. And I said, you need to do this more. I was talking to David Murphy. I said, you still know the scouting reports on all the pitchers in this league because you just retired a year or two ago. I don't know that anymore. I knew everything about Prince Fielder. I faced Prince Fielder in Milwaukee, so I could go, maybe his scouting reports changed a little bit with the Rangers, but I literally know, having a 20-minute conversation with a pitching coach on how you should pitch Prince Fielder, whether you're a righty or lefty, his strengths and weaknesses. I don't know that anymore about any of the MLB players, so I have to start asking questions and watching a little bit more, and I said that's when it becomes tougher because you can't just go off of everything I know because I literally know almost every player in the league I'm covering.
So, wow, I mean, that's a lot to take in. Maybe there's not going to be the staying power of Tony, or maybe he has to continue to work hard. Yeah.
But
the other thing is the conversations that the broadcasters are having with the coaches.
Yeah.
Did you know that 13 of his 15 correct calls were Patriots? Because him and Belichick get together and they're just like talking about football and everything. How many of the broadcasters are going in with great questions and they have scouted? So now they have questions to learn from the coaches, and how many are going in like, hey man, nice to see you. Hey,
what can you tell me about the game?
Yeah. What's your game plan? You want to get a burger later? And so if you're doing it like Tony, you have so many questions. Maybe it's too much to ask other broadcasters. Here comes another one, Trent Green. He's doing a good job.
I do know this. I do think Tony Romo is going to change the game of broadcasting for players that want to come into it, which is going to be really nice because listening to Ross Tucker, I think people can do what Tony Romo does. Not everybody, because not everybody's a former quarterback, but they were told not to do it. So now that it's working, I think you'll have players or former players come in and say, I can do what Tony Romo's doing in my own way. It won't be Tony Romo's way, but I think that he's going to up the game of the broadcast from the former players.
I hope so. We could look at our format right here, and for the longest time, it was old fat guys who were good at being loud. Talking sports just based off their opinions. And now we got film coming in. We have scouts joining us on a regular basis to really elevate the level that you don't need phone calls and Jimmy, on the phones to keep the content going. It's like, dude, we got so many things to get to and so many media members providing insight both on our show and elsewhere to talk about that, we don't just need to throw it to the phones anymore, or it's not good enough just to be a loud opinionated person anymore. It's really the words you're saying instead of the energy that you're using to say it.
I know it's weird because I don't think Tony Romo will ever get in the Hall of Fame as a player. I think he might. I know he's 2 years into it. He gets to call the Super Bowl this week. I think there's a chance he gets into the Super Bowl as a broadcaster.
The Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's going to the Super Bowl as a broadcaster.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I think that there could be a time 20 years from now, Tony Romo will be a lot older. If he sticks with this, that Tony Romo is going to get on the ballot for being a Hall of Fame broadcaster.
I could see it. Absolutely. All right. Here we go. GBAG Nation. It's winning time. Every hour, 16 past the hour, chance to win $1,000 in this national contest. And the word this hour is flop, F-L-O-P. Text the word flop to 72881. Next chance to win $1,000 is coming up at 1:16. Continues all the way through the Ben and Skin show. The Luka Doncic pre-draft workout that even Mark Cuban didn't know about. Did you hear about this, Bassick? All right, cool. I get to break something Mavs related to Bassick and give you some Luka backstory on what it was like for him in the build-up to the draft. That is next right here in the GBAG Nation. Let's talk about my buddy Scott and Mark Frankel, though, and 1-800-Lawyers. These guys are so great when it comes to when you get in an accident and it's not your fault. We're heading back for cold weather this afternoon. If it does freeze, or, maybe it's just slick out there with the rain, somebody runs into you, call Scott and Mark Frankel immediately, 1-800-Lawyers. They are the official lawyers of the Tolo. And if you get hurt, the worst thing you could do would be to not call Scott and Mark Frankel. Yeah, just handle it on your own. Go to the doctor, talk to the insurance adjuster. It's not going to work out for you. Be careful out there when it comes to how you're going to handle your own situation and get things put back together. Because I'll tell you, from personal experience, medical expenses, lost wages, vehicle repair bills, it can total tens and tens of thousands of dollars. Call Scott and Mark Frankel, 1-800-Lawyers. They're going to take care of this for you. The official lawyers of the Tolo, online at frankelfirm.com.
The one place to grab the fan wherever you go. Radio.com. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
Try Taco Bueno's new Bueno Under a Buck menu. 10 Tex-Mex favorites for just $79, $89, and 99 cents, including the Party Burrito and the new extra cheesy Party Taco. The real Tex-Mex deal. Only Bueno is Bueno.
Get ready for the water. The Dallas Boat Expo is your chance to get all new 2019 watercraft models on display. Come get exclusive deals on all boat accessories, marinas, and lake properties. Compare vendors and receive on-the-spot financing all in one place. You can't get a better deal anywhere else. February 1st through the 3rd, and then February 7th through the 10th. That's 2 weekends to get you into the watercraft of your dreams while saving big. Admission is free Thursday and Friday. For more information, go to DallasBoatExpo.com.
Choose to love in any language with a Valentine's Day spa package from Hand & Stone Massage and Facial Spa. Buy a Valentine's Day spa package like our Serenity package, which includes a 50-minute massage and 50-minute signature facial, and receive a free massage or facial service gift card. Or save $10 on spa gift card purchases at guest pricing. Visit handandstone.com for details or your local Hand & Stone in Dallas-Fort Worth. That's handandstone.com. Restrictions apply.
You get the most for your lease with an Autoflex lease, yeah.
Research has shown that people will drive up to 50 miles to get their car from a dealer that has great online customer ratings. But you won't have to go any further than your phone to reach one of the highest rated dealers in the country, Autoflex Leasing. The website Compare Top 10 has ranked Autoflex Leasing as the top rated leasing company in America for 5 years running. But you don't have to take their word for it. You can also go to dealerrater.com and see what real customers say about their Autoflex experience. Easy, quick, and painless. Everything leasing a car should be, with none of the traditional hassles. Returning customers say that Autoflex will be there for you when you need them, not just when they're selling you a car. What are you waiting for? Call Autoflex right now at either 817 or 972-234-1234 or reach them at Autoflex.com. Get any make, any model, and Autoflex quality service.
Autoflex lease, oh yeah.
Hey DFW, Fitness Connection is having their grand opening celebration at the new Watauga location at 8428 Denton Highway. Join us this Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m. for free class demos, food, and a chance to win free TVs, gym memberships, and more. Visit fitnessconnection.com for details.
Kevin, one of my favorite things about Soda Weight Loss and Nutrition is that when they ask you what your happy weight is, they want you to be even better than that. They don't want you to walk in, lose a little bit of weight, and then gain it all back. And that's why the maintenance program is so important to what they do.
You're right. Once I got onto maintenance, I was really worried that left to my own devices, I was going to screw it up. But here I am, like 6 months later. Bang! Still the same weight with even more muscles I was before.
You can see that your shoulders are starting to roll back. Your chest is starting to pop out. And you can probably see, without your shirt on, more definition. Go ahead and take your shirt off.
Well, I've been waiting a long time for you to ask me that, but you are right. It's like a couple of phases. You can drop all the weight, and then you can put on the kind of weight that you want to put on, not the weight you're used to putting on. So when you're ready to reshape your body the way you want, make your way out to one of the 7 fine soda locations across the Metroplex. You can also give them a call at 1-800-555-6521 or go to sodaweightloss.com.
Soda, say it with me now, state of the art.
It's a Cowboy Monday, presented by Albertsons and Tom Thumb on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, GBAG Nation. The Luka Doncic pre-draft workout story that all Mavs fans got to hear. It's right now here on 105.3 The Fan. The segment is brought to you by Scott Mark Frankel, 1-800-Lawyers. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the office of Frankel & Frankel right now, 1-800-Lawyers. Official lawyers of the Tolo. Check out our fan cam. We're live at the Low T Center. And they got a good angle on it this year because it's a lot more spread out than the food court last year in Minneapolis. So you can get a good wide angle on us and everything. Got WEEI behind us. They're going to be killing it in Boston. Another intercom station with former tight end Christian Fourier.
It has to be really weird for them to come to the Super Bowl and their team not be in it.
Yeah.
We're the opposite. Like, I can't imagine the Cowboys being in this game, and they're probably like, we can't imagine showing up to a Super Bowl with the team not being here.
It's a regular work week for those guys over there. Unreal. Okay, this Luka content, obviously the triple-double last night had everybody talking about him again. And Tom Haberstroh on NBCSports.com. He's a great, longtime NBA writer. And he's got this really cool story about, this workout that happened last August before the draft. I don't know why the Warriors agreed to it, because obviously they didn't have a pick where they were going to be able to take Luka.
Last August, so we're 10 months away from the draft?
Yes.
Okay.
They were maybe this was last April. I'm sorry.
Okay, because when you said August, I'm like, wow, that was a long way away from the draft.
Yeah, that would be. I'm sorry I don't have the right month.
Okay, I'm sorry for
Okay, there's a pre-draft workout happening.
All right.
And Steph Curry and his trainer, the guy that's credited for really saving his career and pulling him out of bad sprained ankle land and making him a solid guy, and, you know, works with him for hours and hours every week. It's with this guy, Brandon Payne, Steph Curry, and Luka Doncic. And Luka's agent, Bill Duffy, set this up. He wanted to get Luka an opportunity to go work out with a guy who's one of the top 5 players in the game. And amongst the quotes, for me, I just wanted him to be exposed to the excellence of Steph, not just Steph's skill, but appreciating the work that goes into it. I wanted to show him that someone at that level can take instruction to and be corrected. Remember going into the draft, the swaggy D thing. Luka is a European playboy. He's given himself a nickname. He likes to be out at the clubs, you know, and it was unsure what kind of work ethic and focus and professionalism he was coming to the NBA with.
Yeah, and he'd gained some pounds,
Yes.
you know, his last year in EuroLeague.
So
Not great pounds.
He says, Brandon is up here telling Steph, do this, don't do that, correcting him. I think someone like Luka was like, whoa, Steph's a top player in basketball, and he has had someone pushing him to be the best he can be. To be exposed to that, says agent Bill Duffy, was special. And to me, that thing right there is huge. Again, the story says Mark Cuban did not know about this workout, but I think if, as the owner of the team or the front office, if there was any way you could get home that message early, and obviously having Dirk here is important for that because Dirk can say it, but Luka can't go watch Dirk put in a long workout as one of the top players in the game because that's past. So the workout starts, and 1 hour into it, they're like, Luka, are you good? And he's like, no, let's keep going. This is awesome, man. I'm working out with Steph Curry. 2 hours in, they're like, dude, you know, this workout's been going on a while now. You know, you just had your Spanish Pro League and all that. You ready now? He's like, no, this is great. Let's keep going. 3 hours into a very intense workout with Steph Curry and Luka Doncic, he's like, all right, guys, I guess we should quit now. But he's still got this big old smile, enthusiasm. Both guys are having the time of their life working out and, you know, trying their hardest to get better. He's like, I got to call it now, though, because I got to get upstairs and work out. I got to get my weight work in before my day is complete as I'm preparing for the draft. So that made a huge impression on everybody inside that building, that you literally could not get to a point where Luka Doncic had either broken physically down and had stopped playing hard or enjoying it, and mentally he still wanted more. And I think that's the sort of Peyton Manning type of Tom Brady backstory of the guys that continue to improve deep in their 30s. I
love this story because if we're going to win a championship again in Dallas, it's going to be because of Luka. And if he has this type of work ethic, and I heard from, might have been Skin, you know, when he was struggling shooting free throws earlier in the year, he got so mad that after the game, he took a little bit of a rest, and then he went and started shooting free throws at midnight. Like, I'm going to go, and I don't know how much he does that after games. And I've only heard one story so far that, after playing 30 something minutes and being the main focus of the game, he's like, you know what? Let me take a little break. I'll get something to eat, and then we're going to go to the gym at midnight across the street where the Mavericks practice, and we're going to work more on my game.
Yeah, that, you know, those are the kind of stories that you'd hear about Dirk and stuff, you know, doing his extra work.
The only thing that you wonder about on this, and I just don't know everything, is that's what ended Larry Bird's career, is he worked too hard. Is that it ruined his back because he wouldn't ever stop and give his body a break. But I think with the technology now that you have, the doctors, the personal trainers, the training staff, the ability that you're not flying commercial, you're actually flying private, that there would be enough people to tell Luka when enough is enough. That's rare in a human being, that you have to tell him, you gotta slow down and stop.
Okay.
But that's great to know about Luka.
I'm going to finish up this story. Then we're going to get into some really fascinating Cowboys contract content. And I know CBA stuff can get boring, but I think it's a really interesting way to tackle. We got 5 contracts coming up over the next 2 years. What's the best way for trying to win the Super Bowl to get all these guys taken care of? We'll get to that here in just 2 minutes. I do want to go back to, you know, what his agent wanted to show Luka Doncic that Steph Curry was doing as far as the work ethic, the ability to take coaching. we have kids in sports right now. I bet there's a lot of dads that have kids in sports. And one thing that happens is when your kid has a little bit of success, or kids on your team have a little bit of success, this has been my experience anyway, you congratulate the kid. You tell them how proud you are. They had all these parents cheering for him, and now they think, I'm a star, you know? And maybe not at 19 years old, the psychology might not be as powerful, but then it becomes difficult to tell your own players, your own kids, hey, stop. That wasn't good. Because now in their mind, everything is good. Didn't you hear everybody cheering for me? Didn't you see the score, Dad? That was 14-4. You know, why are you now talking to me like I'm somebody that doesn't know? And that's a fantasy that you want to encourage in youth sports, because they get to run around and play and be like, oh my goodness, I'm just like my favorite players. Did you see how awesome that was? I'm going to grow up and be this guy and that guy. And it's a really important part to get kids to dream. But it's a catch-22, because as soon as they buy that, now they don't want to hear anything. So for all young athletes, for young professionals, everybody trying to be the best at something, you have to fight getting into that mindset with all of your power. And that's, I think, why the agent thought it was so important to take his 19-year-old to go work out with Steph.
Yeah, and Luka's a special person. You know, it just brings up me coaching kids and coaching my kid, and just how I'm not a perfect dad. I'm not a perfect coach. I realize that. I make mistakes, and that is really tough, because I've lost kids that have said, hey, you're too much of a hard ass.
Yeah.
We're out. And then I've had where then you'll have another dad saying, you got to be tougher on my kid, you know, and it's just, it's a tough one to try to, you just have to trust yourself, and I'm going to make mistakes, and I'm not going to be right some of the times, and I'm going to run off kids, and then some parents and / kids are going to love it. But you try to find that balance of, the other day, I let my kid beat me in basketball. I made a mistake. I was too hard on him the other day when they played, and he just didn't have a good game. And he got in the car and he goes, I didn't have a good game. And he recognized he didn't have a good game without me saying it, but probably my body language and then me speaking to him after the game wasn't the best that I could have done either as a parent / helping him learn the game of basketball. So then I felt like the day before his game, when we play one-on-one, because I told him, when you beat me, you'll know you beat me, because I'm not going to let you beat me. I went away from that standard and let him beat me.
It's understandable.
To try to give him confidence going into this game, because I felt like I broke down his confidence too much after the game was over, the last game.
I mean, those ideas of making kids coachable and confident are in direct odds with each other.
Yeah.
It's a really difficult thing to get home. And I think professional coaches are dealing with that too on a different level, because you have much more sophisticated
think about right now with Rick and Dennis.
Yeah.
How good or bad that's going. You know,
Steve Kerr did have some quotes here in the story about Luka's all-star worthiness, though. Whether he makes it or not, he's an all-star. Certain guys just stand out. You see what they do. You see what they mean to the game. If he doesn't make it this year, he's going to make it soon enough. And you might have seen that quote already, but I thought it was worth repeating. Okay, I was chatting on Twitter with a guy who does podcasts about the NFL salary cap. You might have talked to this guy. You might have been on his podcast, Capology 101 podcast.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was on there. Yep.
Cool dude.
Yep.
Really interesting thing to enter into the conversation, how the Cowboys could let this thing play out. How do you maximize your flexibility and you maximize your chances to win the Super Bowl? And we've talked a lot about, should they backload some contracts to sneak more players in? The opposite way of looking at it is equally interesting. And I'll get to that here in just a second. The main takeaway about the Cowboys cap is, right now, it's their choice what they want to do, because it's finally over. They've had tons and tons of dead money over the last decade plus. Last year, they had $32 million still on the cap. So the entire NFL is competing with $190 million. Here's the Cowboys at $158. And most teams have less than $5 or $6 million, but some other teams did have significant dead money. But the Cowboys have been the kings of dead money forever. It's finally over. Hallelujah.
Really?
Do we want to go back into it and try to win a Super Bowl?
Gavin does.
I've been tempted by it.
Gavin's killing them for dead money, and he's like, what we need to do is create some dead money and go win us a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But you know what? If you promise me the Super Bowl, sure.
Whatever they aren't doing is the smartest thing in the world.
I don't know all this cap stuff. Is LA in dead money right now? Because they seem to.
They're about to be.
I would bet they're going to, because they just traded for veterans. They signed veterans, and I don't think they were 1-year deals. So they're probably pushing pretty hard during the golf rookie window, and I'd imagine they'll pay for it.
Okay,
to some extent.
Yeah. So now the Cowboys are as low as you can possibly be going into a year. They got like $1.7 million in dead money. It's great. So one of the really cool things that teams are starting to do, and the 49ers just did this with Jimmy Garoppolo, they gave him $41 million for one season.
Yeah, pay it when you can.
The full first year and a ton of the signing bonus were like, bam, there you go, Jimmy G. So now they're actually at a point where they could save money against the cap if they cut him right now. If they cut him next year, then they could save $13 million. Right now it's pretty close, but next year. So after 2 years of a big contract, even though it was, $135 million over 5 years, I mean, he got a monster. And Dak's expected to get around $27.5 million. So, you know what?
Loaded up big time is what you're saying with Dak?
Yeah, if you're able to.
Well, here's what I was thinking. You load up big time with Byron Jones and Amari Cooper. You get them out of the way. You load up big time with Tank as well. You take their cap numbers from 8 or 9 to 30. And then next year it comes way down. You're like, hey, here's our money for Dak and Zeke. And then, bam, you get those guys out of the way. And now your 5 most important players, the biggest hit was taken in the first 2 years. And now you have them under contract each for 3 or 4 more years. And you have all the flexibility and leverage.
Gavin, I want to hug you right now.
Isn't that perfect?
Well, it worked for I'll say this. It worked for the 49ers because they were awful.
Yeah.
And they had, when they signed Jimmy, I want to say they had $80 or $90 million available.
Okay.
So I don't know how much of it the Cowboys can do, but they can definitely do some of it.
Yeah.
And it pays off really well because, like, you're talking about just Jimmy Garoppolo's contract. In 2022, if he plays it out, his cap hit will be $27 million because it goes 37, 19 and a half, 26, 26, 27. 5 years from now, $27 million. If you have just a starting quarterback, it's going to be a great value.
That's the important thing because it's the top 5 guys in salary cap hits that aren't making the Super Bowl. You get out of having your guy be one of the top paid quarterbacks very, very quickly.
I think some Cowboy fans feel the way I feel right now, so I'm not trying to take a shot at Dak Prescott. I'm concerned and still worried that he's not the right guy. I don't know. I want to give him another year, but Derek Carr, I think his contract was somewhat similar because the other day I'm like, man, for just signing a deal and he's only 2 years into it, they can release him and only have $7.5 million of dead money, and then he's gone forever if they find a guy in the draft they like this year. I feel like if you're going to do this with Dak, that you need to be able to get out of this thing 2 years into it. If you get another 2 years down the road and you're like, man, he's still.
You essentially, if you structure it this way, give yourself a team option every year.
Yes.
Do we still like him? If we like him, he's getting $30 million or $25 million. He likes it because you gave him $40 million cash the moment you signed him.
Yeah.
He's like, holy crap, I'm so rich. This is amazing. I'm dating. Well, Jimmy Garoppolo was in some pretty exclusive pools.
And I hate saying this because then the Dak fans would be like, shut up. But
don't worry about it.
But, you need to be able to, if the guy hasn't proven himself, you need to be able to get out of the thing as quick as you can and move on and move forward and not just be committed to a mistake for 6 years. And hopefully it won't be a mistake. Like you just said, Gavin, you're in year 3 or 4 of the contract. Like, hey, this is pretty decent that he's $3 to $4 million under what he should be getting paid. But right now, I just want a contract that is more team friendly for Dak Prescott. When you talk about Tank Lawrence, I think it's a great idea. I think Tank's going to be great for the next 3 years. So I'm not as concerned about a Tank Lawrence long-term contract.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to skin the cat, and I think a lot of teams got sophisticated with it over the last couple of years, and now the Cowboys are in prime position to take advantage of it and follow that trend.
I will say this with Jerry Jones, is sometimes I'm not a fan of what he does. I do think he learns from his mistakes after a while, and I think that he screwed up the cap big time. Whether it was him or Stephen Jones, they did screw up the cap with the Dallas Cowboys under Tony Romo's last 3 or 4 years. And I think they've probably learned from that because when they do stuff like this, it seems like they don't make the same mistake again. So I'll give them credit for not repeating similar mistakes over and over again.
Okay, I did get winning time in, right? The word was flopped. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you did it.
72881. Thank you, Lucius, back in studio. Is it getting cold out there yet, Lucius? Is it getting cold?
I don't know,
DFW?
man. I don't know, but it's going to snow.
You're inside. Okay. That polar vortex popped again. Here it comes.
Did it get it? Yeah, it's coming here.
My dad's in Ohio. He's getting ready for 20 under. I'm like,
okay. Yeah, I'm out on that.
Legit. Okay. Jeffrey time's next. Where's it going?
New study. Found something else that'll kill us, but might be worth it. It's next.
Okay, let's talk Khan Academy with you here before we do that.
Okay, you want me to start it off here? Let's help change the lives of thousands of local kids with your donation to carsforkids.org. Donate that old car, boat, or motorcycle, running or not, to carsforkids.org. The number to call is 972-274-5437. Let's give kids a second chance to earn their high school diploma. You can change thousands of local kids' life with your donation. I know a kid in my neighborhood that is going to Texas A&M thanks to carsforkids.org because they got a second chance. The donation process is going to be fast and easy, and you're going to receive the highest possible tax deduction for your donation. The number, Gavin, is 972-274-5437.
You know it, Mike, 972-274-KIDS. Kids need a second chance so bad. I mean, you know your kids, you'd give them a second chance, third chance. You might already given them that many and more, but all kids don't have the resources to make those second chance happens. All families don't. The Khan Academies will step in there. Just give them your old vehicle. They'll handle it from there. And they have a friendly team that'll tow it away. They help you with the paperwork and everything. You get an awesome tax deduction. It's 972-274-KIDS, supporting the Khan Academies in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Garland. Remember to write off the car, not the kid.
Coming up today on the Ben and Skin Show. Day one of our exploits from Radio Row. Me, Ben, and KT are out there in Atlanta, and we'll bring you all the Super Bowl hype, surprise interviews, and, hey, the latest NBA trade rumors. Roll home with us, the Ben and Skin Show, 3 to 7 on 105.3 The Fan.
Previous segment of The Fan was brought to you by Central Kia of Plano.
Watch your green grow at Central Kia.
With super low payments on acres of new 2018 Kia Soul, Fortes, Optimus, and Sorrentos.
America's best value.
866 Central.
We're just one call away.
It's so easy.
CentralKia.com.
Ben and Skin here, and the Low T Center now treats more than low T, including low thyroid and cholesterol. Get your levels checked. Schedule your quick and easy health assessment at lowtcenter.com. It's covered by most health insurance. The Low T Center, reinventing men's health care.
Nothing says I love you like a diamond. For centuries and across cultures, it's remained the universal symbol of love, romance, and commitment. And at Diamonds Direct this Valentine's, we're making it easier than ever to celebrate your love with diamond jewelry she'll cherish for a lifetime. Join us February 4th through the 14th for our best offer ever. 5 years, 0 interest financing with nothing down on any purchase. Choose from a special expanded selection of the most romantic gifts. Rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, and bands. Get the guaranteed best price and spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest. And yes, all engagement rings are included. So come on, make it an unforgettable day for her with a special gift that symbolizes your love and commitment like nothing else. It's Diamonds Direct Spectacular Valentine's Celebration with in-store appearances from top jewelry designers, an expanded selection including gifts as low as $200 and 5 years 0 interest financing on approved credit. February 4th through the 14th only, and only at Diamonds Direct.
Preston Road and Cherry Lane.
At Planet Fitness, you can get down with your judgment-free self. Now extended through January 31st. You can join for only $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. Planet Fitness has cardio, weights, and locker rooms that sparkle like a glass of New Year's champagne. Only $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. Join in club or online at planetfitness.com. Planet Fitness, the judgment-free zone.
Backed by popular demand, join now through January 31st for $1 at any of our 35 area locations.
Annual membership fee applies. Participating locations only. See club for details.
Our coverage of Radio Row from Atlanta is presented by Twin Peaks, Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 53, and you can watch us on our Low T Center fan cam at 1053thefan.com/fancam.
Upgrading your bathroom? The Home Depot can help you upgrade that upgrade at the Winter Kitchen and Bath event. Right now, add the finishing touch with an exclusive Kohler Katoon faucet for just $89. It's available in a stylish brushed nickel finish, and you'll only find it at the Home Depot, Kohler's #1 retailer. So upgrade your bathroom and let the savings flow. The Winter Kitchen and Bath event at the Home Depot. More saving, more do it. Valid through March 24th, while supplies last.
Indeed knows finding the right hire takes time away from your business.
Hiring a qualified data engineer felt like a second job.
More job seekers use Indeed than any other site, so there's no better place to find someone with the skills you're looking for.
I needed someone with a master's in computer science and database experience.
Plus, Indeed screener questions help you find your shortlist fast.
Now I'm back to having just one job.
Get a $50 credit to give your first job posting premium placement at Indeed.com/credit. Terms, conditions, quality standards, and usage limits apply. Additional terms online.
It's a Fan Football Reaction Monday, brought to you by CarsForKids.org, supporting the Texans Khan Academies.
Join the KNC Masterpiece, that's us, for a special postseason live broadcast tonight from 7 to 11 p.m.
at the Owner's Box in the Omni Dallas Hotel at 555 Lamar Boulevard. Come hang with the KNC Masterpiece. Hey, hold on, that is us. And enjoy some great food and wash it down with a cold one. More info at 1053thefan.com.
Hey guys, good news. The outrageously expensive little blue pill is now generic, which means you can get the prescription medication to treat ED at affordable prices. And Hims makes it extra affordable. Right now, get your first month supply for free. All you pay is just $5 for your medical consultation when you go to forhims.com/order. After that, it's just $30 for a month's supply. Sure beats paying big bucks for just one blue pill, doesn't it? Plus, you won't need an awkward in-person doctor's appointment to get the prescription. Hims has doctors online who can prescribe the medication, and a pharmacy sends it right to your door. It's affordable, private, and incredibly easy. Nobody likes dealing with ED. Now, thanks to Hims, nobody has to. And that's really good news. To get your first order for just $5, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/order. That's forhims.com/order for your first month for just $5. forhims.com/order.
Free your family from the one-size-fits-all plan. Now, with Verizon, one family can get different unlimited plans starting at $40 per line per month with 4 lines on Go Unlimited with AutoPay. That means everyone gets the plan they want without paying for things they don't. So what are you waiting for? Switch to Verizon and put an end to the one-size-fits-all family plan. Visit VCW.com to learn more, plus taxes and fees. AutoPay, checks, home banking, or debit card only, and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, your data may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Only after 22 gigabytes per month on Beyond Unlimited and 75 gigabytes per month on Above Unlimited.
Interviews, stories, news, and maybe a little bit of trouble. All week long, we're live at Super Bowl Radio Row in Atlanta on the home of the NFL, 105.3 The Fan.
Dallas Truckload has over 1,000 pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. All priced below market values. DallasTruckworld.com.
Brought to you by our friends at Twin Peaks. Also proudly presented by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 53. And it's time for Jeffrey time. Here he is, Kavanaugh.
Yeah, we found something else. A lot of studies go on these days. Found something else that's going to kill us all. And this one, I think, might be worth it after the song.
Y'all need to take a hit of this Jeffrey.
I'm on the Jeffrey too.
Why the is it called a Jeffrey? That's the joy of the Jeffrey, you see. It goes away, but then it comes back.
You know what's a great thing to Google is the word new study. You just Google new study and see what the news tab comes up with. It'll come up with some cool stuff pretty much every day.
Sounds like a content goldmine.
Yeah, you just type in new study and see what happens. And the story that I read today was that fried chicken will kill you.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. I didn't read it.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
I thought like that was a common thing if you ate fried chicken a lot.
Well, I do.
Hold on here. You could have cardiac issues if you eat fried food.
Possibly. Now, what threw me off, first of all, was a very specific study as it was done on post-menopausal women in the United States.
Hey, ladies.
But, yeah, 13% higher risk of death from any cause, not necessarily from this or that or this or that, but from anything. You just have a 13% chance of death from anything. But the problem is it says in women who enjoyed fried chicken at least once a day.
Dang, that's a lot. Well, chicken strips would count.
Yeah.
Right, but I don't care what you count. Every day?
I know, that's tough to
like,
do.
what is the pool of people they found to do a study? Like, hey, we're looking for people who eat fried chicken every single... Listen, fried chicken's incredible. Every day?
Yeah.
I know.
I think it happens on accident, though, for a lot more often than you might think.
Oh, like you go get nuggets or strips. Yeah. It's like, yeah, I spent $1. I got 10 nuggets. What a great deal.
Nobody would plan to eat chicken, fried chicken like that every day.
I'd like to.
But it happens.
You know, I just can't find my way to a Popeyes every single day. Otherwise, I'd be more
But you would get tired of it, just like on my soda diet. I mean, there's times where I'm just like, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of eating this food, no matter how good it tastes. Like I thought,
it's salad.
I'll be able to eat salad. Yeah.
Man,
I'll be able to eat steak. You can eat steak every night, no problem.
Yeah,
and I did it for like 3 straight nights. And by the 4th night, I'm like, I'd rather not eat than eat a steak at this point. You know, like
I know. At one point in my life, I was getting really into fitness. I was like, okay, I'm going to simplify it. I'm just going to make chicken. I'm going to cube it up and then freeze it, and I'll thaw it out every day. And after about 10 days, I couldn't eat chicken again for 3 months. It really offended me. Even the smell of chicken. This was not long at all. Less than 2 weeks.
It is always a better plan than it plays out.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm going to make, I got this chicken breast tonight, so I'll make enough for, the week.
Yeah.
That'll be great. And then Wednesday shows up. You're like, I'm not eating that crap again.
Yeah, let's order pizza.
I need something different.
If you eat fried food, though, for like 3 straight days, you're going to feel lethargic.
Absolutely.
I just can't imagine.
Well, I don't know. This is my question for people who've been eating a lot of fast food forever and still do. And let's say I'm looking for people 35 and up is my question. Because I don't know if it's just because I got older or if it's because I eat healthy more often than I ever have, which I still don't eat healthy. Don't think that's what I'm saying here. But I'll have a good couple days in a row, and then now when I have pizza 30 minutes later, I'm like, why did I do this? I feel awful.
Yeah.
But if I had never started getting in my late 20s, I ate Taco Bell literally every day.
Part of it's your age. Part of it's your age. Part of it, your body gets conditioned to it. It's always trying to reach that level state.
So maybe we should just eat fried chicken every day. Don't ever eat healthy.
You would feel the same.
You won't feel bad.
You would feel healthier, but you would be a lot less healthy.
Yeah, they do say. Now here's the good news. Gavin, as you so astutely pointed out, there is a correlation between fried food and death from heart disease. But the good news, they didn't find a link between fried food and cancer.
Really?
Yeah.
Go fried food.
Yeah.
You're going to need to hit up the sugar for that.
Yeah, the study also notes
Yeah.
The study notes that up to a third of Americans eat fast food per day.
Oh, okay. I definitely see that.
Well,
I was one of them
I'm
until
eating Chick-fil-A salad right now. I guess that's considered eating fast food today. I'm going to eat fast food every day here then.
There's a lot of fast food options that are bringing some healthy stuff to the table for you. So it's not necessarily bad. Unhealthy fast food? Is that what they mean? Fried fast food or burgers?
I think we're assuming most of it's not very good for you.
Yeah.
Okay, now next, as we mentioned Taco Bell already, we got to incorporate Taco Bell again with Florida, which means the story will no doubt be insane. But what we got a fisherman, which I think is a weird name for what he's done because he was fishing there in Florida, but not with a hook and not with bait. He was fishing with a magnet out there in the water. So trying to catch, I don't know, scrap metal
fish,
or whatever.
Yeah, things that have fallen off boats.
Yeah,
watches.
So he's going for gold, I guess, right? He's cruising
how great
around
was
out there.
this magnet, I wonder?
Well, he did reel in a little something. There's a World War II hand grenade.
No,
yeah. Well, he had a World War II hand grenade on Saturday while he was fishing out there. And
couldn't still be active, could it?
Caught that bad boy. And
I don't know how the rules with that.
Now, what would
water?
Is it watertight grenades? You would imagine they make them watertight because you'd be in wet environments on the battlefield.
Yeah, but could you make them that watertight for 50 years?
Great point.
Let's
find out.
Sorry,
it would be a lot of
Bad
years.
math.
It'd be a lot of years
from the 40s.
So he caught himself a nice little hand grenade, put it in with the rest of the scrap metal he'd caught, no big deal. Threw it in the back of the truck, and then drove to Taco Bell.
No, please don't say it exploded.
No. But once he got to Taco Bell, he did call the police. He's like, hey, I just thought you guys should probably know that I caught a hand grenade. Like, not a threat or anything. He's just like, hey, I just thought you should know. They're like, what?
Got one. I'm here at Taco Bell. I was expecting to see some of your guys here.
Right. And the police are thinking, what about calling us when you caught the hand grenade before you drove into town to a fast food restaurant with everybody there? So they did have to evacuate the Taco Bell, and the bomb squad had to show up and be like, okay, show us what you got. And they got rid of it. And they did say, I don't know if they said if it was alive or not, but they said it was verified as an authentic World War II hand grenade.
I bet you can make some good money off of that at an auction gallery, but
I'd send those guys an invoice if I'm that fisherman.
Yeah, they better not take it away. They better not tell me.
Oh, they're going to take it away. You have a hand grenade.
That's not fair.
Hey.
Defuse it.
I know.
I just caught something that could be worth.
Better cut me a check.
$5,000 to $50,000. I have no clue how much somebody would pay, but I bet somebody would pay something good for that.
At least let me get the $100 from the weapons turn-in program that they have.
Okay, I think that's fair. And finally,
I'd be mad.
Instead of a road rage incident, I want to talk about an Atlanta situation for a second because we're here for the Super Bowl. It's a great time. You can check us out on 1053thefan.com as we got the camera up and rolling. And it started off very well for our crew. We've had a nice time. Everybody's had a nice time. We've gone out and about. We did some karaoke. We had some cold beer. We've had a great time. We had some good meals. Great things happened. One thing that it seems like a permanent at Super Bowls is an abundance of homeless people, which to me makes sense. If you know that there's going to be a ton of people descending on your town and you are...
They're showing up to do work.
If you are homeless or struggling, it would make sense. Go to where a whole bunch of people are going to be showing up that are coming to the Super Bowl. They might have a couple bucks, right? And so they're kind of everywhere because we walked last night to dinner, to the karaoke bar, and then back. And I'm in a moral dilemma. I'm in a big moral dilemma. I give money to homeless people pretty much. If I get at a stoplight getting onto a tollway or a highway and there's somebody there with a sign, it's like, I don't care if you're telling the truth or not. I buy it. None of my business. Here's a couple bucks. God bless you. Have a great day. But in the Super Bowl cities, if you were to do that to everyone that asked, you would hand out like $46 million over the course of the trip. And last night, it was KT that was the guy from the Ben and Skin show. He can't do no. He's not capable. So, like, we saw a couple of guys, and it was like, oh, down on my luck. I'm a veteran. I'm this, I'm that. And it was like, okay, here's a couple bucks. Here's a couple bucks. By the time that we got to the third one, I was like, guys, I'm sorry. Like,
I'm out.
I wish. I can't. And KT was like, I got you.
Boom.
$1. We get down to the next guy, the fourth homeless guy, who's about 15 feet later. Plus, if they see you give money to somebody else, it's a swarm coming.
Yeah.
So we get to a stoplight, and the guy's wearing a beanie that kind of looked like it said Dallas for some reason. I don't know if you couldn't see the lettering. It was bunched up or whatever. We're like, you Cowboy fan? And he was like, no. He's like, it's an Atlanta beanie. I'm from Atlanta. He goes, but I do like the Cowboys because he's asking for money. So he's like, I do like the Cowboys. And KT goes, okay. And KT goes into his game show mode with homeless people. He goes, who's the Cowboys' number 2 receiver? You like the Cowboys. And he was like, Cole Beasley.
That's not bad.
And KT tried to say he was wrong. He's like, well, it's Michael Gallup. And I was like, no. We go by the numbers. And I think it's probably Cole Beasley. And so that guy hit the jackpot, $9 jackpot. I gave him a 5. KT gave him 4. But we saw about 15 more guys on the way. And I don't know how KT has so many $1 bills for a guy that doesn't go to a booby bar, but he paid every single homeless person we saw. Where do you draw the line? How do you differentiate? I'm going insane.
That's a lot of people. I don't know. I was noticing last night, though, how there's a lot of them, and they're very persistent.
Yes.
Like, this is their moment
and
to
a lot
strike.
of them are doing well.
Yeah.
The guy that got the sandwich from Mike this morning, that I was going to get him a sandwich, but then Mike came out and he already had a sandwich, so he gave the guy a sandwich. He told me he hates people. He hadn't eaten in 2 days, and that dude looked like he just did CrossFit. I'm like, what? You haven't eaten in 2 days? You ain't exactly withering.
Well, man, if the random homeless person on the side of a road can make $150, $200 a day,
and I think they can make a lot more.
Well, imagine an environment like this. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Like, if you're between jobs or something right now, and you're like, man, I remember, panhandling stories. You could come down here, and if you're willing to just throw your pride and just ditch it right in the sewer,
or fake throw it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you can fake throw something like that. Having to grovel and beg, that's a pretty big pride hurdle for me.
Okay, so you're fairly convinced on the vast majority of these guys are legitimately homeless. And not somebody who would be like, guys, I think I can make $400 an hour.
Yes, but I also think there's sharp ones that are coming from out of town. They caught the train to come in, and those are your best. We're facing the best and brightest homeless hustlers right now.
Yeah.
They're not trying that old, I ran out of gas routine with the empty tank. I need $5. They got much more sophisticated cons.
Well, the guy that we got the sandwich for this morning, he took it and he said, thanks, guys. Walked to the curb where he double parked his 2019 BMW and drove off. And he just hit us up for a sandwich.
I wonder what it'd be like. I mean, I don't want to, but I wonder what it'd be like to be homeless for could you try it for 3 to 5 days and see how long you can
Why don't
last?
we do it, Mike? I want to do it when the weather's real nice, though, not when polar vortex is coming
like
down.
Mid to late April.
Yeah,
or sometime early May.
I'd do it.
Okay, I'm down to do it until midnight. If I didn't get enough money, I still need somewhere to sleep.
Dude, we might have some killer parties. A nice little under the bridge situation.
Yeah, with a lot of heroin, though.
I'll drink those nights. I guarantee I'll drink those nights if we're doing it.
What do you think the real homeless people would say to us if they were like, hey, we've never met you before. Like, we go to the places where there's homeless, and we're like
a camp.
Well, would we tell them the truth? Like, we're not really homeless. We're just trying it out. just to see what you guys go through?
Yeah.
Or
And
I
what's
think they'd
their
appreciate that. Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say, what's their
Or would
average
they be
reaction?
mad?
Like, go to hell, but like you got a house to go home to. Don't try to pretend you're me.
But now we're sharing.
Yeah.
You know, we're like, dude, if you're
But
real
you'd
nice
say,
to
no,
me,
I'm faking it. So like, I'm pretending to be homeless. I don't have anything to give you. I'm just hanging out with you, and then I'm going home.
I think they'd all instantly start working an angle.
Yeah,
Like,
for sure.
let's be super nice to him, and then maybe he'll come back and hook us up, or I don't know.
This guy says there's a poverty simulation in Waco if you want to run out there, Mike, any day.
Okay.
Let's do it. Cowboys Twitter's coming up next as we're live Radio Row right here in Atlanta. Our coverage all week long brought to you by Twin Peaks. Salute to them for the eats, drinks, and scenic views. And let's take a look at Cowboys Twitter next. But in the meantime, Mark Rubin's available for you right now at 1-800-Lawyers, the official lawyers of the Tolo. If credit card companies are blowing up your phone, old IRS debt or medical debt, they keep calling and saying, yeah, we're still looking for that money. And now it's reached a point where it's grinding out your quality of life. You can't enjoy life because you're stressed about money. That's where Mark Rubin comes in. He is the official lawyer of the Tolo, and he's a Tolo himself. He's been with us since the very beginning here at the Fan, 10 years running. So, yeah, you know, if you overspent this past holiday season, maybe it's something like that. Maybe you're in between jobs. Next thing you know, you're looking at your debt and your assets, and you're like, not going to be able to pay this down. That's the time to call Mark Rubin. Maybe you're trying to get your credit back in order for 2019, and you don't know quite how to do that. Mark can help big time with that. So no matter what it is, if you reach out now to Mark Rubin, you'll find out what thousands of Tolos have found out over the years. He is the man. Mark Rubin, 1-800-Lawyers. He has helped thousands of Tolos get back on their feet financially. He's ready to help you too. All you have to do is give him a call, 1-800-Lawyers or DallasTexasLegal.com.
The one place to grab the Fan wherever you go. Radio.com. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
This CBS Sports Minute brought to you by the snoring experts at SimpleSleepServices.com. Get the right diagnosis, the right solution, the right treatment to help you wake up to better sleep.
This is John Feinstein with a CBS Sports Minute, sponsored by Prilosec OTC. Kick your antacid habit with Prilosec OTC. Super Bowl week officially begins today, but the absolute dumbest story of the week is already out. It's an ESPN report that, gasp, 4 of the officials who worked the Rams-Saints NFC Championship game last Sunday live in Southern California. That explains why they blew the pass interference personal foul non-call late in the game that may have decided the outcome. Forget the fact that buried deep in the story is the fact that 3 of those officials, including referee Bill Zinovich, worked 2 of the Rams' 3 losses during the regular season, including their loss to the Saints. Look, folks, the NFL is incompetent in many ways, but the officials missed the call because of where they live? Seriously? Incompetence was the issue, not geography. I'm John Feinstein.
CBS Sports Radio.
Do you have frequent heartburn, like the kind of heartburn where you stash antacids everywhere? You feel like you got to have those chalky tablets just in case heartburn strikes. If that's you, you do know that there's an easier way to deal with heartburn, right? Prilosec OTC. Just 1 pill a day will last a full 24 hours with 0 heartburn. With Prilosec OTC, you can actually simply not get heartburn in the first place. No more stashing antacids. Try Prilosec OTC. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. It's possible with Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Stop by Lowe's to give your kitchen the update you've been waiting for with savings you don't want to miss during our Refresh for Less kitchen and bath event. Make a small update, like adding a stylish new faucet with up to 40% off select kitchen faucets. Then go a little further and take 20% off select in-stock tile when you buy $100 or more. All projects have a starting point. Start with Lowe's. Faucet offer valid through 3/1. Tile offer valid through 1/30. Exclusions apply. See store for details. U.S. only.
Geico presents Unhelpful Home Improvement How-Tos.
A slippery bathroom floor can result in expensive hospital bills. So today, I'll show you how to cushion a serious fall by filling your bathroom with thousands of plastic balls. Just nail a piece of plywood across the doorway and dump in 2,000 multicolored plastic balls.
You could try to protect yourself with a bathroom full of plastic balls, or you could get liability coverage through the Geico Insurance Agency. Visit geico.com and see how affordable renter's insurance can be.
At CarMax, when we say we buy all the cars, we mean it. Over the last 20 years, we've purchased millions of cars from coast to coast. In the last year alone, we've bought a mountain of Mercurys, an armada of Nissans, a ton of Titans, an ocean of Pacificas, and a sea of Siennas. not to mention a few Hellcats and a couple of tornadoes. So no matter what you're selling, CarMax is buying. And we'll buy your car even if you don't buy ours. CarMax, we buy all the cars.
Choose to love in any language with a Valentine's Day spa package from Hand & Stone Massage and Facial Spa. Buy a Valentine's Day spa package like our Serenity package, which includes a 50-minute massage and 50-minute signature facial, and receive a free massage or facial service gift card. Or save $10 on spa gift card purchases at guest pricing. Visit handandstone.com for details or your local Hand & Stone in Dallas-Fort Worth. That's handandstone.com. Restrictions apply.
As short-term rates rise, that makes your credit card rates go up, and short-term rates continue to rise. But while that happens, long-term rates have come down. Mortgage rates are long-term rates. But with mortgage rates dropping like they have in the last couple months, you might be able to refinance that long-term credit card debt into low rates with TexasLending.com. Call us today and see what you can save. 972-387-4600, TexasLending.com.
4100 Alpha Road, Suite 300, Dallas, Texas, 75244. And MLS number 137773, Equal Housing Lender.
This is Rangers manager Chris Woodward, and you're listening to the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, KRLD FM, and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth.
A radio.com station. Live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 53 in Atlanta.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with DFW's #1 midday show, the GBAG Nation, on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, hour number 4, the GBAG Nation, and right now we're going to take a look at Cowboys Twitter, some of the top tweets going viral about America's team. Our Radio Row coverage brought to you by Twin Peaks, Eat, Drink, Scenic Views, and it's proudly presented by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 53. The guys were out last night enjoying some cold beers and good fellowships. I turned on my Venmo app there at the last break to send Jeff $8 for getting me a salad from Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, buddy, I'm winning the miles competition down here.
But the log, on Venmo, they have your history and what your friends are doing and everything.
Did you see mine?
It's just everybody sending each other money last night for drinks. Ben to Jeff to KT, RJ to Jeff.
Some people might be able to relate to this if you are able to expense things when you go on trips. The alcohol thing is tough.
Yeah.
Because employers aren't down to pay that.
No.
So we got to separate that out. And then people are like, okay, what are we going to do now? We're going to take the alcohol bill, which is going to be separate from this bill, or we're going to get in an 8-person dinner,
Servers love
16
us.
receipts.
Yeah.
And so it's like, no. I was like, put the alcohol in one, I'll pay it. Venmo me.
Boom.
I'm playing the miles game.
Oh,
right?
yes. Very
As
nice.
long as I get close to getting compensated, I'll take it. The money's
That's
the same. It's on my card. I get the miles.
That's probably, what, $10 worth of miles or something for facilitating those transactions.
I wonder if other people traveling have to do that, where, hey, we hate to do this, but we're each going to need separate checks, and we're each going to need 2 separate checks per person.
And maybe 3 if my meal went over my per diem, so I actually need one that stops at the per diem, then the rest, then the alcohol. We need 24 checks.
Oh, corporate America, we love you. I feel like some servers are fairly used to it, right? They're like, okay, you're one of these.
Until you say you need that third one.
Yeah,
That's when I go, what?
Okay, let's start with the Pro Bowl last night. And that got so much activity. I was in the hotel last night trying to watch the game, but for whatever reason, it's the top hotel in Atlanta, but their live TV was down.
Oh, no.
So I couldn't watch the Pro Bowl on that. I was trying to stream it on my PlayStation View app on my phone,
right,
and I was able to watch some of it, but it kept buffering too. So I did not have the best television viewing experience of the Pro Bowl, but Pro Bowl Twitter was awesome. And the reactions to all the different trick plays and Jason Garrett smiling about it and
killing Jason Witten.
Yeah. And that, the Jason Witten stuff was great. But to me, the biggest Cowboys topic coming out of that was the 147 yards of offense and just 1 touchdown and what it means. And the way I see it, there are 3 different ways of looking at this clearly.
That it doesn't matter. That better be one of the options.
Yeah, they had fun. Doesn't matter.
Yep.
You can't take anything from it. They the fake punt, the Zeke pass rushing.
Oh, I was going to say we're wrong. We should fire Kellen Moore right now. It
Yes.
was a major mistake.
And, Cowboy fans that were mad at us for hyping up or talking fairly about Kellen Moore, they were there like, what do you got now? And I was like, well, it's a Pro Bowl.
Oh, no, that person exists?
Yes.
Okay.
But number 2 would be, they're just offensively inept. And that would be to that person because you did see they ran a fullback dive on 4th and 2.
That's a great play in the Pro Bowl when nobody's going to tackle you.
Okay.
You got to tell
All
the
right.
refs, listen, don't blow it early this time.
It still didn't work.
Okay.
Or
did we jumbo it up?
I didn't see every play.
Or is it bitter Jason trolling us? Like, oh, they want creativity. That's cool. I'm gonna let Kellen Moore do all the creativity. Oh, isn't this fun? Cowboy fans, you watch it at home, you get an eyeful of this. Yeah, this is what happens when we're going trick play crazy.
Isn't that why the Jason Garrett, does he get an extension or not thing so fascinating?
Yeah.
Because if he does, and it's the Kellen Moore show, then he could be trolling you.
Yes.
Like, hey, enjoy this. You guys like it?
Yeah.
Enjoy that. Yeah. You guys ready to go play football again? Great. But if he doesn't have an extension, then it means he believes.
Yeah.
Or they won't let him believe or not believe.
It's so interesting, and part of the fuel for why it's so interesting and the possibilities are endless is that he's not talking. He didn't talk yesterday either.
He learned his lesson.
He went 0 for 3.
I'd never seen that happen. What happened to Jason Garrett on our station in the course of 5 hours, I don't think I'd ever seen happen before. Where it was with Sean and RJ at 8:30 a.m., and they said, Scott Linehan, will he be back? And he said, oh, man, I totally expect him to be back. No changes. Stephen Jones is on the phone with us 3 hours later and says, oh, it's way too early to know anything about that. We haven't even had our meetings. An hour later, Jason Garrett is asked, hey, Stephen said something totally different than you. And Jason said, I don't remember what I said.
Okay, that's a really good point. But it did happen 5 years ago with Callahan. Jerry was on one side of Valley Ranch talking about how
who's calling the plays.
Jason was on with Ben and Skin saying, oh, yeah, no, I'm calling the plays. And Jerry's over there saying, yeah, we took it away from Jason, and Callahan's calling the plays.
Man, and looking back at it, this is just a really minor side note. The Cowboys offense was at its best the 2 years that Bill Callahan called plays.
Yeah.
And he was the best offensive line coach they ever had.
Yeah.
And because people can't get along or politics or whatever, it was like, nope, Linehan's, we're going to bring him in. He's going to call the plays. And Callahan was like, okay, so can I go run an offense somewhere else? And they said, nope, go back in your offensive line room. And he was like, bleep you. What a bunch of, all I've done is have an incredible offense. You took it from me, and now I can't go do it somewhere else. Screw all of you.
All he did was go on to Washington and then win the division the next year with Sean McVay,
an incredible offensive line.
Jason Garrett, did he ever talk in Orlando? The answer to that was no. I mean, how butthurt can you be about losing the play calling that you're just not going to talk about it? I understand. I thought he was totally robot, though, that he knew this is what I've signed up for. I think this is him cracking a little bit, showing his ass to everybody like, I'm fed up with having to do whatever the Joneses say.
I think he's super surprised that 10-6 and a playoff win didn't get him everything that he wanted.
Absolutely. You said that very succinctly and perfectly, Mike. We go to Blogging the Boys. The Pro Bowl is going to give multiple players communication with the coaches during the game. If you could have multiple players have communication for the Cowboys, who would you want? This was something they tried out last night. Did you guys hear this story as the game was going on? So multiple defensive players got to hear the call. And obviously this could potentially balance things back in favor. I mean, if you can not only talk to the linebacker, but also the safety. Do you have a slot corner that suddenly you want to send on a blitz because of how the offense motions somebody? Up until now, it's been too hard to communicate it to the linebacker and get it to other guys. What if everybody had it? Is that something the NFL should do? Is it something you want to see them do?
For defense, the NFL won't want to do that because then the defense has a chance again. Sounds like a terrible idea. But you could put 11 on offense. Yeah, I think that's what the NFL would like. Like, let everybody have a mic and helmet on offense, not on defense. They don't want to help the defense.
Well, okay, so I totally get it, and which was interesting. Why would you be considering making the defense better? I
don't know.
I think the NFL right now is trending with more offense, and we haven't hit the point at which it's too much. Is that 45 points per game? I think 70 points per game would be too much because then there would be no stops.
No, one stop, you win if you get the stop.
Okay.
So you just get super aggressive on defense. You're like, listen, we need a pick. I don't give a dang about yards and touchdowns. Get me a pick.
I know every quarterback has a microphone in their, or earpiece.
Yeah.
What happens on defense when your guy gets hurt in the second quarter? How many guys have that in their helmet, and can you switch it?
Change it.
Oh, you can switch it during the game.
Yeah, I don't remember if you can have more than one guy that has the headset in and it's only activated if the other guy goes in, but you can switch it. Like if Sean Lee had the headset and he gets hurt and he leaves the game and he's not coming back, they have a way to put it in Jalen Smith's.
Okay.
What if Sean Lee has it and he's out of the game for 3 plays because you just have substitutions? Nobody has a microphone?
Somebody.
You call Ted Nichols Payne.
Yeah. I feel like somebody does. I don't think – they can make that happen quickly somehow. I don't think you ever have a play not being called in. So like, our mic guy's gone. What are we going to do?
I do think you should have the ability to talk to one defensive player no matter what. Like if my guy's hurt or my guy is getting benched because he's not playing well, that I should be able to talk to somebody on my defense. So did the thing all 11 guys have it? Maybe you should only be able to communicate with one of them.
Elsewhere on Cowboys Twitter, Darren Ravel with a tweet, $214,314. That's what someone just paid for 13 tickets together on the 40-yard line Patriots side on StubHub.
I could have picked what side it would be because there is no Rams fan that cares that much.
This is including fees. I thought, well, the Wahlbergs got their tickets. Got to be something like that, right? Couldn't find a suite.
So. I was wondering when we were going to go to the NFL team shop here in Atlanta and they were going to start discounting the Rams stuff by 30%. To be like, nobody seems to be here buying Rams stuff.
Supply and demand. We got no demand. Dan Wetzel tweeting.
I wanted to go back real quick to a Cowboy thing. This isn't about the headset thing, but just like Jason Garrett was standing like 4 feet from Kellen Moore while Kellen Moore was calling the plays. And number one, Kellen, if you're listening, I got to tell you this. You got to figure out where the cameras are and do a better job, sir. He's holding up the little play card, but if I could read lips, I had every word.
See, this is why this Pro Bowl was valuable.
Yeah, he never blocked anything. Like he had it held up, but maybe they just have enough cameras that you could see every word he said, even though he was trying to block it. But I struggle with this because I think part of me thinks it's overblown when a team is like, hey, it's this guy's offense. He runs it, he calls the plays, he designs it, and that's the way it is. When the Cowboys say to the world, you know what, we don't know yet. We think that these 4 guys have good offensive minds and we're going to come to group decisions. Like, I don't think that's crazy. I think it's crazy that people look at it like, these idiots don't know who's going to, like, when did group decisions become a bad thing? I don't know.
Let's go trial and error a while, guys. See how it goes.
But the other side of me also does just fall into what we're all used to, where it's like, this seems kind of embarrassing that one guy's calling the plays, another guy's 4 feet from him, seeing how it goes. Another guy might be the quarterback coach, but we're not really sure what everybody's role is. Yeah. So I'm kind of stuck in the middle where I think it's dumb that we're like, listen, we can't have a group make a decision about offense. Sure we can. Why wouldn't we?
Well, teams can't when they have guys that are more experienced and they're insisting on a title to even be there.
Right.
You can do this, I think, when you have young, hungry, unproven.
I feel like you can do this Monday through Saturday, but on Sunday there needs to be a direct line of
by the time we get to week 1.
Yeah, and I'm okay if they take that time figuring it out. I just feel like they're kind of getting killed because it's not like, listen, this proven play caller is calling the plays. It's this guy's offense, and it's like, because we have some Jerry Jones special here, some ambiguity at this point, it's like, God, this embarrassment of a franchise can't figure it out. And I'm just kind of looking there like, well, no. If we want to do something as a station or as a show, like, should it just be like Gavin tells everybody this is the way it is? Or do we have our team's process to figure it out?
Well, yeah, the process.
And then when it's showtime, someone's running the show.
I misunderstood because I was like, I don't think you can during a game because you have 3 seconds after that play is over to, in your head, have the next play to then give it to your quarterback.
Right. I'm just not freaking out that at this point they're not like, listen, QB coach, OC, play caller, this, that. It's like, no, we'll figure it out and we have time.
I do think it's going to be Doug Nussmeier. I think
as the play caller.
Yeah, he's older. He's done it in more places. And I just think if you're parsing out the responsibilities, like, okay, Kellen, you be the whiz kid drawing up everything. We're going to give it to this guy who's got a little bit more experience. And I think that's a good compromise for Jason Garrett. It allows him to save face that the duties are going to a 48-year-old who won a national championship.
Yeah, and I know your word is optimistic, and that's a great word to have for the Cowboys offense of 2019. I'm just interested to see that Scott Linehan is gone. Is it going to be exactly the same with just a different name? Because it's really Jason Garrett running it. And I think this time we will really find out. If everything stays similar, hey, it's 3rd and 1.5. We bring in one extra offensive tackle, 2 to 3 tight ends, and we're going to jam it in there for 2 yards and get our first down. Then we know it doesn't matter if it's Scott Linehan or Sean McVay or who. It's Jason Garrett running the deal, and you can just tell somebody, hey, call these play. Like, we'll know. That's where I'm looking to be like, what is it?
That's my biggest concern right now is there's nobody with enough skins on the wall. Or maybe balls. We don't know about the balls on Nussmeier and Kellen Moore, but you got to make sure that Jason Garrett doesn't override you one way or the other. That's the scariest thing with not having more accomplished people like a Callahan or Linehan who could say, no, dude, we're doing it this way. Dan Wetzel, Yahoo, he tweeted, now this is relevant to the Cowboys. The Patriots offensive line has been dominant. It also ranked 26th in salary this season and has no one drafted higher than the 3rd round. Okay. And then,
those
sometimes you can get lucky.
Right. Those
All
kind
right.
of topics, I feel like you'll find a team and a position group, and it's like, should we never draft that position high? And I'll say, no, I'll pass on that idea. The only thing that I think it makes relevant is when you get to a mid to the end of the first round.
Yeah.
I will never complain, I don't think, a lot about positional value, because it's like, well, there you got to take a pass rusher because they're more valuable. Not if they suck. You going to take Taco Charlton at 27 because he's a defensive end and that position's valuable? Or are you going to take a center because you feel like you're hitting a home run instead of swinging at a outside breaking ball you might not be able to reach?
Yeah, and it's so tough because, you think of the Baltimore Ravens, and I know this was 15 years ago or less, but they were able to have the best defense in the NFL because they had the best middle linebacker in the NFL and the best safety in the NFL. And then you think of those two positions and going, well, those aren't the most two valuable positions, but yet those two guys created one of the best defenses we've seen in the last 15 years.
Okay, GBAG Nation, it's winning time. Your chance to win a grand is right now, continues all the way through the Ben and Skin Show. It is a national contest. You're going to want to text the word year to 72881. That is year to 72881. We're coming back with the birthday power rankings. Then we'll get an early week pick on the big game next on the Fan.
All right, well, first let's talk about Simple Sleep Services. Valentine's Day is coming up, fellas, and Simple Sleep Services has the perfect gift. A dozen roses and a lifetime of better sleep for you both. Look, if you snore, one of two things are happening. You're either keeping her up or she's kicking you onto the couch. Neither makes sense for a healthy relationship. It's killing the mood, and if you have sleep apnea, it could be killing more than that. Did you know, by the way, obstructive sleep apnea is deadly and a contributing factor in heart attack, stroke, high blood pressure, type 2 diabetes, obesity, and more? Call Simple Sleep Services today at 469-685-1700 for a free benefits check and diagnosis by a doctor who will prescribe the right custom fit mouthpiece based on your type of snoring. Complete your appointment by come in, and you will get a dozen roses sent straight to your Valentine. 2 birds, 1 stone. Everyone's happy and sleeping better together. By the way, Simple Sleep Services, they're located in Dallas and Fort Worth, so they make it easy and convenient to treat your snoring and stop your sleep apnea issues. Like I said, covered by medical insurance, proven solution that simply works for me and Ben and Skin and Troy and Corey at the stations. Bookings are filling up fast, so visit simplesleepservices.com or give them a call at 469-685-1700. The right diagnosis, the right solution, the right treatment to help you wake up to better sleep with Simple Sleep Services.
The only way you can take the Fan with you is the radio.com app. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
The Dallas Boat Expo is your chance to get all new 2019 watercraft models on display. You can't get a better deal anywhere else. February 1st through the 3rd and then February 7th through the 10th. Admission is free Thursday and Friday. For more information, go to DallasBoatExpo.com.
At AT&T, we believe that access to affordable home internet brings you incredible opportunities. You can enjoy the power to explore a digital world of possibilities and connect with family, friends, and the things that matter most. That's why there's access from AT&T. If a member of your household is a SNAP participant, you may qualify for home internet at a discounted rate of $10 a month. No commitment, no deposit, no installation fee. Plus, get an in-home Wi-Fi gateway at no extra cost. Call 1-855-220-5211 or visit att.com/aware to learn more.
SNAP refers to the Federal Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Pricing excludes tax. Service will include a monthly data allowance depending on the type and speed of service you receive. If you exceed your monthly data plan allowance, you will be automatically charged $10 for each 50 gigabytes of data usage in excess of your data plan, even if less than 50 gigabytes is used. For details about data allowances, go to att.com/internet-usage. Wi-Fi enabled device required. Other restrictions apply.
So I'm having a football watching party. Butcher board. And I really need some great food to make sure my buddies show up. If you serve it, they will come. I got it. I'm ordering Butcher Board, where they hack it and stack it.
Butcher Board. Ranch to table, farm to table. Dine in, take out, order online, and catering. 2 cool locations, Frisco and McKinney. Butcherboard.com. Check them out. Butcherboard.com.
I know you might be driving down the road right now and radio math can hurt your head, but I'm Kevin Miller with TexasLending.com, and I got to tell you, if you can refinance that credit card debt into a low-rate cashback refinance, you can save hundreds or thousands each month. Call TexasLending.com. Find out what you can save. Mortgage rates have dropped, and they've dropped a lot. Call us today, 972-387-4600. Go online and apply with TexasLending.com.
4100 Alpha Road, Suite 300, Dallas, Texas, 75244. And MLS number 137773. Equal housing lender.
What if everyone watching the big game worked together to tackle hunger by joining Super Bowl of Caring? Change the game for Texans in need at tacklehunger.org.
Drew Pearson here with Rhett Hickey of Dynamic Systems Incorporated. Rhett, tell us about the benefits you see that DSI receives in teaming up with UA Local 100 on building projects.
Dynamic Systems has had a successful relationship with Local 100 of North Texas since you are a Cowboy, Drew. Our top-tier Fortune 500 clients expect first-time quality for their facilities' needs, and our enduring relationship with Local 100 provides that in the form of skilled pipe fitters, plumbers, and service techs.
See how you can partner with UA Local 100. Call now at 972-489-9972. or at ualocaldfw.com.
Valentine's Day is coming up, and Simple Sleep Services has the perfect gift. A dozen roses and a lifetime of better sleep for you both. Look, if you snore, one or two things are happening. You're either keeping her up or she's kicking you to the couch. Call Simple Sleep Services today for a free benefits check and a diagnosis by a doctor who'll prescribe the right custom fit mouthpiece based on your snoring level. Complete your appointment by February 14th to get the roses and a better night's sleep. For the right solution to help you both wake up to a better sleep, call 469-685-1700 or click simplesleepservices.com.
It's a Cowboy Monday, presented by Albertsons and Tom Thumb on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, GBAG Nation. It is time for the birthday power rankings, the battle for birthday dominance. There's an update on the big NBA trade rumor, and then early thoughts on the game here against the spread. Who's going to win this bad boy? I think there's a couple of unique schools of thought here. Which one's going to win out? Right now, it is time for the birthday power rankings, though. The battle for birthday dominance brought to you by Mark Rubin at 1-800-Lawyers. If credit card companies are blowing up your phone, do what more fan listeners do. Make the free call to Mark Rubin at 1-800-Lawyers, official lawyers of the Tolo at Rubin & Associates. And there's Jeff with the birthday.
Okay, I've only got a few that have been sent in today that I've seen. Let's see. From Orlando Almonte, he said, "What's up, Jeff and GBAG Nation? Me and the show. I'm a separate entity. Can I get a birthday shout out for my pops, Jose Almonte, from Danbury, Connecticut. Today's his 60th birthday."
When I say Almonte, the last name,
Danny,
I think of the 14-year-old, 50-year-old College World Series.
That's all I think about when I hear Almonte.
What's it called? Little League.
Yeah.
I love you, pops. Also, I stopped listening to you guys for 2 weeks after the Cowboys lost to the Rams. I'm back listening. I missed y'all.
Welcome.
Look forward to hearing about all the
Welcome
draft
back.
prospects in the next few months. Go Cowboys. Also, Dr. Pepper.
Missed a couple good weeks. Might want to go podcast every.
Yeah, go check that out. From the 940, my precious son, Brandon Michael Lawler, was born 3 years ago yesterday. Please give him a shout out. And his mama, Esther, who is taking care of them while I'm at work. Thanks, guys.
I think up until 1 year, you keep track of all the months and even some weeks for a long time.
Yeah.
Maybe up to 20 weeks or so. Then after about 2 years, you stop thinking in months.
And Tim Linder, GBAG National, happy birthday to you as well. Now,
Oh, the three-point shooter for the Mavs. He's on ESPN, Tim Legler.
George McLeod. Oh, Tim Legler. Yeah, no. Let's see. Maglio Ordonez is 45. I put that in for you, Mike.
I'll tell you what, somebody asked me on the plane. I sat next to a guy that played college baseball, just got done in the Syracuse area.
I sat next to a guy who got me an extra bag of snacks.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And he was asking me some of the toughest batters I ever faced, and I couldn't think of Maglio Ordonez's name. He was like super hot. He wasn't the best I ever faced because it was Bonds and Vladdy Guerrero.
Yeah.
And so I was like, dang it, I can't remember the dude on the White Sox who was batting like 375 to 390 at the time. Maglio Ordonez, really tough out at that year.
Some dude named Sheamus is 41. I think it's a wrestling thing. Dante Culpepper is 42.
Man, wrestling was big on Twitter last night. Everybody was mad.
Oh yeah, those were Royal Rumble.
And
Apparently
disappointed.
apparently they had to like black it out for a second because they had a wardrobe malfunction on one of the ladies.
No way.
I read that. Yeah. Jermaine Dye is 45, Mike.
Top
Remember
or bottom?
Jermaine Dye?
Ooh.
What?
Where was the malfunction?
I don't know. You think I clicked on the article? Like,
Male
man,
or
I really need
female?
to know what happened
Yeah,
to the Royal
male.
Rumble. It was female. It was female.
Jermaine died the Royals and
Yeah.
then had that great run with the A's, right?
Yes.
That's what I remember.
Yeah, solid, good role player on any team. Like could fill in, good defense, and not middle of the lineup, but like a good role lineup guy.
He had a little power.
And I just wonder with like Jermaine Dye, right? We're remembering him very fondly.
Yeah.
And he was a solid contributing player. I just wonder now with all the analytics of the game, if he would not be considered. I have no clue. Maybe he'd be considered great, or
why don't you look up the analytics and then you'll know, Mike? Look up.
I just have to know one thing. Yeah, WAR, what, on base plus slugging?
Get his OPS. Andre Iguodala is 35 years old. He's still cruising along, right?
He's still a solid role player after being a all-star for Philadelphia.
All right, and boy band birthdays today, which I may have to do.
Pretty solid player, no matter what time.
If we go back to karaoke tonight, I am thinking about doing either NSYNC or Backstreet Boys because I think it's stupid enough that even if you suck, people will be like, yeah, that was kind of fun. Joey Fatone.
Plus, you know all the lyrics.
Well, yeah. Duh. Everybody. Joey Fatone is 42. He's an NSYNCer. And Nick Carter is 39. He's a Backstreet Boy. So
wait, is he the one in drug rehab?
I don't know.
I think he's gay rehab.
What? No,
he's the one that's gay.
I don't.
No, it's just in my head. In my head, because as I said,
our guy Josh here that does our social
Lance
media
Bass.
on our web is sitting here like judging your.
Aaron Carter's the one.
My sister was a big Aaron Carter fan. He took off in the pop world after the Backstreet Boys, and then he hit some hard times, and she was ashamed, and so she went back to just loving Devin Harris. So Devin, if you're listening, my sister's in. Is he married? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Nick Price is 62. I
don't know why that tittered me so much, but it did.
Tittered you.
Yeah.
Nick Price is 62. I believe he won the PGA back in 92 and 94.
Golfer,
and the British Open in 94 as well.
You're into golf right now.
Especially after Bryson won a tournament, and I'm trying to get these single-length clubs, and now I'm looking at her like, what's up now? Told me they didn't work. Why is Bryson killing everybody?
He's got it locked in.
J. Cole is 34. Happy birthday to J. Cole. Rick Ross is 43. Happy birthday to him.
Rapping.
Elijah Wood is 38.
That must have been the other Rick Ross last week then when it was the drug dealer Rick Ross's birthday.
Yeah, it must have been.
Because now it's the musician Rick Ross's birthday.
Elijah Wood's 38. He played Frodo Baggins in The Lord of the Rings, and you will not disrespect him on this fine day.
No, but whenever I see him, I always think, oh, that dude's like 4'11". I'm surprised he's got other roles.
I don't think he is. Pop is 70 today. Happy birthday to Pop.
Popovich. Great.
Hang him up, Pop.
And in honor of Gavin, unless I'm mistaken, I believe you're a huge fan of this, Rakim is 51 today.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll make him
from Eric Bay and Rakim. Thinking of a master plan.
The end.
All right. Who you picking to win here? We'll get to that here in 2 seconds. Brad Turner, NBA writer, tweeting, I'm hearing from sources inside the Lakers that if they do want Anthony Davis, who, by the way, if you missed it this morning, told the Pelicans, I'm not going to do another contract with you, so looks like you got about 12 months to trade me. He has requested a trade. LA has to start the deal if they want him with Lonzo Ball, Kyle Kuzma, Zubac, and the number 1 pick.
Okay.
That seems somewhat.
I mean, if he's that day going to be like, yes, now you max me out. Now you have me and LeBron.
Yeah.
Like if you're talking about young players who, heck, one of them might be an all-star and one of them might be really good, and that number 1 pick might turn into an all-star. Whatever, you're going to give me a top 5 player?
Would they have cap space coming up this summer before Anthony Davis signs the big extension that they could cram players in, then use bird rights to push Anthony Davis way over the cap and maybe open up a 3 or 4 superstar monster?
It will be tough because what's 5 divided by 240? Where am I at here? 40. How much money?
48.
Is that because he's going to sign a 5-year, $240 million extension? I know you're talking about before that deal. He's right now making about $25 million. So I'm assuming next year it'll be about $27 million. And then LeBron's making what, 35?
Yeah.
So you're already at $60 million with those two. You have cap holds. You could probably add another player at about $20 million, but it's going to
get really fun.
Yeah, but it'd be really tough to add another $30 million.
Okay, so if they just did it this year, could what's remaining with the Lakers, LeBron and Anthony Davis, how would you handicap that if you were going to pick in Vegas? How much odds would you need to take the Lakers in a situation like that?
I would say, if I'm just saying who would beat them right now, I'd say, look, I'd still pick Golden State in a series. I think Houston becomes very interesting. I would want to see Davis and LeBron play together before I made a decision on that. But right now, I'd lean towards Houston. And then everybody else in the Western Conference, I'd say, hey, watch out. Watch out Oklahoma City. Watch out Denver. Because Anthony Davis is one of the best players in the league. LeBron is the best player in the league. You put them together, they would still have Rondo. They would still have, I know Lance Stephenson's a crazy head, but they'd still have Tyson Chandler. You'd still have JaVale McGee to be your center split situation. I would think they would have enough that if LeBron and Anthony Davis get on the right page, you might have the 2 best players in the NBA on the same team. So
It'd be so fun to watch that different style.
Yeah.
One team's trying to bully you to dunk it, and the other one's trying to finesse you and shoot over the top. And I don't think the old school method of trying to win in the paint is that effective. But if you have 2 top 5 players, maybe it is enough to, take out 3 incredible 3-point shooters and an incredible post defender.
The one thing that they'd really be missing if they lost Kuzma in the trade, right? You said Kuzma would be in the trade, is your premier 3-point shooter. Rondo can't shoot a 3. Lance Stevenson, you dare him to shoot 3s. They would really struggle spreading the court. They'd have one center on the court, whichever one you choose. The 2 guys with LeBron who can shoot, and Davis is a low 30%.
But they could bully you so much with McGee and Chandler. They could just have 20 more rebounds.
They could. It would be an interesting scenario. The other thing too is going to the basket, spreading the court out. Anthony Davis and Tyson Chandler. Here comes James Harden. Oh God, there's 2 7-footers that like swatting shots all the time. You know, like. That becomes tougher on guys wanting to get to the basket as little guys that want to spread the court.
Okay, let's turn our attention here to the Super Bowl real quick. Is this Lakers Anthony Davis story not going away? And I think, Mike, you're going to talk about it a little bit.
I want to talk about it a little bit. In fact, I'm hoping I don't see over my shoulder. I invited Skin to talk Anthony Davis and Luka Doncic.
Awesome. I'm going to settle on picking the Rams and the points at this time, and I do like them to win.
Come on with it. What's our wager looking like?
All you can eat. I like the Rams and the points.
Oh, like buffet money, like $12.99, something like that.
Sure, that sounds like a great number.
CC, $6.
Whatever the Golden Corral biggest expense costs.
I have no more opinions on spreads and betting on football.
Yeah, thanks for paying last night, though. He caught up to me, gave me the money. He's all paid up.
I'm a big believer in Wade and all that, and I think the Rams have a significantly better roster. By the time you get to the Super Bowl, the Patriots aren't in the NFC teams' heads like they are the AFC. They're not, playing against a conference that's been decimated by themselves over the last 15 years. But the way that Shaq put big men into retirement and made them shells of what they were, I feel like the Patriots have had a psychological impact on the rest of the AFC, and it's not there when you get to the Super Bowl.
Oh,
that's why the winning percentage in the Super Bowl is less than their winning percentage in the postseason. And I know there's quality of team factors in there, but you look at the last 2 Super Bowls, the Falcons had them blown out, and then the Eagles. Obviously a trick play was involved, and it was a football game that could have gone either way. Yeah. But the NFC teams the last 2 times in these postseason events have looked so much better than the Patriots for most of the game.
And to your point, one of the ones that New England won was by a major mistake by Seattle to lose the game at the end. Like, Seattle won the game. All they needed to do was not fumble the snap, give it to Marshawn Lynch, not him fumble, and you win the Super Bowl. They decided to do a pass and ended up losing the Super Bowl. So to your point, even though they are 5-3, it counts. You're a Super Bowl champ. Yeah. You intercepted the ball when it was there. But literally, Seattle had drove the ball down the field with no time for Tom Brady to do anything special. But they just made a major mistake in play calling.
Yeah, they don't have the advantage of playing in Foxborough in this situation. Everything is changing so much with regard to familiarity, things that Belichick really feasts on.
It has to be that, because they always beat the AFC team, and they say, well, because they have home field and the extra week to prepare because they always get the bye. Well, Belichick does have the bye in this situation, and is 5-3 in this game. Yeah. So it has to be the NFC team, because they don't have to deal with in New England, and then just the whole deal of it's Tom Brady, it's New England, that they end up playing games that you could kind of win.
Yeah, I guess there's a chance, and I always say never bet against the Patriots, but I lose money like that sometimes. I mean, sometimes it's very, very valuable, and I'll take the guy who has beaten Tom in the AFC Championship game twice in the last 5-6 years, and that's Wade Phillips. With awesome pass rushers. I know they're not coming from the same spots as Ware and Miller were.
Well, they're coming from a better spot against Tom Brady.
Is that right?
Tom Brady can deal with outside pressure. He's a genius at moving around. The inside's a different deal.
You're sure you like those Patriots -2?
Am I sure that I like them when I break it down from a football perspective? No. I'm just going from which team will I look dumber if I'm wrong about it. So I'm going to take the Patriots, and if they lose, I'll just be happy about it.
I'm such a dumbass already. I know it's coming for me.
It's which one are you going to look back at and go, yep, I sure did pick that team. Whoops. I'll be wrong on the Patriots. That's fine.
Well, we'll be right coming up next, because it's time for Mike Likes It. Where are we going with that?
Well, let's continue some of the conversation about Anthony Davis, and then let's look at the best 19-year-old in the history of basketball, Luka Doncic.
All right, let's look at the best in the history of getting you hooked up and finding your dream home. We're talking mortgage, financial services, dreamlending.com. That's our buddy Brad Sullivan and his dream team. Just swing by dreamlending.com and they'll get you all set up. You can get a quote there. You can apply online, refinance, purchase a home, vacation home, downsize, upsize. I don't care what you're doing. If you are looking at buying a home, they can help you out. They're the best in the business. And it all starts with a phone call or a website visit, whatever works.
Yeah, 817-601-9010 or dreamlending.com, the home of your American dream. You know, there they say, you dream big, we'll handle all the little things. And they handle those little things so expertly that when the mortgage is done, you're going to be very, very happy because you'll have a dream home. You'll have a great deal with an awesome mortgage, and it'll be stress-free, which is pretty rare. Go ask your friends what a mortgage is like. They'll probably tell you nightmare. I'm glad I got the house, but man, that was a horrible process. With Brad, the process will be amazing too, Mike.
I can tell you that process. I didn't know Brad Sullivan and his team, and I dealt with the big bank, and it took a long time to close on the home because I kept getting the runaround from the big bank. It ended up happening, but man, I've seen Jeff and Gavin close and how much easier it is. I really recommend Brad Sullivan's team at dreamlending.com, the official mortgage lender of the GBAG Nation. The number to call, 817-601-9010, and Brad will always tell us, make sure you get pre-approved. The housing market is so competitive out here in Dallas-Fort Worth. You want to be pre-approved when you find that dream home. Mortgage Financial Services, NMLS 430221, 2001 Lakeside Parkway, Flower Mound, Texas, 75028, equal housing lender.
Coming up today on the Ben and Skin Show. Day one of our exploits from Radio Row. Me, Ben, and KT are out there in Atlanta, and we'll bring you all the Super Bowl hype, surprise interviews, and, hey, the latest NBA trade rumors. Roll home with us, the Ben and Skin Show, 3 to 7 on 105.3 The Fan.
Previous segment of The Fan was brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss.
Mike Bassick here, and you've heard me talk about the weight I've lost with Soda Weight Loss. Well, the Mavs have too. Soda is now the official weight loss and nutritional program of the Dallas Mavericks. SodaWeightLoss.com or 800-555-6521.
Ben and Skin here, and the Low T Center now treats more than low T, including low thyroid and cholesterol. Get your levels checked. Schedule your quick and easy health assessment at lowtcenter.com. It's covered by most health insurance. The Low T Center, reinventing men's health care.
My life is like a browser with 25 open tabs. I have kind of a constantly plugged in thing. Any interruption could jeopardize the whole operation. So I got my internet service from AT&T because their customers rated their service #1 in reliability over cable. For $40 a month, I can get up to 100 megabits per second internet so I can stay up to date on the latest stuff going on in my world. It's soothing to know AT&T internet is rated #1 in reliability over cable. It helps me maintain my low stress thing.
AT&T Internet customers rank their service #1 in reliability over cable. Switch and get up to 100 megabits per second for $40 a month. Limited availability. May not be available in your area. Check eligibility at att.com/internet. AT&T. More for your thing. That's our thing. New approved customers only. Includes internet plans 10 to 100 megabits per second. Early termination fee and other charges and restrictions apply. Speeds not guaranteed and may vary. Claim based on 2018 ACSI survey of customers rating their own internet provider's performance and reliability of speed and service consistency.
Our coverage of Radio Row from Atlanta is presented by Twin Peaks, Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 53. And you can watch us on our Low T Center fan cam at 1053thefan.com/fancam.
I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans, America's premier home purchase lender. We've created a new way to protect you from unpredictable interest rates. Our exclusive Rate Shield approval. First, we lock your interest rate for up to 90 days. Then, if rates go up, your rate stays locked. But if rates go down, your rate drops. Either way, you win. Call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rate Shield approval only valid on certain 30-year fixed-rate loans. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030. Additional conditions or exclusions may apply.
Never saw it as a problem when I was younger. 2 cigarettes, 3 cigarettes. It wasn't a habit. My mom, she was always like, you need to get rid of them. Gave the jewel a real chance and found out I liked it. Found out it really works. The switch was easy. It was a no-brainer, really. This came from her, really.
Patrick made the switch December 2016. Make the switch at JUUL.com. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
The KNC Masterpiece, that's us again, is heading back to the owner's box inside the Omni Dallas Hotel tomorrow from 7 to 11 p.m.
Where you can once again hang out with us, the KNC Masterpiece. Yeah, that's still us. And enjoy some great food and wash it down with an ice-cold beverage. Details at 1053thefan.com.
It's a Fan Football Reaction Monday, brought to you by carsforkids.org, supporting the Texans Can Academies.
Hi, Troy Hughes here from the future. And I'm with you.
Hey, me.
See, you didn't have enough money to go back to school and finish your degree, but Amberton University has degree programs starting under $10,000. Yeah, $10,000. So you were able to graduate and get a new job. Now you have more time to do the things you love.
I'm doing the things I love.
A degree can do that for you. So go to amberton.edu today. That's amberton.edu.
Our Turn It On, Leave It On listeners continue to impress us. No, amaze us. You packed Gas Monkey live on Saturday night and helped create the biggest and best fan ball yet. Thanks as well to Autoflex Leasing, Fitness Connection, MyComputerCareer.edu, and Landshark Locker. We love you, Tolos. From all of us at The Fan.
Dallas Truckwell has over 1,000 pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. All priced below market value. Check out DallasTruckwell.com.
All righty. Thank you, Lucius. We're live in Atlanta, and a familiar face has joined us at the broadcast table. Our guests are sitting in the Diamonds Direct hot seat.
Yeah.
You can check them out at 105throughthefan.com/Radio Row there and get a look at our fan cam. It's brought to you by the Low T Center. It's time for Mike Likes It. Here's Bassick.
Well, I really like that Skin is joining the GBAG Nation right now. How was everything from Dallas to Atlanta today? Everything went well?
I got up at 2:55, Mike.
Are you serious?
My plane left at 6. Yeah, hey, but Tim Collins was right.
So you don't like sleeping this week, do you?
No, man, I'm way behind on sleep. I feel bad. We were going to talk about this later, this draft that the morning show had. Hey, who's going to go out? I'm not going to have fun tonight, maybe even tomorrow night, and then the Mavs play the next 2 nights. So I'm a total buzzkill.
We did find a place where they're showing the Mavs game.
Where?
It's called Stats.
Right around the corner.
Okay.
About 3/10 of a mile from right here.
Okay, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any idea what the food situation's like?
Solid. We ate there yesterday.
Yes, we did it.
Great service.
We did it, guys.
We pulled it off.
It's on.
Well, the NBA is obviously the hottest topic, honestly, around the nation today because of Anthony Davis, a Woj bomb this morning, if you woke up to that. Anthony Davis, I'll ask you this question. In the next 3 weeks, do you think he's traded?
No. I still think they grind it out. And then they maybe look at that. Maybe they use the Kawhi situation. So here's what's complicated. What's complicated is that Rich Paul is the one who told Wojnarowski what's going on, right?
Okay.
And so it's like that means that the agent is trying to make the deal. So do you guys remember about a month and a half ago, there was John Wall to the Laker rumors? Did you guys ever see any of that crap?
Yeah.
Well, that's Rich Paul, who is the agent for John Wall and LeBron James. Meanwhile, the Lakers are like, we don't want that contract. And the Wizards are like, really? We have a chance to trade John Wall? So it's just the agent, and it's Rich Paul's the same agent for Anthony Davis and LeBron James. So the way that this is different than the Kawhi Leonard situation is the agent is telling everyone, hey, I'm going to get my clients together. So the Pelicans are basically going, man, how bad are we going to get screwed in this deal?
The other thing that I was reading on Woj, and sometimes rules confuse me, but the Celtics can't trade for Anthony Davis in the next 3 weeks. They have to wait till the offseason.
Yeah. So do you guys remember this obscure rule called the Derrick Rose rule, where if while you're on your rookie contract, you met certain qualifiers or like MVP of the league. But by the way, you're going to need to know this because this will happen with Luka Doncic. Whether you're like first team all NBA, if you meet these certain qualifiers, it can escalate how quickly you get super money. So Anthony Davis was one of those guys. Kyrie Irving was one of those guys. Okay. And one of the rules they put in the collective bargaining agreement is that you cannot acquire 2 Derrick Rose rule players within a 12-month period. So since the Celtics traded for Kyrie Irving in the summer,
do you like that rule?
I've never even thought about it until now.
Yeah.
And they obviously did it to try to stop super young teams from happening. right?
Yeah.
That was the mechanism. But I think what we've learned is that if an agent and the players want something to happen, it's going to happen. So I just feel like the whole, Anthony Davis as a Laker thing is inevitable. The thing I'm interested in as a Mav fan is, hey, can I stick my head in that trough and get some, like, if we were talking about a great player to play alongside Luka Doncic, man, Drew Holiday is pretty damn perfect.
Okay.
Now, he's 28 and he's making big money, but he averages 21 and 8. He's an elite defender and he doesn't have to have the ball.
Okay.
Is
Can
there
I get 2 of those?
Yeah, right. Sign me up, right?
So I was doing a whole bunch of different things on trade stuff, and I will say this. It looks like, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it's almost impossible for the Lakers and Pelicans to do a trade without involving another team. It gets very tough with the salary matching situation. They can, and then Caldwell Pope has the thing where he has a 100% no trade clause.
That will be waived. Do you want to know why?
Tell me.
His agent is Rich Paul.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you can go ahead and throw him in.
Okay, then that makes it easier.
Yeah.
For
Why
the
does
Lakers
he have to leave LA? What if he wants to stay?
Because he was given a 1-year deal. So if you go back in time and look at his deal, remember last year he got a 1-year, $20 million deal. It was written, so all these things come back around. Hey, Lakers, do my client a solid because LeBron's coming to you in a year. You got it, boss. Boom. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope for 1 year and $18 million. And then here we are a year later. Hey, we want 1-year contracts so we can have salary flexibility. Great. Fill it up with Kentavious Caldwell-Pope.
Yeah.
And I'll do you a solid. If you need to flip him, we'll flip him here in 3 or 4 months.
Okay, so we were talking about Luka earlier in the show. Let's include Luka in this Anthony Davis situation for this. We all said no. We would not trade Luka for Anthony Davis. What is your opinion or thoughts on if New Orleans called up Dallas right now and said, hey, we obviously have to trade this guy because he's not going to play for us anymore, or at least sign with us in the next offseason. Will you trade Luka for Anthony Davis?
Okay, so right now, Anthony Davis is a better player than Luka Doncic. And he's only...
Is he skin? Is he?
Let me think.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, yes.
Okay.
But he's also, 5.5 years older. Luka Doncic is going to get there in terms of impacting a game. He's already pretty damn close.
He makes like $6, $8, $9, $10 million.
Yeah, you just can't justify. I think Luka Doncic is as close as there is to an untradeable player.
Yeah.
Like just when you factor in age, how he impacts a game, rookie salary.
Yeah.
I mean, Mavericks, how can they be this lucky to get this player?
Yeah.
How can they be this
They
lucky?
only had to be really bad for 2 years.
Right.
Dennis Smith Jr. is up in the air on what he's going to be.
Right.
And then looks like will be in his prime a top 10 player in the NBA.
And they needed somebody to really like Trae Young.
Yeah,
Just
no.
really
How
Trae
silly
Young.
does Atlanta feel now?
Dude, Marvin Bagley's not even starting for the freaking Kings. Now, I like Marvin Bagley. I mean, I would love to have that player, but it's just it's hard to see transcendence.
Yeah.
Like that's transcendence.
Yeah.
Okay, if you want to go crazy though, and you want to go to the trade machine and start getting your wheels turning, let me give you one more nugget. Okay, just so you can go off down this rabbit hole. So you said that you think a third team is likely needed.
I think so,
And
but I don't know so.
Well, but I think it's good. Let's think about this thing. So there's a widely held belief that Dennis Smith Jr. will change agents at some point, and his agent will be Rich Paul.
Okay.
So if you really want to start going down the fantasy road and now pull up those 3 teams in your trade machine and start going to work.
Yeah.
Because, if you look at salaries, if the Lakers do this right, they'll have LeBron, they'll have Anthony Davis, they'll have Dennis Smith Jr. on a rookie contract, and they'll still have space to go chase Kawhi. If they do this right.
Okay.
So I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying, hey, there are ways in which these things can work out.
So another thing that this brings up is Mike Fisher brought this up, is that, look, back in the day, everybody kind of stayed with their team, and he brought up Magic and Bird and Jordan. And I thought, well, they all got drafted to premier franchises or premier cities. Chicago wasn't a premier franchise at the time, but you're going to a top 5 city in the NBA.
Right.
And so I thought Anthony Davis, I don't know if it's that he wouldn't have stayed with New Orleans. It's 3 years ago. He made the playoffs for the first time, had a great playoff series against Golden State, but lost. And then they've had time to try to build around him, and they failed. And so now he's saying, look, you guys proven that you can't, as a general manager, as a front office, build around me.
Right.
I'm out. Do you feel like Luka, it's very tough. He's only played half a season pretty much with the Mavericks, but the Mavericks, I feel like in the next 2 to 3 years, really need to show Luka, we have built a 50-win team around you.
Right.
Or Luka could feel after 3 or so years in the NBA, hey guys, I've been awesome. We're still struggling to be over 500, struggling to really be a premier team in the NBA.
Right. Okay, so here's what I'd say about that. I'd say Anthony Davis on a worse New Orleans team signed that second deal. Right?
Okay.
Because it's hard to walk away from that much money at that age, no matter what it is.
Awesome.
So, and the other thing is, just like we're talking about Rich Paul with the Lakers, man, you're going to start hearing Billy Duffy's name so much in any and all Mav talk. He's going to be involved, and keep in mind that him and Donnie have an incredible relationship. I mean, dude, Donnie's got a great relationship with everybody. I mean, I've always used this example. Imagine this. Just take yourself back to your own life. What if your dad was suing your boss?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what Donnie worked in. His dad was suing his boss, and it never caused problems for him. He's got a unique approach to life. He gets along with everybody. He's a positive person. He works his ass off. So we're in really, really good hands there. And his relationship with Duffy is damn solid.
So we are here in Atlanta. We didn't get to see the Maverick game last night. Was that the best game Luka has ever had? And he's had a whole bunch of them already.
Statistically, yes. I can't get past him single-handedly beating the Rockets by scoring 11 straight points at the end of a game, in a game where no team was scoring. Like, it was low-scoring grind time, and Luka just knocked off 11 points in like 3 minutes, 4, whatever it was. So that stands out to me, but it's certainly a top 3 or 4 game he's played in. And then
how much did Kawhi guard him?
He's
the best wing defender in the NBA.
I'll say he's pretty damn close.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would guess maybe 25% of the time, but I'll say this: when he guarded him, Luka was still effective. I mean, dude, Luka at one point, I remember looking down, going, "How many points? He's got 22 on 14 shots and 6 assists and 7 rebounds. I mean, it's nuts." He does it so effortlessly.
And then last Maverick question for you, Skin, is how do you – I feel like – I'll just give my opinion, then you can work off it. Dennis has come back as a 21-year-old, and I didn't know how much maturity he would have in this situation because I've been through something like this at 21.
Yep.
I've been surprised how well he handled everything that went kind of a bad way in 2 weeks to come back, and it looks like he's been a focused player, which I wasn't sure how focused he would be.
I would totally agree with you. I've been very impressed with it. So the first game we did the interview on the post-game show, and he said he wasn't making a Tupac reference. He goes, "I realize all eyes are on me." Didn't say it like in a boisterous way. It's like, I understand the gravity of the situation, and I'm going to do my thing. I've been incredibly impressed with him.
Okay.
Incredibly impressed. By the way, you want to be impressed with something else? Last night, Jalen Brunson's been sitting on the shelf for like a week and a half. They dusted him off, threw him out there in the fourth quarter for 6 minutes, and he was really good.
You have to
Good deal.
I got to go.
We're gonna do an interview. Thanks,
Love you guys.
Appreciate you, Skin. Great to see you. Skin Wade was not on the flight with all of us yesterday afternoon as he had that Mavs game to cover, but he is now in Atlanta and preparing for the Ben and Skin show, which is coming up in just over an hour. So there is Mike Likes It daily at 1:40. Our radio road coverage brought to you by Twin Peaks and by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 53. And you can check out all the stuff on the fan cam brought to you by the Low T Center. Okay, we're coming back. There's 5 big contracts coming up for the Cowboys as possible cap casualties with March approaching and the beginning of the league year. Could you make an argument to let any of these guys go early before their contracts are even up? That's next in the nation. Do have some special news from our friends at D&M Leasing before we do anything else, though. The Feds, they raised interest rates going into 2019. D&M Leasing heard about that, and they said, hey, Gavin, guess what? For your listeners, the GBAG Nation, we're going to go ahead and lower interest rates for 2019. So it's the best way to acquire a new vehicle all the time, but especially right now, 2019 and D&M Leasing, they've managed to lower rates in-house, and they'll offer you no down payment, no payments for 60 days. So all you have to do is ask them for the GBAG Nation special right now. Call up D&M Leasing. the largest consumer leasing company in the country. Large volume means large discounts. Say, yes, I would like the GBAG Nation special, please. And they'll take great care of you. You won't even have to leave the comfort of your home to get in that new car. D&M will deliver that car to wherever you are, and you can sign all the documents online. Hurry, take advantage of the GBAG Nation special by getting them a call from any local area code and 35 lease. That's 35 LEASE, or visit them online, dmautololeasing.com.
The only way you can take the fan with you is the radio.com app. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
This CBS Sports Minute brought to you by the snoring experts at simplesleepservices.com. Get the right diagnosis, the right solution, the right treatment to help you wake up to better sleep.
This is Jim Rome with the CBS Sports Minute. Monday of Super Bowl week is the day for complaining about the Pro Bowl. It is a tradition unlike any other. And that Pro Bowl yesterday was unlike any other. That was not a football game. That was a circus in a football stadium. And I'm guessing you're probably expecting me to come in here and smash the Pro Bowl, to say, as I've said many times before, that this thing needs to be taken out back and put down once and for all. Probably looking for me to tell you the game was bad and it was embarrassing. Yeah, well, it was all of those things. In other words, it was the Pro Bowl. And the only thing more Pro Bowl than the Pro Bowl itself was the Pro Bowl trophy presentation. That's when Jason Witten broke the trophy, went to hand it to Jamal Adams and Patrick Mahomes, and ripped the top right off of it. That right there is peak Pro Bowl. That's so Pro Bowl, it hurts. I'm Jim Rome.
CBS Sports Radio.
What if the kid who cut your grass worked like most financial advisors? Instead of a straight-up $20, you'd get some confusing bill with surcharges and add-ons. What the heck is a blade height adjustment fee? Creative planning is different. Our fiduciary advisors work off one transparent fee structure, and we never receive commissions on your investments. Dial 866-439-5641 for a free no-obligation consultation with Creative Planning. Investment strategies recommended by Creative Planning are not assured of earning a profit or avoiding a loss in declining markets.
Now's the time to get those home projects done so you can relax and watch the big game. Let Home Advisor help you out, whether it's a minor repair or a major remodel. Just tell Home Advisor what you need and get connected with the best pros for the job. You can read customer reviews, check project cost guides to see what others are paying, and book appointments with pros online, all for free. Go to homeadvisor.com or download the free app so you can relax for the big game.
I'm a real person, real voice, and a real face, even though you can't see it because, radio invisibility. You know what else is super duper real? Geico Local Offices. A Geico local agent could tailor fit a policy to you, which could save you hundreds on your car insurance. All because Geico local agents keep it real, with real savings and real service. Really?
And there's more. A Geico local agent could help you with more than just auto policies, like motorcycle, boat, and RV insurance. Stop by or give them a call today.
Washing my nose, oh yeah.
I'm a shower curtain, and I do one thing, keep water from leaking everywhere. So you see why I feel useless compared to Geico, who does so much more. Like, not only could Geico save you money, but they've been around for over 75 years. And they give you 24/7 access online, over the phone, or on the Geico app. And they've got a 97% customer satisfaction rating. They do all this while I have to listen to this chucklehead. Oh, good, he stopped.
Washing my toes.
Oh, great, an encore.
Geico. Expect great savings and a whole lot more.
At Walmart, we give you more than just low prices. We give you low prices on the stuff you actually want. Low prices on the oh-so-tasty, farm-fresh, packed lunches with perfection groceries on your shopping list. Boom. All day, every day. Get more than low prices. Get low prices on what you love. That's what Walmart's all about. Save every day on lower prices at your local Walmart. Check out our green bell peppers, which are 48 cents each, and our limes, which are only 10 cents each. Prices may vary. Check your local store.
Gladys Knight, 7-time Grammy winner. The enchanting voice of Gladys Knight.
Someone to watch.
One impressive hit after another. Gladys Knight. Friday, April 12th, WinStar World Casino and Resort. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
A radio.com station. Live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 53 in Atlanta. You're rolling with DFW's #1 midday show, the GBAG Nation, on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It is hour number 5 of the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. KT sitting down with us. KT from the Ben and Skin Show is at our broadcast position. Yeah. I believe that means, sir, you are in the Diamonds Direct hot seat.
Whoa!
I can feel it on my bun.
It's your second time in the seat today. You're going to set the record for doing all 3 shows.
I'm telling you, man. I'm just trying to prove my draft pick was a worthy selection.
Where'd you get picked?
I don't remember.
Okay, cool. So, but wherever you thought, just you
always second pick in the second round. I remember the second.
I will say that KT set the tone of the trip, and it will be tough to top last night with karaoke situation. We all got out and about, and when you hopped up there and did Britney Spears, I thought it was brave, and I thought it was incredible. And I just think you should be commended for your work.
Courage.
But the karaoke thing is always tough because you're looking for something that's going to be a good mix, and you got to fill the room.
Yeah.
What's everyone like here at a strange bar like that? I didn't know what to expect. Sometimes there's a lot of older people. Maybe you want to do a classic rock song. Maybe you want to do a hip hop, whatever. And I said, I feel like everyone's going to know this teeny bop song.
Yeah.
And something that had some backup vocals we can do where everyone can join in and sing on a couple of the lyrics. But more than anything, this trip's about D, demonstrating value. It's the Dawson system.
All about the D?
I'm going to figure out what the AWSON means.
Okay.
But D is demonstrate value.
I look forward to it. And you did that quite well last night.
I love how you hit yourself.
Worthiness, stature, offense.
Yeah.
Nastiness.
Yeah, give me some nasty.
Yeah.
Boom.
It was hit me, baby, one more time. And every time he got to that point, he was alternating between hitting himself in the chest and hitting himself in the face while singing. So there was a level of insanity, yet also femininity.
If you can keep everyone on edge a little bit, too, I think that's good. A little bit of unpredictability.
Yep.
I don't know what's going to happen with that guy.
Okay, speaking of unpredictability, I wanted to look at the Cowboy contracts they could save money on if they wanted to. And there's 5 of them.
I want to keep them all, Gavin. I don't want to get rid of anybody ever. I want to keep everybody.
Okay.
What's up now?
Well, I think there's a strong case to be made. And a salute to our guys over there at the Capology 101 podcast. They sent me some of this stuff as well. I'd like to start with a name who peaked last year. It's like, wow, this guy, he might have saved the Raiders game. And there was another game that he might have saved. And it's like, man, he's actually pretty good at his job. He's not just a special teams ace. Yes, that is right. Let's talk about Jeff Heath. 2019 at 28 years old is going to be the last year of his deal. He's set to make $2.45 million. With $450,000 of dead money, you could save yourself $2 million off the 2019 cap by just capping Jeff Heath with his no tackling ass, led the league in blown tackles. I mean, come on, if you're going to be a jobber, you better at least tackle well.
Yeah. And you think about that last play, too, where if you're just you just play the game of football and just see what's happening and go make a play.
Your fits, bro.
The thing about the GOAT, Jeff Heath, is there's no safety depth on this team, and that's a hard position to just start trimming the fat on. Okay,
we can find a guy.
No, I think you will definitely likely draft one for sure. Now, is that $2 million that you would save? A little bit of dead money, but that $2 million you'd save is going towards something else. Maybe there's an Earl in the mix, something like that. That would make a lot of sense. But
yeah, you could patch that up pretty quickly and build another 15 to 20, but you'd have to, do it in small parts.
Or contract year Jeff Heath.
Ooh,
that's not a thing. Man. That's not a thing. Yeah. That is not a listen.
I'm going to ball out this year, boys.
I'm willing to buy in.
The stuff on the internet with the GOAT and Heath, listen, it's all tongue in cheek. There is no Jeff Heath contract here. I do think that's a great candidate. Now, at what point in the year do you have to cut him? Because I do think that's one of those spots where, whatever, we'll do self-back pats. KT and I can find you Xavier Woods. Maybe not to that level where the league underestimates somebody so much that you can find him in the 6th round. But in the middle of a draft, you can find a depth guy at safety. You can find somebody to plug in. Like we talked about this earlier that Amy Trask had pointed out on the internet. This is how the league works.
Yeah.
He's a perfect candidate for the guy that it's like, hey, do we want to pay him $2.5 million? Or do we want to replace him for $500,000?
Yeah.
He's the perfect candidate for where the veterans screwed up in trying to make sure veterans were taken care of.
Yeah.
He's an perfect candidate for being replaced by rookie salary.
That's what the NFL is a lot about. How many rookies can we find to play about as good as this guy that we're giving $2.5 million? Because if you stack enough of them up, you can afford another star player.
As long as you found somebody that you're comfortable with them playing a bunch of snaps at safety,
Yeah.
he becomes a prime candidate for that.
This is where that pro scouting really comes in handy. Like how much are we going to miss out if we don't have these professional skills on our team? And I think the Cowboys are really good at that. I think this is one of the places that obviously Belichick shines. He has a defense with no names, and they're really, really solid.
And there's a lot of voices that have varying degrees of how much their voice matters in the room. Now that what's the former special teams coach? He's gone now. He's a Raider. So he had a big voice. If he really liked you, stuck around. He loved Kyle Wilbur on his special teams. Wilbur sticks around. Does Jeff Heath going to have a special team coach and a D coordinator in his camp? No. He's tough to replace. He's a special teams captain. He's a starter on defense, and he makes no money. It's find me an undrafted linebacker to do his special teams, and we'll go find a safety for cheap.
Why should that still be a thing, special teams? Nothing ever happens. They kick it out of the end zone. There's no such thing as kickoff returns. And then
Tavon almost changed the world in the playoffs.
Yeah, probably because everybody's like, oh, my God, actually returning punts. I didn't know this happened.
The impact of special teams is getting lower and lower. Parcells actually recently talked about that, where he said when I coached, it was a legitimate 3 the disciplines, and now it's now 2
it's
and a
one
quarter.
Huge one, one fairly big one, and one that doesn't matter.
How about T. Will's a no-brainer? I just thought I'd give you the numbers on it. He's set to make 4.75 with still 2.5 in dead money.
Bye-bye.
So that was a horrible structuring of a contract.
It was a weird deal and when he signed it, I remember that day. I was like, well, the number's low enough. That's not terrible. You don't think about the guarantees. Yeah. And then reality hits you after a year of it. And it's like, hey, guess what? When you cut him, you're only getting half of what you should be getting for cutting him. It's like his agent's smart. His agent was like, listen, we're not that good. The dollar amount per year is not huge, but we got some guarantees.
We can lock it in.
We're doing good.
You got 12 coming to you, T.
They did well.
Okay, up next right here on players that aren't free agents but have contracts that could save the Cowboys money if they cut them. We got KT in from the Ben and Skin Show sitting down with us here on Radio Row. Now, this man, he signed for 2 more years. He has a $10.1 million cap hit this year. 4.2 of it is dead money. You could save $5.9 million if you cut him outright.
Tyrone?
I'm talking about Tyrone Crawford.
That is so difficult, man. And I think the importance of the locker room is gonna come into play here. I think you start talking about defensive leadership and all that crap.
That's
going to matter.
All that crap.
Well, here's the deal. So say you do the deal with Tank for $20 million or whatever it is.
Go 22.
Then you're sitting there going, okay, I probably do need to trim some fat. And Tank's like, well, you're not cutting my boy. I mean, you're not cutting my boy. Like, that could be a part of Tank. That could realistically be a part of Tank's negotiations.
They are really good friends,
tight.
I got to keep him.
I think we need him.
He's a better end than Taco. He's more reliable, obviously, than David Irving. He's better. He
can play. He can play 3 out of the 4 spots for you.
The guy that sent me this breakdown again, the Capology 101 podcast, suggests maybe he's a player you'd look at extending. Would you be comfortable with that? Because he's holding up.
Which is really a sneak attack to cut him later and bring numbers down.
Yeah. You're helping him get a little bit more guaranteed money. You're hanging on to him for maybe 1 more year.
Just what he brings, the ability to go play defensive tackle when God knows they're not going to really spend a lot of resources there.
It's weird, though, isn't it?
It is so
And he gets you depth everywhere, though. Quality depth everywhere.
But a $10 million cap hit. How many guys on your average football team have that? Like 6, 7?
Yeah, maybe.
He ain't that good.
He had
but
5.5 sacks or something
Would this
like
be?
that.
But this would be his last year. You can.
Yeah,
It goes to Gavin's point of view of, look, Dak's still going to be making right around $1 million next year.
Yeah.
You can take a hit on Tyrone Crawford because he's probably on the open market $8 million.
Yeah.
What if that's the key to getting Earl Thomas, though? Then it becomes a no-brainer. Like, when you look at some of these big free agents, to me, you're like, man, we could use that to have a real impact player. And I know it's not at the line of scrimmage, but Earl would have a bigger impact than Tyrone Crawford for sure.
I would say your second-round pick needs to be a defensive tackle or defensive end then.
Yeah. We're getting real thin down there.
Yeah.
Next year, it's going to be Malik and everybody else. Antoine Woods
is still locked in.
Obviously, they're a little bit concerned with Randy Gregory, as in how eligible is he going to be during a season.
Then you have Dorrance, D-Law, Taco. Like, I get it. You're not – the fun part about this offseason for the Cowboys to me is there's not a huge need. You're not looking at, like –
special teams. Look, Gavin, we need to draft special teamers.
Listen, if you're out there, Jerry, like, if you're listening and that's the way you hear this, call me. because I want to make sure you don't. That's insane. But it is great that you're going in and it's not like, listen, second round, although they have kind of said this, tight end. That's the need.
That's what
tight
they do.
No, when they look at their team, they're going to be like, it would be nice to upgrade or have depth at bang, 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 bang. It's not like, guys, we gotta. There's nothing. There's nothing that you gotta.
I look at it like you could draft the best player at a position with high value.
Yes.
You know, we're
tackle, pass rush,
Yeah.
even D tackle if it's the right player, corner if it needs to be.
Don't you kind of need to, like, gotta draft a wide receiver?
No.
If Cole's gone?
No.
The Cedric Wilson guy?
Wilson or
We need
Lenore.
to-
I mean, you'll have
we need
to bring a guy in, but it's not like he's like whoever it is, he's not going to be your top target. He probably won't be your second target. He probably won't be your third target.
Okay.
You're going to have
Find a starter.
Cooper will be 1, Gallup
2,
or Zeke is 2. The other one is 3, and then it's your tight end and your other receiver.
Yeah.
And don't you think you've done
And
you've
Noah
done the
Brown
draft,
comes in to block.
Noah Brown, and you're ahead of me in draft prep at this point. Don't you think if you have to replace Cole Beasley, I'm not going to say it's the same guy. I'm not going to say that you can instantly do what Cole does because I think that's built over time. But there are guys that can replace and do that job in the 4th round.
Absolutely.
Kiki QT.
That's the type of guy you're looking for, I think.
Andy Isabella, Penny Hart that just tore up the Senior Bowl. There's all sorts of guys that can kind of do
Can't
that.
Tavon Austin just be that guy?
Let's go. I like some Tavon talk. You know I'm a Tavon guy.
But they want to like run him around
Right.
and just be a bit player. Why can't he just be my slot wide receiver?
Play the slot,
he'll
return
get hurt.
punts.
He'll
He'll
get
get hurt.
hurt
He'll get
September,
hurt. Yeah, you're right.
We'll have some depth there. We'll find a guy.
How about Sean Lee, 2019 last year? It's a 10.7 with a 3.075 at dead
Gavin.
money. It's
Pay cut.
I know.
He's a pay cut guy.
There's a reason I
What do you
saved this
think,
for the
KT?
end.
He'll take it too.
Pay cut guy.
He'll walk in and take it. Or the Colts will come calling. Eberflus will say, "Hey, Sean, we're going to let you start here. All right?
You know where
So
I
go
think,
ahead and get cut.
I'm not sure he would
Come
leave for
see
the
me."
Colts. I think he would leave for the Steelers, who have a bad defense.
Oh,
If we were to release him and the Steelers
Pittsburgh
called,
connection.
because that was, I mean,
Yeah.
that was,
Fine.
Penn State.
yeah, and
From there.
so, and that's his team, and that's his
Go pull your
family's
hamstring
team.
there.
That hey, for
That's the thing, though, is like the reason that I think the pay cut thing works is he knows if you cut him, that if he says, guys, I'm playing football and I'm still good, there are teams out there that are going to ask themselves, hey, how good is that guy at football? And the answer is going to be Pro Bowl or close. That's how good he is.
Yeah.
Guys, how many games are you going to play for us? Between 4 and 12.
Yeah.
Don't know where it's going to go. Okay, what's that worth? The answer, more than what the Cowboys are going to want to pay him, is what he's
Sure.
worth.
Yeah.
But once a guy starts saying it himself, when people were asking, hey, Sean, are you going to play? Are you going to coach? And he's saying out loud, like, you know, I want to play. My body, I don't know. It's like you've already got that doubt creeping in.
Yeah.
Take your pay cut, be my backup linebacker, mentor my young players.
Yeah.
Come do it.
It's not going to end well somewhere else for
Right.
you. Yeah. If
If you
team's
have a guy get
dependent
hurt
upon
and you
yeah.
can give me 2 to 3 games, sweet.
It just matters at this point in his career. How much did you save? How are you looking at your last contract? Is it your nest egg? Or do you have your nest egg already? And that's something that every player has to answer for himself.
I bet he'll be a defensive coordinator in 5 years.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, there's plenty of money there. So maybe, that's not a concern at all. How about Joe Thomas, 28 years old, really good depth linebacker last year, and it would make you $1.9 million in cap savings. It's 2.2 hit, 300 in dead money. It's kind of a no-brainer for a guy who would
get rid of him?
I think so, yeah.
Okay,
If Sean Lee's coming back.
If Sean Lee's back. If Sean Lee's not back, I need depth.
Yeah. And I don't think he's bad depth.
No, I think
I
he's
don't think
fine.
he's bad depth at all.
If he's healthy. I mean, that's
Yeah.
always a question with him.
Hey, maybe with Sean Lee, it does make sense if you bring both those guys back. I was just thinking,
You guys are
like,
going to split the cost of a player.
for a guy that's not going to play a lot if you stay healthy, it's
Right.
You want to draft a guy or have a Super Bowl guy worth nothing, but I don't know. Like $2
Yeah, I
million
guess
bucks is a lot.
In theory,
for
Jeff
tackling.
Heath has more value than him because he's also a starter, even if you don't think he's a good one.
So if Sean Lee's pay cut happens, we're going down to 5 or less.
Yeah.
Because I would say, wouldn't you pay him just a little bit more?
Then his cap number.
No, well, what's his cap number?
If you
10?
cut him,
Three.
Oh, it's
say,
3.
like,
Yeah, 3 is the dead money.
Yeah.
10's the cap
10's
number
the cap
if he
number.
plays. Yeah.
And that would, whatever it is, get it down to, because Sean Lee, even if he does get hurt, just kind of being around, isn't that worth a couple extra $1 million?
I don't know if a couple $1 million, but I want to have him around. I don't want to lose him, so I'm willing to.
I thought it was strange that Van Der Esch played better when Sean Lee was inactive.
Yeah.
And when Sean Lee was active, I would sneak in for a few plays. It seemed like Van Der Esch kind of fell off a little bit.
There was a
Small
decline.
sample size, but it was like,
Yeah.
Maybe just kind of like, did Sean focus all week on helping him in preparation?
Ooh.
Because like the thing is, Sean and Travis, they immediately got hurt and then immediately go, let's go. How can I help you? You know, I think that's very, very helpful.
Yeah.
Where someone like T. Will gets hurt and you never hear from him or see him again.
He's probably really helping Gallup, you know? T. Will.
There's not a lot of people that can continue to work hard and push past the, oh, dude, this day has been so long, I just want to go get a beer. And some guys can. You don't want to let those guys go.
I think we don't talk about enough how crappy that day would be.
Yeah.
I think everybody growing up is like, I want to be a pro football player. Oh, it sounds awesome to be an athlete. Man, they're in a classroom all day, just constant, it's a 12-hour grind. Oh, then go out and practice. Okay, wake up early, then go lift. Then go lift. Oh, then talk to the media for a little bit. Back to another meeting. And then another meeting, more film, get yelled at. It just seems like a long day. And if you're not playing and not getting to enjoy that aspect.
Start tuning out. Like, oh, crap, this again?
What am I doing here?
But the guys that can keep on listening and are like, oh, man, I got to rep this. It's like those guys are certifiably insane.
Yeah.
They're inhuman. Okay, text the word EAT to 72881. Text the word EAT.
How do you spell that?
72881.
Nom.
It is a national contest here. Your chance to win $1,000 continues all the way through the Pen and Skin show tonight. Next chance coming up at 3:16 on your Turn It On, Leave It On station, 105.3 The Fan. And we're coming back with the G-Bag of the day here on The Fan.
The one place to grab the Fan wherever you go. Radio.com. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
Previous segment of The Fan was brought to you by Central Kia of Plano.
Watch your green grow at Central Kia.
With super low payments on acres of new 2018 Kia Souls, Fortes, Optimus, and Sorrentos.
America's best value.
866 Central.
We're just one call away.
It's so easy.
CentralKia.com.
Valentine's Day is coming up, and Simple Sleep Services has the perfect gift. A dozen roses for your Valentine and a lifetime of better sleep for you both. Call 469-685-1700 now or visit simplesleepservices.com. Get in by February 14th to get those roses and a better night's sleep.
You get the most for your lease with an Autoflex lease, yeah.
When you want to lease your next car, there's really only one simple question. Will the company you choose make that experience easier or harder? Will you be able to get the car you want, any make or model, and go back to them the next time and deal with the same person? When you discuss mileage and terms, will they give you choices or just offer you one program? Finally, when you sit down to sign the paperwork, will it be exactly what you were told, or if things changed, like the term or the payments? Over the last 30 years, Autoflex Leasing has been the answer to that one simple question for thousands of people just like you. They found that Autoflex has the best leasing programs and, more importantly, the best people to work with. Call Autoflex Leasing right now at 817 or 972-234-1234 or reach them at autoflex.com. Remember that one simple question? The answer is simple too.
Autoflex Lease, oh yeah.
My life is like a browser with 25 open tabs. I have kind of a constantly plugged in thing. Any interruption could jeopardize the whole operation. So I got my internet service from AT&T because their customers rated their service #1 in reliability over cable. For $40 a month, I can get up to 100 megabits per second internet, so I can stay up to date on the latest stuff going on in my world. It's soothing to know AT&T internet is rated #1 in reliability over cable. It helps me maintain my low stress thing.
AT&T Internet customers rank their service #1 in reliability over cable. Switch and get up to 100 megabits per second for $40 a month. Limited availability. May not be available in your area. Check eligibility at att.com/internet. AT&T. More for your thing. That's our thing. New approved customers only. Includes internet plans 10 to 100 megabits per second. Early termination fee and other charges and restrictions apply. Speeds not guaranteed and may vary. Claim based on 2018 ACSI survey of customers rating their own internet provider's performance and reliability of speed and service consistency.
At TaxSlayer, we know you work hard for your money. When it comes time to file your taxes, you want it done right. With over 50 years of tax industry experience, TaxSlayer is the choice for filing your taxes the fast and easy way online. TaxSlayer is rated #1 in the tax prep software category on Trustpilot. Experience, accuracy, and your guaranteed maximum refund. How will you spend a big tax refund? Slay your taxes at TaxSlayer.com. Start for free today.
Looking for ways to save with your Medicare plan? Walgreens is a preferred network pharmacy with many plans nationwide, which could mean lower copays for you. So bring your prescriptions to a Walgreens pharmacy today to start saving. Walgreens, trusted since 1901. Walgreens participates as a preferred network pharmacy with United Healthcare, Cigna HealthSpring, and Express Scripts Medicare. For a complete list of available plans, please contact 1-800-MEDICARE. TTY users should call 1-877-486-2048. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or consult www.medicare.gov. Other pharmacies are available in our network.
Register at 105throughthefan.com for your chance to win tickets to the Dallas Winter Boat Expo at Dallas Market Hall. The show will be in town February 1st through 3rd and February 7th through 10th. Tickets, details, and more info at dallasboatexpo.com.
Hey guys, good news. The outrageously expensive little blue pill is now generic, which means you can get the prescription medication to treat ED at affordable prices. And Hims makes it extra affordable. Right now, get your first month supply for free. All you pay is just $5 for your medical consultation when you go to 4hims.com/order. After that, it's just $30 for a month's supply. Sure beats paying big bucks for just one blue pill, doesn't it? Plus, you won't need an awkward in-person doctor's appointment to get the prescription. Hims has doctors online who can prescribe the medication, and a pharmacy sends it right to your door. It's affordable, private, and incredibly easy. Nobody likes dealing with ED. Now, thanks to Hims, nobody has to. And that's really good news. To get your first order for just $5, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/order. That's 4hims.com/order for your first month for just $5. 4hims.com/order.
We're the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Kaboo, Texas. GBAG of the day is next.
Kaboo, Texas is bringing the Killers, Kid Rock, Sting, Leonard Skinner, Little Big Town, Dennis Miller, and over 50 more legendary acts to AT&T Stadium May 10th through 12th. Visit KabooTexas.com. That's KAABOO Texas.com for details and how to buy passes today.
I'm Lucius Alexander. Back to more GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's a Cowboy Monday, presented by Albertsons and Tom Thumb on 105.3 The Fan.
It is time now for the GBAG of the day here, GBAG Nation. Hope you're having a great day. We continue live from Radio Row on 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Twin Peaks and by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 53. Later on in the week, of course, we're going to have a ton of guests, including tomorrow, Brandon Lang. Now, this guy's life story, it was the inspiration for the movie with Matthew McConaughey, Two for the Money, where
and Al Pacino's in that joint too.
Yes,
sir.
that's right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it gets real hairy for Matthew McConaughey's character Brandon Lang as he's making picks for people, and this was early in his handicapping days, and now they want to kill him. Right? He's making bad picks, and so he can talk to us about his life coming up, the
Why
movie.
do you make bad picks?
Well, part of the game. The real genius of the handicapper is the money management. Right?
I think I do remember this, and he makes up fake names, and he's really good early on in his career, right?
Yeah, he was on a huge winning streak, but then he started. Well, everyth's smoothed out for Brandon Lang.
Just like that.
Yeah, pocket change. Maybe pocket change Paul will make an appearance.
Me?
Yeah, Mike.
But he's still handicapping, and things have smoothed out, and he can give us all of the trends and everything with Rams, Patriots. Talk about his life. Talk about being portrayed by McConaughey and all that. That is tomorrow. Right now, though, it's time for the G-Bag of the day. We have a one-time champ, a Price is Right contestant who missed her call to come and join the game. Segment's brought to you by 1-800-LAWYERS. If you've been hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the office of Franklin Frankel right now, 1-800-LAWYERS. Official lawyers of the Tolo Principal Office, Dallas, Texas. All right, Lucius, and we have this champion right here. The Price is Right, one of our favorite shows, is going on. Is it still with Drew? What's his name?
Yes, sir. Surely is. Choppy, you want to vote with G-Bag of the day for us?
All right,
Choppy,
take a seat. Look at this.
We got a new voter.
Chop in the house. I think this is the second time he's done this with us live from Radio Row, been a guest voter in the G-Bag of the day. We're just queuing up the champion right now. We have a current one-time champion of the G-Bag Nation.
All right.
How you doing? You get a good nap and all that? You ready to go karaoke round two?
I got a snorer. Sean's a snorer. So I got a workout in, and I couldn't sleep much. Showered.
Not even with the pillow over the ear?
Nah, nothing.
I brought some strips because I have breathing issues.
Yeah?
You want me to hit you with a couple? You just slap it on him while he's sleeping.
I could do that.
Yeah, I got
work.
those for you.
Yeah.
You know how the G-Bag of the day works, obviously.
I am aware.
Best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. We play them all, vote on the winner. The goal is to make it to 5-time status. That's your standard Jeopardy format. at which time he become eligible for the GBAG of the year. Price is Right contestant who was not there to take her call to join the stage.
Yeah, she was in the bathroom break.
Tara Armstrong, come on down. You're the next contestant on The Price is Right. Tara Armstrong, come on down.
Restart the bed.
Come on, Tara.
The camera's zooming all around the audience. Where is she?
She's in the bathroom.
Did her husband have to run up there or something and clarify what was going on there?
I don't know if it was a husband, maybe a friend. I don't know who told Drew, but Drew finally found that the woman was in the bathroom.
Must have been a number two.
I mean, she shot out of there, too.
Oh, did she?
Shot out of there.
Yeah.
You would assume that out of all those years that this would have happened before, but I've never heard of this happening where they called somebody and somebody get nervous and be like, no, I don't want to, like they chicken out all of a sudden.
Like it's such a once in a lifetime thing. If you're there, like you have to, no matter how dire the situation is, stop in mid flow or whatever.
You're fighting
run
through
out
it.
there, right?
If it's a number 2, you'd handle that before the show.
Yeah.
I don't know how long the taping is, but it would be unacceptable to leave for a 2.
There's very few situations like that are emergency. Those are 1 hour episodes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we can clearly hold this thing off. I want to get to the Showcase Showdown.
Yeah.
You know, it might be my big opportunity. What do you guys think of first when you hear Price is Right? For me, one of my first thoughts is the grandparents. Whenever they would come visit for the summer or the holidays and we'd be on school break, we'd always watch it with them before we got to the soaps.
I think a lot of sick days when I was sick at home and I would have, like, let's say it wasn't a stomach thing. My mom would just make me a bowl of SpaghettiOs and I would watch shows like The Price is Right.
Yeah.
It's my earliest memories. Like my grandparents, my parents worked, so I would go over there.
Yeah.
And I always remember that was the last bit of entertainment I had before those awful soap operas came on.
Yeah.
And then I would take my nap.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Is that the one Bob Barker used to run?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I just think of Bob Barker.
Greatest game show ever.
Plinko.
I think.
Didn't he used to hold him? Does Drew Carey still have the same microphone?
That
which
goofy
looks like
long
a
microphone?
little skinny stick
It's
with
so
a tiny
goofy.
ball on top.
Straight out of the 70s.
Come on, man.
It is straight out of the 70s.
All right, we have a dad that's been nominated for a GBAG of the day. Apparently, he was confused by a riddle.
Yeah, I think it was after a long day. Pops was tired, his head was tired, and daughter was asking questions.
Stacy's mother had 4 children. The first was April, the second was May, and the third was June. What was the name of the 4th child?
I want to say November.
Should I read it again?
Go ahead.
Stacy's mother had 4 children. The first was April, the second was May, and the third was June. What was the name of the 4th child?
Read it again.
Stacy's mother had 4 children.
Stacy's mother
The
had 4 children.
The second was May, and the third one was June. What was the name of the 4th child?
4th of July.
I don't. Stacy's mom had 4 kids.
Oh, that's amazing.
The first was April, and the second was May, and the third was June. What was the name of
You didn't say the first one.
Stacy's mother had 4 children. The first was April, the second. What was the name of the 4th child?
I don't know.
All right, listen to the beginning.
No, I'm done.
I'm done.
Either July or Stacy, right?
July.
Stacy.
Yeah, those would be your only 2 guesses.
Yeah, I would have
Stacy's
accepted
mom.
both answers.
Yeah.
Well,
I
right,
mean,
but the second one would be wrong.
Yeah,
trying
there's
to
no
set you up
July. It's
Yeah.
Stacy's mom.
Stacy's mom.
They're wanting you to say July.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which they
He
you
said
could really trick a
November.
mind with stuff like that.
And I was thinking July for at least 10 seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll cop to it. Anybody else?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I was
good.
too.
Good. I think Jeff got it fast.
I like
No?
the logic puzzles. I like them.
Okay.
I'm on the details. I knew what was happening.
All right, there it is. Dad confused by riddle. Pretty good riddle. Man clings to SUV windshield during a road rage incident at what mile per hour?
Yeah, 70 miles per hour. I'll let them set it up.
But this all began when the driver of an SUV, he says, sideswiped his truck. Now, he got out to talk to the driver of that SUV, but somehow ended up on the hood of the SUV. The driver took off. He held on for dear life. As you said, that driver going as fast as 70 miles per hour. They estimated this went on for about 3 miles.
I just kept telling him, stop the car, and he wouldn't stop. I thought he was going to run over me. And I don't think he stopped. He kept going fast, slow, tried to get me to slide off. I wasn't getting off the car.
See, the news reports have the man on the car as a sympathetic figure.
No.
And he's not, man. Why are you on the hood of my car?
Well, I did.
You're
see the
wrong.
List. I saw the list of charges against both, and the man that was hanging on for dear life did catch the much lesser charges.
He sure did when he jumped on the darn car.
Yeah.
Who's the bigger idiot, though? I mean, one is taking his life into his hands. One is taking his freedom into his hands. I mean, all you had to do was stop the car.
It's a tie.
Yeah.
I'm defending myself. You jumped on my car. I'm defending myself. I don't know what you're doing at this point.
Well, it was complicated. The way I read it is he stood in front of the car and said, "Sir, don't you leave here." And the guy rolled up into him and was like, "Well, you going to move or what?" He's like, "No."
Hey, just take a photo of my license plate if you think I'm going to leave, and don't be a hero.
Yeah, you're not a bleep. You might not know I have a family emergency. Get that bleep out of my way, bro.
I got to side with Lucius on this one. The guy in the car, I don't know. The guy in the car got arrested too.
Yep.
And I got a problem with that. What did he get arrested for? Getting jumped on?
Okay. Well, I mean, endangering somebody's life at 70 miles per hour.
Don't jump on my hood.
If you're in charge, you're clearing that.
I'm clearing the driver.
Okay.
He got his car jumped on.
I was just driving.
He's got a broken windshield now. Who's going to pay for that?
Speed limit 70. Why would I go slower?
Yeah, I mean, Safe Flight ain't free.
Okay. Now, I do have a question here. How many people in your life are beginning to refer to SUVs as trucks? This is a recent trend I'm starting to notice.
I hate that.
Last night, I'm down waiting for my food delivery, and this guy's in the turnaround there with the valet telling me he's in the black truck. And after about the third time, I'm like, "Oh, the black GMC?" And he's like, "Yeah." So I walked out there and I was like,
Did
"Oh,
you
okay."
correct him? Did you
No.
say you're in an SUV, you moron?
It's usually an East Coast thing, too. You know, they don't understand SUVs and trucks are different.
It's kind of truck-ish. If you
It is.
took off that little top back.
It's just a truck with a permanent canopy, really.
Yeah.
You know, third row seat.
I hear that all the time. It's been bugging me for at least 5-6 years.
Okay.
And it's you're not in a truck.
Thanks for having my back on that.
Yeah, you're not in a truck, man.
Mark Cuban says he's never going to own a baseball team.
Yeah, this happened on Freakonomics Radio, an NPR interview right here.
When are you finally going to buy a Major League Baseball team?
Never.
What happened?
Never. Oh,
What happened?
Well, two things happened. One, they didn't want me in, and two, my kids got older and they're too much fun. 162 games, my wife would divorce me.
Why didn't baseball want you in?
Because they knew I'd try to change things. I just did an interview with CC Sabathia, and he was like, "Well, what would you do differently?" One, I would teach all our guys to bat flip every time they hit a home run. Because you got to just change things up. These unwritten rules are ridiculous, and the fans pay the bills. You got to give them a reason to come. Two, I'd push for the designated hitter in both leagues so that pitchers in between innings could go right to the bullpen and warm up or do whatever they needed to, and that way when you come back on the field, you don't throw any warm-up pitches. You go right into pitching, and there's no, throwing the ball around the infield and the outfield.
Okay.
You just go right in. The breaks aren't the breaks, and you go right up to bat, and you reduce an hour off the game.
It is pretty weird. It'd be like in the NBA, between every dead ball, there's like layup practice again.
Yeah, exactly. You get to get shots up and everything to get your rhythm, and so there's so many ways you can speed up the game, and I would have been pushing for them and talking about them, and they didn't want to see that.
It made sense because at first I thought he was saying starting pitchers while they're sitting in the dugout, they could be out in the bullpen throwing a bunch.
Yeah.
But that does make sense. If you said, well, you got to go to the bullpen and back every time, they're not going to do that either.
You'd have to create a mound. The other thing, too, is
you'd have to have a mound right outside the dugout.
We have to pay for this game, and you know how we pay for it? The 2-minute commercial break in between every other inning. I mean, that's the timeout. That's in basketball. You'd say, well, let's just never have any timeouts. I mean, we're wasting 3 minutes.
Soccer format.
Right. And so, I mean, unfortunately, look, I do think it takes too long for the guys to warm up. Right now, when I tell my kids, sprint to your position, little kids like, hey, run to your position. Well, if they go to a Major League Baseball game, everybody walks to their position because they're like, look, this takes too long. Everybody, the pitchers are ready to go for the most part. They're like, yeah, but we can't go. We have 30 more seconds till they say we're back from commercial break. So, I mean, it's just
the biggest thing would be to run a spot in the bottom corner.
Yeah.
With audio on the commercial while the game's going on with no audio. That's the only way to do that. And that's such a big hurdle for changing sports television.
The other thing, too, which Mark Cuban doesn't realize, which I understand, if you've never been a pitcher, you wouldn't. You have to go out there and manicure the mound for a couple of throws. In a basketball, they can't. The wood won't change because, oh, dang it, Anthony Davis's foot is bigger than my foot, and he's created a hole where I have to go there and manicure it a little bit to get my foot placements in the right spot, but it doesn't, to Mark Cuban's point, it doesn't take 2 minutes for that to happen.
If they went to the mounds you see in like at Texas Star, where it's like a wood, not a wooden mound, but like, you know what I mean? It's not
AstroTurf.
It's an AstroTurf mound. Would you be down with that?
I wouldn't, because I do need my spike into the dirt to push.
Very
There you
interesting. Okay, RJ, now you have been nominated for G-Bag of the Day.
Ooh, what?
Don't
What'd I
know if
do?
you remember what happened last night about 11 p.m.
Oh, I do remember that.
I will. Here we go.
In the morning, feeling like me, getting up in my class, and I think more about the hit this secretary. I leave, brush my teeth with a bottle of Jack. Cause when I leave for the night, I ain't coming back.
Everyone. Is this the song you know the best? Do you know this song the best?
You never looked at the screen.
I never looked at the screen. I could do Copacabana.
Okay.
Just easily. I could do Forever in Blue Jeans, little Neil Diamond. There's some other songs that might be able. I think Genie in a Bottle might be coming out soon. Could be coming out tonight.
I was thinking about that last night.
Yeah.
When you guys set the trend of doing female songs, I was thinking about that.
Yeah,
myself.
maybe a little Lady Gaga. I might do a Bradley Cooper Gaga.
Man, I'm gonna have to make it out for one of these. I heard. I heard about it on Twitter, and then I saw it on Twitter. Then I saw KT on Twitter. I was like, man, Chop outdid KT with stage presence and with performance.
Well, I don't have. I can't sing.
Yeah,
but I can control a room.
You did a hell of a job, man. I was entertained. Tom Brady got Pats fans fired up with a corny chant. That'll be our final nominee.
He may be one of the best quarterbacks of all time, but he's definitely corny.
So many great teammates and coaches to represent this team and organization, and obviously to represent you guys is what it's all about. So I can't thank you enough. We're excited. I hope you guys are excited. And as Des said, let's let them hear it all the way down in Atlanta. We're still here. 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 All right. Oh,
It was a horrible chant, got horrible participation.
He even threw the mic down afterwards. Like, that was a mic drop moment.
Yeah, it wasn't very
We're
good.
still here. It's going to reign supreme, y'all.
I'm the only, I guess.
Where's my T-shirt?
He should have stole something from politics and gone 4 more years. That would have got it turned up.
Yeah, that might have worked. That might have worked.
Did you see they had over 35,000 people at their pep rally?
Yeah.
Pretty strong.
Yeah, the Rams had like just enough.
1,800?
Yeah.
14.
They're like, let's not make this a big venue so it looks like it's sold out for us.
This is like a convalescence hall.
We're still here. Thanks, Andy Dalton.
So stupid. You're making fun of the greatest quarterback of all time, right, Choppy?
He's not making fun of Peyton Manning, so I don't know how he'd be making
Montana or Young.
Or
Rogers.
Fran Tarkenton's even better.
Fran, of course, Otto Graham.
Fran's underrated.
You should get on Boston radio shows. I would love for you to do that yours and then have one more segment where you're on where they do call-ins. Wouldn't that be great?
They'd burn a half-hour radio.
Burn a half hour easy. Kidding me?
It is time to vote for the G-Bag of the Day. Is it the Price is Right contestant who missed her call? Our one-time champ. Dad's confused by riddle. Man clinging to SUV windshield. Cubes will never own a baseball team. RJ Karaoke. Tom Brady getting Pats fans fired up. As always, we start with Mike.
Just because I'm going to be the only guy to vote for this guy, Tommy Terrific.
Oh, wow.
You bring that TB12 book with you?
It's too big.
TB12, buy my stuff.
It's too
We go back in the
Circulate the cap.
where Lucius has been keeping the Gators down.
We're still here. That is terrible.
That horrible.
God, it's so tacky.
The greatest.
I'm going to go with Dad confused by the riddle, man. I think he was just tired.
Yeah. All right, Jeffrey.
I'm going to vote for Chop.
Oh,
You vote for Chop.
I'm voting for Chop.
All right,
And if I know Chop will vote for Chop. We'll just give him a good chance to win.
No, you know what? I'm gonna make Dawson break the tie. I'm gonna vote for the guy in the hood.
Okay.
So I'll make Dawson the tiebreaker.
Okay.
We have a 4-way tie at 1. The vote comes to me, and
It
I'm
better
going
not be
to go
a 5-way tie.
with the man who was gracious enough to share some of his time with us right here.
We're still here.
RJ Choppy, your new
Chop still here.
champion.
Chop still here.
We'll mix with the Ben and Skin Show coming up next on the Fan.
Ooh, first.
Coming up today on the Ben and Skin Show,
Day one of our exploits from Radio Row. Me, Ben, and KT are out there in Atlanta, and we'll bring you all the Super Bowl hype, surprise interviews, and, hey, the latest NBA trade rumors. Roll home with us, the Ben and Skin Show, 3 to 7 on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, everybody. Let's talk about my buddies at mycomputercareer.edu. There is not going to be a better time than right now to stop it. If you're not being paid enough, you're working too many hours, you're stuck in a dead-end job, you hate your boss, any of these different things. If you are looking to get on a career path instead of just having a job, mycomputercareer.edu. Consider the information technology career, no matter your background with the computers. If you're not all that familiar, not a math whiz, none of that matters. mycomputercareer.edu, what they do is they get you started on that. They're going to help you start your new life as an IT pro. They're going to get you all trained up, and they can do it in a matter of months, not years, just months. mycomputercareer.edu. The classes meet on campus or live online just a few times a week, and they're going to get you all set up. So let's do this. It's a new year. Let's get that new career going. mycomputercareer.edu. Take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. mycomputercareer.edu.
Try Taco Bueno's new Bueno Under a Buck menu. 10 Tex-Mex favorites for just $79, $89, and 99 cents, including the Party Burrito and the new extra cheesy Party Taco. The real Tex-Mex deal. Only Bueno is Bueno.
Hey there, this is Dak Prescott.
Prescott keeps, pylon, touchdown!
Have you heard? There's a new way for you to save money on groceries. Now you can choose to redeem your rewards at Albertsons and Tom Thumb for fuel or cash discounts on groceries.
Wow!
Sign up for Just For You and save up to $300 weekly in addition to earning rewards.
Dak back to throw, looking and standing. He's got a man wide open, left side of the end zone. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Albertsons and Tom Thumb, official supermarket and pharmacy of the Dallas Cowboys.
Kevin, one of my favorite things about Soda Weight Loss and Nutrition is that when they ask you what your happy weight is, they want you to be even better than that. They don't want you to walk in, lose a little bit of weight, and then gain it all back. And that's why the maintenance program is so important to what they do.
You're right. Once I got onto maintenance, I was really worried that left to my own devices, I was going to screw it up. But here I am like 6 months later. Bang! Still the same weight with even more muscles I was before.
You can see that your shoulders are starting to roll back. Your chest is starting to pop out. And you can probably see, without your shirt on, more definition. Go ahead and take your shirt off.
Well, I've been waiting a long time for you to ask me that, but you are right. It's like a couple of phases. You can drop all the weight, and then you can put on the kind of weight that you want to put on, not the weight you're used to putting on. So when you're ready to reshape your body the way you want, make your way out to one of the 7 fine Soda locations across the Metroplex. You can also give them a call at 1-800-555-6521 or go to sodaweightloss.com.
That's Soda. Say it with me now. State of the art.
Our coverage of Radio Row from Atlanta is presented by Twin Peaks, Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 53. And you can watch us on our Low T Center fan cam at 1053thefan.com/fancam.
It's time to join the millions of people that meet happy with Zoom video conferencing. Zoom gives you flawless video, crystal clear audio, and instant sharing across any mobile, tablet, or desktop device. But the best thing about Zoom? It just works. So ditch the distractions, join the movement, and meet happy with Zoom video conferencing. Visit zoom.us to set up your free account today. That's zoom.us. Zoom video conferencing.
I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans, America's premier home purchase lender. We've created a new way to protect you from unpredictable interest rates. Our exclusive Rate Shield approval. First, we lock your interest rate for up to 90 days. Then, if rates go up, your rate stays locked. But if rates go down, your rate drops. Either way, you win. Call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rate Shield approval only valid on certain 30-year fixed-rate loans. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030. Additional conditions or exclusions may apply.
Listen to the Ben and Skin Show for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Carlos Santana and celebrate his landmark Supernatural album and his historic 1969 Woodstock performance on the Supernatural Now Tour. It's going down Saturday, July 6th at Dos Equis Pavilion. For more ticket information, go to livenation.com.
It's a Fan Football Reaction Monday, brought to you by carsforkids.org, supporting the Texans Can Academies.
You know, TexasLending.com could close cashback refinances in the fast as 9 days. Unfortunately, the law says we can't close it until after 12 days after application. And that means you can call TexasLending.com right now to get one of the fastest cashback refinance processes you can see in the state of Texas. Call 972-387-4600. Consolidate that debt. Save hundreds of thousands. Go online and apply today with TexasLending.com.
4100 Alpha Road, Suite 300, Dallas, Texas, 75244. And MLS number 137773. Equal housing lender.
Sean and RJ here for Texans Can Academies. Help change the lives of thousands of local kids with your donation of that old car, boat, or motorcycle, whether it runs or not. 100% of the net proceeds go to the kids.
And the donation process, quick, easy. They'll provide free towing in most cases, convenient pickup options. Running or not, you get a $50 Visa gift card with each car donation at Texans Can Academy, 972-274-KIDS. And remember, write up the car, not the kid.
Super Bowl 53, Rams, Patriots. Here it's Sunday on DFW's home of the NFL, 105.3, The Fan.
Welcome back, GBAG Nation, live on Radio Row in Atlanta. Our coverage all week brought to you by Twin Peaks and by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 53. And it's time to hand it over to the Ben and Skin Show for 4 hours of broadcast entertainment coming up this afternoon. And gentlemen, it's great to see you once again. How you doing?
Yeah, good to see you boys. Very much looking forward to today's show. Jermichael Finley's going to stop by, the former Longhorn and Green Bay Packer tight end. He's going to join us at 4:20, so we're looking forward to that. But more than anything, we're just going to have fun picking Skin's brain about Anthony Davis and Luka and everything going on with the Mavericks. It's just truly delicious when you look at all the different possibilities out there. You know, the Ringer had that Blake Griffin trade concept that makes sense for the Mavericks to trade for Blake Griffin. Harrison Barnes and Dennis Smith Jr. for Blake Griffin. I think that's fascinating, too.
I was thinking about that Friday night just because I just watched him play and knew how unhappy he was there. I mean, he was complaining in interviews after wins. You know,
that's my kind of guy.
Yeah, and
he's
then,
really improved his 3-point shooting.
Dude, he is so freaking good, and the only problem is that he's about to turn 30 and he's been hurt a lot.
Yeah,
but what no one knows because no one's watching the freaking Pistons. He is having an MVP caliber season. He is so good. He does every single thing for that team. They have no chance of winning a game unless he goes and wins it for them.
And he just signed like a 5-year deal a year and a half ago, so he has 3 years after this.
Yes,
with those injuries to contend. I think
big money too.
I mean, you got to be open-minded to any player, but I think I'm out. You know, because of the injury history.
Yeah.
How much has he improved at pretty much everything? Because I think of him as a heavy guy that's a leaper. He's 30, and it's like, oh, God. But if he really sort of evolved that game.
No, he's a really good passer. And if you go look, like even his rookie year, he was putting up like 3.5 assists a game, which is good for a rookie power forward, you know?
Yeah.
But now I think that's up over 5 or 6.
Nice.
If you're worried about his hops, he had one of the most awe dunks of the season in the
incredible.
NBA, and it was
Mavs,
against the Mavericks.
Yeah.
So you guys.
I just mean in general, when you start getting up to 30 and you're like 260 pounds, jumping 40 inches all the time. I'm
Usually
like, okay,
doesn't
how
go
long does
well.
that last?
Right.
No.
Sean Kemp is coming.
But what are the alternatives? I mean, I think we're getting down to the point here where
that's the point.
Okay, so
Dry
is it
powder.
him or Boogie? Do you want Boogie? I mean, because Boogie's got the Achilles and the age.
I'd rather
So would
have
you rather
Blake
bet on it, Blake Griffin or Boogie?
I'd rather have Griffin because I'm not concerned about him totally blowing up my team with his attitude.
Yeah.
Okay, here comes negative Nancy. You know what I'd rather have? Take your balls off.
Lonzo?
Why acquire good players? Tank your balls off.
No.
Go find Luka, a young homie. Then tell me which player you want.
What age is too old for you guys to get a player?
29.
You'll take 28?
27, 28?
I will, because I think that you can play at a high level till 33, 34.
Mm-hmm.
Gavin sounded like he might be thinking like 25.
At this point, to build around Luka, I don't want to get a guy that's a little bit older and we can't win the championship now, and like in 2 years when Luka's ready, that guy's too old. So I need at least 5 or 6 years of prime basketball left in you. So 25 or so, 26.
You know, I've been thinking about that too, and I tend to think that way as well. Luka's 19, pair him with some other young guys to watch him grow. But how patient is Luka? Luka's already one of the best players in the league. Most of the best players in the league don't want to lose and rebuild and build it slowly. And so I wonder, to satiate him and his agent, do they start thinking more along the lines of 27, 28, 30-year-old players who help you win now?
I think we have to look at him a little bit differently because he's been playing pro ball. In other words, his level and what he's accustomed to is vets that know how to play basketball.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing, kind of what Ben's talking about, I mean, did you guys realize before looking today, because it became a big story, did you guys know Anthony Davis's age?
No, I had to look.
He's 25, and I would have guessed, I don't know, 26, because he's on a second contract. Seems like he's been around forever, but these guys are coming in at Luka's age. And it's like Anthony Davis, think of him as a guy that's been around for a long time, and he's still just 25.
It's just such a situation, though, that I'd like to be as patient as possible and wait for the guy that's not hurt.
Right.
And if I can't get the guy that hasn't been hurt, then I'd much rather fish in the young man waters and try to acquire multiple Kuzmas or Lonzo Balls or whoever the young guys are. I want to give my veterans to playoff contenders and get a collection of young guys to all grow up with Luka.
Right.
And whoever the best 2 or 3 are, those guys are going to be parts of our future, and whoever's not. So I think I'm looking at time as a luxury right now, although what you just said a few minutes ago, like maybe you don't have to be patient. If he's that good, then I'll say, okay, you got one hurt guy, but now we need to go find a second hurt guy to really have this window opened up for a championship.
Yeah.
Or one other star guy is what I meant.
Look at all the best players in the league. Are they the types of guys who are patient and just ready to rebuild? And Blake Griffin is miserable being on a team where he's the only guy. If Luka's going to be on a team where he's quote unquote the only guy, I know that's not necessarily the case. Is he going to be okay with that?
I think that in general, if the guys we're talking about, almost all of them go to the second contract. Almost all of them. Paul George did it with Indiana. Anthony Davis did it in New Orleans. The Blake Griffin situation is different. Keep in mind, they told Blake Griffin he's going to be a Clipper for life and traded him like 6 months later.
Ouch.
Like, that's an ugly situation.
Man, he really avoided that owner the other day.
Steve Ballmer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted no part of it. But I don't have a fear that Luka won't at least sign the second deal, because I think the only way he won't sign the second deal is some epically bad front officing, which I don't think could possibly happen on Donnie's watch.
No.
So I think worst case scenario, it's Anthony Davis in New Orleans, where we have him with a year and a half left to go, and he's like, his agent's going, trade him or else we just walk.
Do you guys want to see Anthony Davis go to the Lakers?
I mean, I want to see him go to the Mavericks. Outside of that, I don't really. In terms of going there,
it makes this year's playoffs more fun.
It makes it more fun, but Skin was talking about how if they make that deal with the Pelicans, they're basically last year's Lakers.
I mean, think about it. The Pelicans are basically going to be last year's Lakers. The only difference is they have Drew Holiday instead of Kentavious Caldwell-Pope.
Is that the best they can get, though?
I don't think it's the best they can get, but I think it's almost identical to the Kawhi situation in that teams if Philly thought they could have re-signed, this is people who are like, oh, you're crazy. Dude, if Philly thought they could re-sign Kawhi Leonard, they would have traded Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons will never be as good as Kawhi Leonard because Ben Simmons can't shoot outside of 4 feet. And so I love Ben Simmons. Kawhi Leonard's a top 5 player. Like, if he's healthy, dude, he is single-handedly driving your ass to the conference finals. So, but Philly's not going to make that deal for 1 year of Kawhi Leonard. So if everybody already thinks the only teams that'll make the deal will be a desperate small market team. Oklahoma City did it with Paul George. They found the right concoction, right? It worked out. Toronto's about to find out it's not going to work out. We can do whatever we want.
Oh, really?
And that dude is still going to the West Coast. I thought before the season started they had a chance. That's not the case, dude. He's going to the West Coast. And so Toronto's going to have blown up their franchise for Danny Green.
We're going to see you guys out a little bit later on.
Yeah.
You got it in you, Skin, Mr. 4 hours of sleep over the last 5 days combined.
Maybe just for dinner, right? You got to have dinner with us.
I can't wait to see you guys on Tuesday.
They do karaoke 24 hours a day out here, dude. We can get it in early. It'll be great.
That's huge.
I think there's a College Football Hall of Fame adventure being had. You can look for details on that at 1053thefan.com/Radio Row. Go on there. You'll see all of our adventures all week long. All right. Good to see you guys. Have a great show.
Yeah. Thank you. You too.
And we look forward to listening and, being here all week in Atlanta on Radio Row, brought to you by our friends at Twin Peaks. Till tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., Brandon Lang's going to join us at 11:40, the inspiration for that Matthew McConaughey sports gambling movie, 2 for the Money. Yeah, he's going to be here at 11:40 tomorrow. So till then, you're going home with the nation. Salute.
The one place to grab the fan wherever you go. Radio.com. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
This CBS Sports Minute brought to you by the snoring experts at simplesleepservices.com. Get the right diagnosis, the right solution, the right treatment to help you wake up to better sleep.
This is Jim Rome with the CBS Sports Minute. I mentioned earlier this morning that if it's Monday of Super Bowl week, that can mean just one thing. We're here to crack on the Pro Bowl. Well, it means one more thing, too, that we're going to hear about the Patriots all week long because the Super Bowl has essentially become the New England Patriots Invitational. For many of you, I get it. Unless you're a part of that Patriot Nation, you're sick of the Patriots. But you know who's not sick of all the Patriots love? Patriots fans. They're really not sick of it. In fact, they're already showing up in the ATL. And that's after about 35,000 of them sent the Patriots off yesterday in a rally parade. Give them this. At least Tom Brady showed up with the lamest chant ever.
We're still here! We're still here! We're still here!
And if they win on Sunday like everybody expects, you can expect a whole lot more of that. I'm Jim Rome.
CBS.